Okay, how y'all doing, everybody? On this lovely Sunday. Lovely Sunday. Obey the Sabbath. This is the Sabbath. This is the day of rest for God. And unfortunately for the Goldie Jones channel, I believe that's the name of what it is. Unfortunately for her, it's the day of getting roasted because I'm about to roast that ass. Now, let's understand. And we got Sexy Red already in the building. She found out. She saw my what is this called? This live stream request, and she saw it. So here's the thing. With my channel, I don't start out with music and beats and stuff like that. And I don't even like to do very, very long monologues because I think to some extent it's kind of a waste of time and it's also a distraction. So I started promptly at 2:40, and now I'm just going to get right in it. So, first of all, before I even go on, I'm going to read this little article here just so you understand the situation, just in case you don't already understand it. But the title today is Should the Petition Maker Against Kevin Samuels, her name is Goldie Jones. I believe it's Goldie Jones. I keep forgetting. I think it's Goldie Jones. But anyway, it's hard to remember people who are not terribly important. So, yes, Goldie Jones. That's right. I had to look at my iPhone. Black women start a petition, call on big tech censorship police to ban dating advice guru Kevin Samuels. So, the question is, should Kevin Samuels sue Goldie Jones for putting out this petition and claiming that she made false claims about him, and she's made we're going to get into it, but where she's made claims that he has contributed to black female violence and a lot of this nonsense, which is not true. Because what's funny is, and I'm going to get into this a little bit later, I actually went on a panel ready to take a chew toy out of this person. And what ended up happening was I kept getting intercepted by the host. Now, by the way, what the host did was they split their normal interview plus questions into two videos. The reason why they did that is because they knew on that first video she was going to get dragged by whoever came online. So what they did was they hedged themselves by making it so that even if people came on and said something outrageous in the second video, or they had to edit the second video, the first video wouldn't be affected. That's their choice. That's fine. What I don't appreciate, though, is that their interview style was lacking. The person was making false allegations. The person was saying things that weren't true. They were barely challenging the person. Now, my guess is that why they were barely challenging this person was because they were afraid that the person would give up and just leave. When you're interviewing a guest, most people aren't going to play hardball. But I think that for something this serious, you should be prepared to play hardball. But these people obviously were not. So just to let you know, I invited a number of people to come watch this video. I even sent the Goldie Jones channel this invite. Thing about it is, she only really has like 500 subs, a pitiful fraction of what I have. So ultimately, she's probably not going to come in here because I know I wouldn't if I was her. If I was in her lowly position, I probably wouldn't come here either. So let's get right into it. Okay. Let me just see what the chat. Okay, I got Keep It Gang TV, Aaron B, Sexy Red, Curtis, Atonement, Andre, 707 Cat, Big G, Muhammad, Clean Bully Muscle, Kevin Samuels is our hero. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get into that a little bit later. Up until now, I really haven't really talked about the Kev Samuels situation because, as far as I'm concerned, it's not of high importance simply because these pathetic haters can't do anything to get rid of him. There is no vehicle to get rid of somebody just by making some petitions to big tech. So, well, I'll get into that later. But anyway, let's take a real quick look right here. It was written by Ann Brown, and the name of the title is Black Women Start Petition Call on Big Tech Censorship Police to Ban Dating Advice Guru Kevin Samuels. Okay. So it says, there's no denying that dating advice guru Kevin Samuels pisses off lots of women with his pro-alpha male views. A standout in the manosphere, Samuels posts in-your-face YouTube shows about relationships and dating that have attracted 1.05 million subscribers. Ooh. An image consultant turned dating gender role guru, Samuels has a YouTube channel that features videos with subjects such as, do modern women want more than they deserve? Do high-value men deserve to cheat? And ladies, the older you get, the less you get. His December 9th, 2020 video timed your average at best, targeted women who desired high-profile or high-powered men, but are, as Samuels likes to say, they are average at best. The video got about 1.5 million views. Let me just speak on that for a second. The woman who did come up to the show was average at best. In fact, she kind of reminded me of Roger from Family Guy. For some reason, she had this gray tint to her and this balding head. I don't know if you guys know who Roger from Family Guy is. If you look up Roger from Family Guy, that's what she looked like to me. Now, she was coming looking for high-value men and wondering, why is it that I can't get a high-value man? Most likely what it was the fact that she's already got some other dude's kids out there, which pretty much makes her a 0 on the availability desirability score. And on top of that, she looked like Roger from Family Guy. So I would say if you watch the movie, Family Guy. I was thinking Family Guy. The name of the show is American Dad. I haven't seen the show in a long time. She looked like Roger from American Dad. Thank you so much, CJ. I totally blanked on that one. You're right. So she looked like Roger, and she's already got another guy's kids, which basically makes her a 0 on the desirability score. Ladies, it's important that you marry before you carry. If you're carrying around your second baby daddy kid by some man, some third baby daddy kid, chances are you're gonna have trouble in the dating pool, because most men, while they might want to get in bed with you, chances are they're not gonna want to put a ring on your finger if they feel that they have to take care of another man's children. I've heard it summed up as this. Marrying a woman with another man's kid is kind of like financing another man's orgasm. Now, under that consideration, you could pretty much understand that, ladies, it's probably a better idea for you to stay as chaste as possible until you meet the right guy, because this way you'll be more desirable in his eyes. But if you're working on your fourth baby daddy, or you got 2 kids by multiple different men, chances are you're gonna have a problem dating. You're gonna have a problem. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, back to business. Back to business. It says, Black thought leader Dr. Umar called out Samuels for misogynistic attitudes towards Black women. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Umar has his own issues, and they've pretty much been glossed over in the media, but Dr. Umar is not perfect either. So anyway, saying Samuels is profiting from slandering and criticizing Black women who don't emulate Eurocentrics. Okay, first of all, there's nothing Eurocentric about being friendly, about smiling. There's nothing Eurocentric about keeping a clean house. There's nothing Eurocentric about learning to be a good wife. There's nothing Eurocentric about waiting until you are married to start having children. There's nothing Eurocentric about any of those things. I would say the problem is that you give the Black community the opportunity to practice the lowest value of standards. And until more people speak up against you and your nonsense, they'll continue to plummet, which is why we have Kevin Samuels in the first place. We finally, during this pandemic, had somebody who was able to, consolidate all of these talking points, all of this rhetoric, consolidate it. And once it was consolidated, it was put into bite-sized chunks that everybody could follow. So during the pandemic might have been the worst year for women in that it gave men a chance to sit back and think. I was always saying that the pandemic was bad for a woman because a lot of women lost their little cushy office jobs. They lost them because they were laid off or they were furloughed. And they were forced to stay at home and actually be parents. Same goes for the men, but it was really the women more likely because men usually do tough, dirty, dangerous jobs. Women had a lot of cushy office jobs, and those jobs are gone. That's the reason why right now Kevin Samuels is saying, beware because winter's coming. Once the Biden welfare checks run out, once those welfare checks lead to hyperinflation and the cost of the goods and services that you purchase is so ridiculously high that you can't afford to use those welfare checks to buy the things you want and need, you're going to suddenly, ladies out there, you're going to suddenly turn around and say, you know what? I really need a man. Why can't I get a man? Why aren't men interested in me? Why aren't they talking to me? Why won't men approach me? It's already happening during this pandemic. But once we get out into September, October, November, it's only going to accelerate. Ladies, it's going to be a cold winter. It's going to be a cold winter. Now, Kevin says, except for the women in the medical field, they were heroic. Yes, that's true. Nurses, doctors who are female, they did great. They didn't lose any money. The problem is most of them were overstressed. Most of them were forced to stay in those doctors' offices. Here in New York, they had to hire teenagers in order to try to take care of the children of the first responders. I know about this because I actually have some in my family who sought and got jobs like that. The issue ultimately is if you're a woman and you're the breadwinner of your household, this pandemic was really rough on you. But it's going to be even rougher on the women who lost their jobs, who are not going back to work in September, October, November, December. So Kevin Samuels says, beware, because winter is coming. So let's get right back to that. Hey, Zab, I didn't know you were here. Hey, Zab, what's going on? Do me a favor, everybody. Make sure you like, share the stream, like the stream, share the stream. I'm just going to finish reading this, and then I'm going to have my final thought, and I'm going to get you all up here 4 at a time or something. I'm not even going to try to do interceptions like they did on me on the last panel, simply because I don't have to. So, bottom line is, what does it say? Recently, DJ Envy of the popular Breakfast Club show got into beef with Samuels as well. First of all, DJ Envy, Kevin Samuels doesn't give a fuck about you. That's number one. He doesn't care about you. He's going to say exactly what he's going to say, and you're, DJ Envy, I don't give a shit how many fucking subs you got. You're a nobody to Kevin Samuels. He's the rising star. You're the falling star. That's the bottom line. And I'd appreciate it if YouTube algorithm did not put the Breakfast Club at the end of my viewing so that every time I watch a Kevin Samuels video, the Breakfast Club shows up. Because I want YouTube to understand, as soon as that Breakfast Club bullshit comes up, I turn off my YouTube stream and then I go to playing Counter-Strike or I go to doing work or something. I don't watch the Breakfast Club. I would appreciate it if YouTube would stop trying to get me to watch it because I don't care. I don't want to watch the Breakfast Club. Thank you. So, it says one woman wants Kevin Samuels taken off the internet. She's the one I just had a conversation with. Goldie Jones herself, a YouTube creator of the Goldie Jones channel, albeit on a much smaller scale, she has just 264 subscribers. Now, I looked at her subscription list a little while ago. It said she had 501. Yeah, you're doing really great, dear. You got 501 subs, and you can't even get to 1 million views. Good job, dear. And you're trying to do this, obviously, for clout chasing. She's looking for attention, and some people are giving it to her. They're giving her attention. She's clout chasing, and some people are giving it to her. Me, as soon as I got into that chat, I tried to light her ass up because what she was saying was bullshit. She was pulling fake statistics out of thin air, and I hope Kevin Samuels turns right around and sues her. In fact, I might do so myself because she made false allegations about me. And I hope that anybody else she's made false allegations about, I hope they decide, you know what, maybe I should take the law into my own hands and sue this loser. So anyway, next, where are we? In the petition, Jones wrote, with the rise in violence against women, specifically African American women, YouTuber Kevin Samuels has galvanized the community of men of all races and nationalities in the outspoken hatred of women. Well, if that was true, then why is it, if they have such outspoken hatred of women, why is it that they are so quick to leave this country and get other women from the Dominican Republic, Colombia, Brazil, Cuba, any other place they can, or parts of Asia, or parts of Africa? I don't think what they have is a hatred of women. I think they have a hatred of you. I think they have a hatred of your half-spoken, because most of the shit you were saying was retarded and didn't make sense. You were mispronouncing most of the words you were trying to use to sound smart. You were pulling statistics out of thin air. A lot of people try to pull statistics out of thin air because they think it makes them sound more credible. People are walking around now on YouTube as if they're statisticians. You're not a statistician. I know you're an idiot. I can hear it in your voice. Furthermore, you don't know how the law works. Your petition's a joke. It's going to fall on dead ears. Nobody cares. The law is not doing anything about your weak, pathetic petition. So all I have to say is men aren't abandoning and men aren't abusing these women. What they're doing is they're ignoring them, and they're ignoring you. You are a nobody. It shows in your fucking subscriber count. You're a nobody. So the thing about it is, they're not abusing women. They're just abusing you by not taking anything you say seriously. And I'll tell you this, if you had such a happy marriage with your baby at home, you wouldn't have time to worry about what Kevin Samuels is saying. But you got plenty of time for it because you ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing. So next, it says, a recent episode of Kevin Samuels was promoted on Twitter as Kevin Samuels' white and Latino women tell black women how to keep their men. Okay. We love black women over here because black women get this negative narrative, but the truth is, if you read a black woman like she deserves to be treated, then you won't have this washed up narrative. I'm not going to play that because I don't want any copyright infringement or anything, so you can watch it yourself. I did provide the link. But my bottom line is this is ridiculous, and this is what we've been dealing with. It's madness. We've been dealing with absolute stupidity and madness. Stupidity and madness. This is where we are. This is where we are. So, this person has taken a lot of Kevin Samuels clips and thrown them into that thing. You can watch it yourself. I left the clip. This guy says, as a black man, I find these women and you to be highly disrespectful black women. It is not my wife's job to keep me, but rather my duty as a man to ensure that I respect our vows. Relationship and family, marriage, like anything else, takes work, blah, blah, blah. All right, so bottom line is this. She came on the C. Rose and Sister, what's her name? Sister Jones, I believe. She came on their channel a little while ago. I was first in line to take a bite at her. And sure enough, when I was asking questions, no matter how pointed, no matter how respectful I tried to be, you know what she did? She basically danced around them, and she tried to make false accusations. Let's see. Somebody says, yes, Sexy Big Truck got a lot of good shit to say. Yes? Okay, let's show that. Can we start a petition to send these snowflakes to the guillotine? I don't think we're allowed to simply execute people for having differences of opinion. I don't think we're allowed to do that. But I will say this. We'll take it under advisement. Okay. Goldie got, let's see. Goldie got beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, rams, lambs, hogs, dog, you name it. That's right. That is true. Okay. So anyway, meanwhile, she was on this lady's channel and she was on there talking, spewing her nonsense. Meanwhile, her baby's in the background going completely uncared for and neglected. Her baby's in the background crying and screaming. I'm surprised I didn't hear a smoke alarm detector going off. But her baby's in the background crying and screaming. So I listened to that nonsense. I listened to her with all this bullshit. I was really disappointed that Sister Jones and C. Rose didn't challenge her a little bit more. I was very disappointed about that. But they were afraid that she was going to leave because if you push the snowflakes into a corner, that's what they do. They run. They melt like the little snowflakes they are. I totally understand the reason why they didn't push him. I was just very disappointed that when I was challenging this woman directly, that they kept playing interception and they kept doing their best to protect her. I think there's a song that says, "Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. This is not Groupon," I believe. Yeah, try not to save it. She ain't worth saving. So my thing is, I really hope that the men that she slandered, I hope what they do is they get together and they file their own petition or lawsuit and sue the shit out of her. Very simple, very simple. That's all I hope. I hope that happens. I hope she gets sued into oblivion, because even though I know her petition's a joke and it's going to fall on deaf ears, even though I know it's clout chasing, the problem is when somebody does something like that and they make lots of false allegations, what they're really doing is they're emboldening other morons to make more false allegations. And now you've got a serious, serious problem. Because when you have somebody, now, by the way, this is the facts. You can listen to it yourself because I don't have to misquote her. She claimed that men who go to other countries to get foreign women are being predatory. She claimed that men with large age gap relationships, even if they are married to women who are above the age of 18, she claimed that that's predatory. First of all, you idiot, the law does not care what you think. The law does not care what you think. As long as these women are above the age of 18, that's all that matters. Because once they are no longer minors, they are free game. So if Jeff Bezos and all of his money and power decides that he wants to go get a woman on the stroke of midnight of her birthday that's 18, Jeff Bezos can do so. Period. There's nothing predatory about that. What's predatory is having losers like you walking around with your stupid, irresponsible rhetoric. That's what's predatory. What's predatory is losers like you, preying on men who don't know any better and aren't willing to challenge you in court. That's what's predatory. Now, she also said, in addition to that, she had accused me of being abusive. I have absolutely no criminal record whatsoever, number one, and I've never had a domestic violence incident filed on me, ever, by anybody. So for this moron, this idiot, this skank, this scallywag, this, what's a good one? Strumpet, to say that I'm abusive when I have no record whatsoever of abuse, and to insist that I'm predatory for exercising my rights to fly to any other country in the world and find a wife who is not disgusting like your pathetic liberal feminist bullshit, I should sue you. That's what I should do. Maybe I'm going to look into it because I have a lawyer who works for me for free. Maybe I should sue you. Maybe Kevin Samuels should sue this scoundrel, this rapscallion, this scallywag, this strumpet, this tart, this tramp. Maybe that's what needs to happen. Because if you can make false allegations against men, then I think men should be able to exercise legal opportunities to sue your stupid ass in court. And that's basically all I have to say. Otherwise, I'd be beating a dead horse. Some people do that. 20 minutes is more than enough for me to get my point across. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this link here. I don't know if there's anybody who was listening to that live stream on the C. Rose and Sister George channel. But if you were, I would love to hear from you about what you thought was fair or unfair when you were listening to that. When you were listening to that bullshit that just went down, because I'll tell you, it was sad. It was disgusting. Now I already see the end game. I already see it. She's clout chasing so that she can get from 200 subs to 500 subs. She's got nothing worthwhile worth saying. I can tell just by listening to her, she's poorly educated. Poorly educated. And basically, at this point, I'm just going to drop the link because I know some people want to get in here. So before I drop the link, all I'm going to ask, make sure you like the stream. I see 59 people watching. I see 27 likes. Get my likes up. That's number one. Get my likes up. I see 27. I don't like 27. I see 50 freaking 9 people here. Get them likes up. Okay, so I'm going to drop the link in here right now. I would appreciate it if you share the stream, especially to the people who you know have been affected by this degeneracy. I would appreciate it if you do share the stream. I'd really appreciate that. I can't force you to share the stream, but I'd really appreciate it if you do. And I'd like to hear what you have to say about what went on. Me personally, I know when I can stop talking and I can let you have your say. Okay, Zab seems to be the first person who jumped up, so I'm going to let Zab get in there. Hopefully, Zab, you did listen to some of that stream, so this way you know what we're talking about. Okay. So I'm going to let you in right now. All right. So hold on. Okay, here we go. There you go. Zab, what did you think?
First off, what's going on, Chuck?
How are you?
Yeah. I agree with everything you're saying, though. I actually caught the stream a little bit late, but I'm familiar with the petition to remove Kevin. And I know about the lady. I didn't listen to the Sister George because I'm not really subscribed to. I'm really only subscribed to a few people in the Manosphere. But as far as the petition to get him off, it's just a clout move. And it's really not gonna work. It's unfortunate that she did double her subscribers by doing so. And that's probably gonna encourage it. And when we talk about censorship, a lot of people don't realize that these are the problems with censorship is if you have somebody that you disagree with, the way that you handle that is you debate them. You don't try to get them canceled. And I think that too often in the black community on YouTube, we're going with the whole cancel, let's get them all out of here. For me, Kevin Samuels isn't doing anything wrong. You can't really equate what he's doing to violence against women. I guess she's gonna have to break that down. I think that the word abuse gets thrown around a lot. I don't think these women understand what abuse truly is. If somebody is giving a contrary opinion to what you believe, that's not abuse. That's just called, their opinion. And I don't think this petition is gonna go anywhere. But here's the thing, though: he should sue her because it's still a bad rap on his name, having that jacket, having that that jacket of somebody trying to cancel you. It's still like a bad blemish on his name. So for that, I think he should sue her. Whether you can't really base it off of whether it's a big petition or a small petition. You gotta go after every single one of them. Like you said, you don't want to encourage future ones, and just having the petition out there alone is a bad look for him.
Oh, I agree. And by the way, before we go to the next person, my thing is, as far as censorship goes, I think a lot of people don't seem to understand how censorship actually works. Censorship is when the government comes after you and the government passes laws against your free speech or your right to self-expression. There's no free speech when you're talking about private platforms. For example, if you go to Walmart, you're expected to wear the Walmart uniform. You are not allowed to wear the Target uniform. You are not allowed to badmouth Walmart while you're working in Walmart. If you're in Walmart, you're not allowed to be in Walmart with a sign on or anything that says, oh yeah, fuck Walmart, this place ain't shit. You're not allowed to do that. First of all, that has to do with private contracts under the 14th Amendment. And that says that even though Congress cannot censor you, private corporations can. Private business can. It's between us as people making contracts what we are willing and not willing to tolerate. That is all. So this is not a censorship issue. This is a clout chaser who's a moron making a petition that's doomed to fail, trying to attack this good, honorable man, Kevin Samuels, who's done nothing but tell the truth. If he was lying, I'm pretty sure most people could challenge him on his lies and they could show where he's lying. Problem is that hasn't happened because he's not lying.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely. This isn't. Yeah, you're right. This isn't a censorship thing. I just think that when it comes on to, for me, one of the big positives that Kevin Samuels has brought forward is the fact that a lot of women, especially black women, haven't been held accountable for a lot of their actions and a lot of the things they're saying. And every day, he highlights this, and you see the women that call in. A lot of them have never been held to account, and that's where a lot of the disagreements, a lot of the things that they're upset about is coming from is the fact that he's calling them out and he's holding them to account. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I completely, I agree. But see, here's the issue, and this is another thing. When they keep on talking about abuse of black women and whatever, thing they need to understand is if black women were doing so well, then they wouldn't be having these issues out of black men not wanting to date them, not wanting to marry them. They wouldn't have these issues with black men leaving black women and going outside and getting women from other cultures and other countries specifically. But the question that you should be asking yourself is, well, why are they doing that? Why are they spending so much money to go find love elsewhere? Why aren't they just staying right here? That's the real question that should be asked, but that's the question that they refuse to ask because as far as they're concerned, everything they're doing is okay.
Yeah.
As far as they're concerned, all of this bullshit that they're doing, all of that's fine, no problem, no problem.
Well, see, the thing is, a lot of black women they're in disbelief because they just want to they don't want to see the reality of what's going on, and I think part of the reason is social media, and social media plays a part in it where they could just go post a picture on Instagram or wherever, and then they'll have a whole bunch of guys liking their pictures. They can just go outside and dress provocatively, and they'll get the male attention, not realizing that the male attention that you're getting is only momentary. It's nothing long term. So they don't really feel. They feel entitled. They don't really feel the need to correct their issues because they're getting the the momentary success of these men. But oftentimes, when they get older and reality hits them, that's when they start realizing, and that's when they want to start trying to be submissive or trying to find a good man. But by then, you guys are all used up and got a lot of bodies, and you really not gonna get that. So like Kevin Samuels says, man, you're gonna get old, get a dog and die alone. And it's sad, man. We trying to warn these women that y'all got it easy right now, but if y'all don't get y'all shit together, if y'all don't start taking account to a lot of y'all actions, y'all gonna be fucked up in the future, man.
And you know what? It's funny that you mentioned that about trying to warn them. I've had these hard conversations with women pointing out what they're doing wrong. They talk right over you. They don't listen to what you're telling them. They think that it's the very definition of insanity. They think they could just do what they're doing, and they think that they're somehow going to net positive results, even though they haven't netted these results already. It's actually really sad because you're trying to help them, but they're basically ignoring everything you're saying, and they're just rolling along with their game plan. As is their right. They have every right to do that. But for them to turn around and then point fingers and ask, why aren't you dating us? Why aren't you marrying us? I consider that to be a little disingenuous.
Right. But back to the topic. Kevin Samuels should definitely sue her though, because just having that, put it like this, right? Let's say that Kevin Samuels he wants to go like mainstream, because even though he's big right now, he's not really mainstream per se. But let's say he does want to go mainstream, and now they're gonna bring him in, and they're gonna dig up his past, they're gonna look at everything that he did, and on that research, they're gonna see that he has these petitions to cancel him, and now he's just not. She's putting him in a situation where now he has to answer for something because they're gonna ask, yo, why you got all these petitions against you? What's going on right here? So that right there is an attack on his reputation. You see what I'm saying? So he definitely has to sue her because if he doesn't, it's gonna encourage more people to do so. Because she's, in my opinion, she kind of already won because like if she had like a small YouTube channel and now like she's getting her name out there, she's getting the clout. I'm saying I never heard of her before, and now because of this, so this is going to encourage more people to do so. And the reason why he definitely needs to sue her is if more and more people start coming out with these petitions against her, it might be a problem. You know what I'm saying? It might be a pylon situation. So he has to immediately squash this thing as soon as it happens, man. Don't let it build up. Squash her, sue her. I'm saying get rid of her. As soon as you see a threat, doesn't matter how big or how small it is, you have to deal with it.
I agree. I agree. I respond to every threat as if it's an absolute disaster waiting to happen. And I don't know what he plans on doing. He may ignore him, but I think he should actually go after him. And I think he should have cease and desist letters going after him. That's what I really believe it.
This is what you should do. You should continue to ignore her publicly, but behind the scenes, like do the lawsuits, like ruin her. Like so, when you do it that way, you're not giving her the clout that she wants, and you're actually like going after her. So he needs to do everything behind the scenes. Send the cease and desist letters, file the lawsuits. Don't ever acknowledge her publicly because you don't want to put the spotlight on her. But he should definitely go after her. And for all we know, he might be doing that already. I know that's what I would do. If I ever get big to that level, I don't give a fuck how big you are, how small you are. I'm going after every single one of you motherfuckers that come after me. If I hear about it.
Yeah, especially when what you're saying is not true.
All right. So what was her reasoning for trying to cancel him? Even though like I've been saying before, that cancellation shit doesn't work. I'm saying it never really works.
Well, okay. Well, let's understand, first of all, what was her reason? She claimed that his rhetoric is contributing to violence against black women. She claimed that his rhetoric is contributing to the abuse against black women. Now, there was already plenty of violence and abuse towards women long before Kevin Samuels ever existed. But that same violence and abuse continues right now and will continue on whether or not Kevin Samuels exists or not. So he is really immaterial. He doesn't really matter. But for her to go after him, it's obviously because of clout chasing. That I consider to be despicable.
Yeah, she's gonna like. I don't understand how she's gonna prove that he's contributing to violence against women.
Oh, well, by the way, I don't know if you were listening. When asked to prove what she was saying or to back up what she was saying, she reached deep up her ass and pulled an imaginary statistic out of nowhere. And the panel hosts failed to challenge her on the fake statistic. What's up, King Jermaine?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? How's the audio?
Hi, how you doing? Were you watching that interview of Goldie Jones?
Okay, so I did not see that. Did you post that on your community?
It technically is still going on right now, and even in this video, I posted links to the entire interviews. Yes, I did.
Okay, no, I didn't catch that. I'm real, selective about the people that I follow. I typically stay away from the YouTube channel, YouTube drama, but I did come across. I think it was on either Instagram or Facebook, a mentioning of a petition against Kevin, and I just it made me laugh so much because it's so ridiculous.
Why do you think it's ridiculous?
Because I mean, like I was saying in the comments, I think we live in a society filled with snowflakes, people who are super sensitive, and easily triggered over the stupidest things. You don't have to agree with everything that he's saying, but he has the right to say what he say. He has a right to say what he is saying on his platform because it is his platform, and you just have the right to not listen to it. Nobody's, holding a gun to your head. None of that. I agree with a lot of the things that he does say, especially about especially about holding not just African American women accountable, though he does focus on African American women, but women in general. And that's something that I, recently had an encounter with a now ex, because she refused to, hold herself accountable because of her mess up. But I think it's nonsense. I think Kevin should probably just ignore it. and just keep it pushing, because honestly, many people who do great things or present things to the public that are beneficial are often hated because of the snowflake society with which we reside. And that is quite unfortunate, but it is what it is.
You think this is a snowflake issue, or do you think this is more of a clout and control issue? Because I think
I think it's a little. I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, because she's not doing anything different than any other small time YouTuber, and putting somebody who has a bigger following in like their video titles, or name dropping them in videos, or doing Instagram lives and start drama and all that. So she's not doing anything different than anybody else within the YouTube atmosphere would do. So I definitely think it's a little bit of both.
yeah, and I'm not subscribed to a lot of that drama YouTube. I'm really only subscribed to a few. The majority of YouTube videos I watch is like other shit, like cars and all type of other different shit. But I find that especially in like the black YouTube space, it's just filled with a lot of drama, a lot of backstabbing, a lot of shit like this, man. Like, and it's just so sad that like the black community, we feel that the best way to like get our name out there is through beefing and drama and attacking, and it's actually like you see it outside too, like in the real world. You see it in the
Right.
real. We When it comes to like black people, like we feel like in order for us to get on, we have to tear another person down. It's like we feel like there's a limited spot, and rather than we all could get put on, like I feel like if I'm gonna get on, I gotta take your spot, or I gotta take
Right.
to take. It's like
And,
we don't feel like we could all do it together. We feel like there can only be one. Like we have like this Highlander mentality, like in Highlander where it's like they got the thing where there can only be one. Black people, to me, on YouTube, I see it all the time, and we have like that mindset where even if you disagree with somebody, like you initiate a beef with them, and then you like try to build your shit off that way, and you won't stop until like you take their spot.
yeah, it's a lot of YouTube channels who start their platform like that, which is ridiculous, and it's in
I got a
all aspects.
I don't see the shit in like as much in other races. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
predominantly see this in black YouTube, and that's why I'm not subscribed to all of it. I was at one point, and then I was going my timeline, right, and I would literally see video after video after video of people just attacking each other, drama, all type of bullshit. I'm like, let me get all this shit out of here. This shit is cluttering up my YouTube timeline with all this bullshit drama that I don't give a fuck about. Like if you're not
And
really for me, or
here's my other thing, because I did want to mention this as well, because I think she has said something about or somebody mentioned something about the fact that she said that the language with which he uses promotes violence against women. Now here's my thing. Can I don't know how we can sit there and make such a salacious argument when we must also acknowledge the fact that there is violence carried forth from women towards men. I mean, I'm dealing with something like this with my own blood sister who is talking and acting like she has the cojones of a man, and bringing that energy and negativity towards me, and then you get mad when you get that back and you want to play the victim. We're not going to do that. If you want to talk big dog crap, you're going to get big dog energy.
by the
So
way,
you
that's
can't sit back and fall back and be like, oh my God, why are you acting this way towards me? Why are you yelling and screaming, blah, blah. Like, no, this is what you came at me with. This is what you're going to get. That is only fair.
Hey, does my mic sound a little bit better?
Yeah,
I've
it
not.
sounds a little better. Hey, we got Sexy Red up in here. Sexy Red, let me ask you real quick. I think you watched oh shit. Okay, yeah, I think her mic her something disconnected. So oh wait, she left. Okay, I'm sorry. What were you saying, guys? She came in, but I think she dropped for a second. She might be on the phone. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. Like I went out and I bought the Roadcaster shit, and like this shit, I'm not gonna lie, this shit is fucking complicated. Got all these damn buttons, and I don't got the time to be figuring all this shit out. So I just plug the shit in and plug it. A lot of times I'll be on here and the shit don't even be plugged up right. But I'm, you know what I'm saying, I'm figuring it out though. But hopefully, you know, y'all can hear me a little bit better now. But yeah, man.
But yeah, like I was reading a article a while back that was talking about because you know the whole thing with the LGBT community and all of that, and the rise in domestic violence situations between female and female partners. So it's funny how we can sit here and say, you know, Kevin Samuels is his language and rhetoric promotes violence against women, which is completely asinine and totally inaccurate, but also not acknowledge that fact.
Yeah, I know. Like,
sorry, I accidentally unplugged my computer. Hey, Zaps.
Hey, what's going on, Sexy Red?
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say is like I believe with the petition, like they have to get like 100,000 signatures, right?
Well, the image that I saw, it was only like a little over 2,000 signatures. So I'm like, and when I read it, that's what made me laugh even more, because I'm like, it's gonna take a lot of more signatures than that.
I'm not gonna lie, it's
even
probably
get on the radar.
No, it's probably, unfortunately, it's probably, if it's that low, 2,000, it's probably gonna be, he's probably gonna get the signatures, and a lot of people that's gonna sign it is people that just are haters. There's gonna be fellow YouTubers that want his spot, so he's probably gonna get the 2,000. But I don't. Here's the thing, though, and you know, Truck, I know with you say you're a general in the Kevin Samuels Defense Force, right, or the Kevin Samuels Task Force.
I gotta leave in like 5 minutes. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Let me let Sexy Red in there. I'm a general of the Kevin Samuels Defense Force. Go ahead, Sexy Red. What were you gonna say?
It's his First Amendment right to say, you know, for him to use these platforms to say what he has to say. Do I like what he has to say? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But he has the right to what he has to say. I think he should be a little bit more careful as what he has to say, because the bigger you get, the more you have to censor your own self and filter yourself. So, but as a woman, I don't support the petition, because there's other situations happening where women are the aggressors and nobody says anything. For instance, with the whole, like, I got so pissed when Cardi B, she was on video in a bathroom talking about she drugged guys and would steal from them and this and that, and nobody said a fucking word, and every woman was like, yeah, girl, yeah. No, drugging someone, you could possibly kill them.
That's right.
And after, yeah. And you don't know, but people were like, "Oh yeah," they said, "Oh, go, you go, girl. Yeah, that's right. Let's get the bag by any means necessary." Bullshit. And I'm sorry, I just don't support that. But that's all I had to say. I'm so sorry, I gotta go.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for coming in and dropping a bomb. The truth.
Yeah. Hey, that's the truth right there. Have a good day.
No problem. Have a good one.
Thanks, Red.
But let me piggyback off of that Cardi B thing. You know, nothing has been done yet. But, you know, I think right now she's being protected with that. But let whatever protection she has go away. Like, you know what I'm saying? That shit is still open. So don't think that nothing's going to happen to Cardi B. Like, we see what they're doing right now. They're going back 30 years in the past, 50 years in the past, and bringing up shit. So Cardi B, you know what I'm saying? Your days are numbered. I'm pretty sure that all those dudes that done got drugged by her, they probably in the back just waiting for their moment to come out. So if I was Cardi B, I wouldn't be out the wood. I wouldn't be thinking I'm out the woods yet. But back to the petition. If it's only 2,000, I believe that's just to get it notified by YouTube. But you know, YouTube is making way too much money with Kevin Samuels. They're not really gonna take it serious. But you know, in the grand scheme of things, you know, Kevin Samuels, he compared to like other big YouTubers, he really doesn't have that big of a platform. You know, like having 1 million subs is big for Black people and Black YouTubers. But when you start looking at other YouTubers, think like the Jake Paul brothers, the PewDiePie, and the other of these video game streaming dudes. These dudes got like 10 million, 15 million. You know what I'm saying? Those are really big YouTubers. So for her to like, you know what I'm saying, trying to go after him. Hold on, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, the point I was making is that he's really not that big yet. So he definitely has to like go and take care of all of these little small issues. He can't have the mindset that he's too big to like ignore some of these people, because it could be a problem.
Yeah, definitely. As his platform continues to grow and get more engagement and grow bigger, and it becomes more of a community thing, and he becomes more of a household name, which I definitely think he is now. These instances and situations will continue to pop up. I mean, but I think that's for anybody that has any fame or notoriety.
Put it like this: he's a household name in the Black community that's online, but in like the mainstream culture, he's still relatively unknown. Now, like Sexy is saying, when he gets to that level, which he eventually will, like it's inevitable, he's definitely gonna get to that level. He's gonna have to.
I was just gonna say that as far as the petition goes, he's got 15,703 signatures out of 25,000.
Oh, so it's 25. Yeah, that's.
Oh, okay. Wow. So it didn't drastically.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of angry winches out
there.
Yeah, that's.
Oh man,
he's gonna have to address that. It's getting.
And what's funny is that if they took the same energy and put it behind becoming a more agreeable, feminine, smiling woman,
that's not gonna happen.
Their situation. Yeah, well, we know that, but their situation would be so much better, and it's crazy because it just shows me the immaturity of people and how they waste their time with nonsense versus self-development and improvement.
Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. I'm frying some fish right now. I gotta go season up the fish and but I'm gonna be in the chat. You know what I'm saying, like volunteering and all that.
Oh,
but
okay.
On the panel though, Chuck.
I dropped the link again. If anybody wants to come up, especially anybody who was watching, definitely come up and you can share your 2 cents about it. And I'm not interrupting you. I'm not intercepting comments. None of that bullshit like was done to me. But yeah, that's just what it is. I mean, I think this is absolutely disgusting. And in fact, I'm just disappointed that things have gotten this far. Me personally, right. I'm really disappointed things got this far, where you literally have to have dating gurus and image gurus coming on and telling you that, like, first of all, you're not doing anything to earn, men to respect you, this, that, and the other, and otherwise they're just going to look right on past you. They're not trying to wipe your ass up.
Right.
And the sad thing is, whether he says it or not doesn't really matter. The dynamic still exists. It doesn't matter.
If anything, he's just a messenger.
Yeah, you're trying to shoot the messenger and kill the message, but the thing about it is, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. First of all, I already know personally, I know this petition's not going to do shit. I already know it. And I really believe that this is only going, well, the petition's not going to really change much, but I understand that his career is only going to go forward simply because he has managed to have a time slot at 10 o'clock onwards to basically 1 o'clock in the morning where he's got people dedicated to coming to his show. And he's got a lot of people showing up to watch his shows. When you have that kind of a viewership,
consistency is unmatched.
You're changing the way people view television. And that means that HBO, Netflix, cinema, that means that for those couple of hours, nobody's watching what they've got on. They will never allow that to continue. So sooner or later, they're going to come and they're going to offer him something because they're going to want to control his viewership. They're going to want to control that time slot again. And right now, it doesn't seem like it's much, but he's only going to keep growing. All right, we got this guy, Keep It Gank TV. What's going on, Keep It Gank? Were you watching the Sister George in them video? Did you see what we're talking about here?
Oh, yeah, man. I saw it, man.
All right, go ahead. Tell us all about it. How did you feel about it? Tell us all about it.
So I was listening to the young lady, man, and I thought she was gonna come with some reasonable facts on situations on why they want to counsel Kevin. And then when I heard her discuss the domestic violence situation, which was crazy, and try to insinuate that Kevin is causing domestic violence when people were locked down during the pandemic, man, it's just like, come on, man, like you can't be serious right now. And I just thought it was crazy that they would have someone like her. I thought she would have articulated herself better and like came with like valid points to try to shut down a man that has good points.
Now, and you saw the part where she absolutely pulled that stat out of her ass and just ran with it. Nobody challenged it. And you saw how I questioned on it, and still nobody challenged it. In fact, they were more trying to shut me up.
Oh, yeah. But during the beginning, where they were interviewing her one-on-one, the host was actually challenging her on a few things, which I thought was pretty funny.
I thought those challenges were weak, though.
Yeah, I feel like they took it easy on her because they didn't want to scare her off. So
right.
I feel like it was somewhat reasonable.
Right. So we agree. We definitely agree on that. They were trying to treat her real softly with kid gloves, so this way she wouldn't run away in anger.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was just very disappointed. I was disappointed that you're just allowed to say all this stuff. You've got nothing to back it up whatsoever. Now, the only thing that she kind of said that had some credence whatsoever was when she was talking about how he said, yeah, well, how you wouldn't say and do certain things to a man if they would have rearranged the furniture in your mouth. Here's the thing, though. We know women typically will fight men in public, and they expect that the men aren't going to fight back. However, as we've seen from women getting uppercutted on buses, as we've seen from women getting slapped by 8-ball jackets.
But can I do this? I'm going through my text message. I want to read you a text message that my sister sent to me.
Your sister? So
yes, this is my own blood sister. She blocked, by the way, and I messing with her like that. But this is what she told me. And excuse my language, it does have some language in it. I'm gonna just read it as is.
Feel free to curse all you need to.
And it says, and I'm gonna give you context after I read the text message, but it says, and nigga, don't tell me what my daughter gonna do or how she gonna feel, nigga. Your mama left you for dead your whole life, yet you still defending this broad. Speak on me and mines, and it's gonna be money on your head. Mind you, you are unemployed right now. You are soon to be evicted from the place that you're
did we lose him? Yo, you there? Did we lose you? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. So I'm like you gotta have money to do that. And this whole situation stemmed from her being, and it's crazy how horrible I got treated in this situation, but that only goes to show me how she actually treats my niece's father. But basically, she's using my niece as a tool to be vindictive towards my mom, who was doing drugs and stuff in the back in the day. We was in foster care and all that, whatever. But you're using your own daughter to be vindictive and evil towards your mother, and you're using her as a tool. Like, she's not allowing our mom to see my niece just because she's mad at her for whatever reason. And then she pushes that energy over towards me because I call her out on it. Like, hey, that's wrong. You shouldn't be doing that. Whatever is going on between y'all two is going on between y'all two. It has nothing to do with my niece. And then she attacks me and comes at me with this big dog energy, like you're scaring somebody. Like that. No, that is unacceptable. And if you treat your uncle, if you treat me this way as your brother and who's the uncle to your daughter, I can only imagine how you drag, degrade, and do negative things towards my niece's father. And that these are the type of women who are in this society that we live in. The freaking idiotic mouth breathers who aggravate my soul.
Well, I will tell you one thing. You got these thoughts out here today. Yeah, they'll try to get somebody to beat up their own damn family from the outside. And you got to be so careful. I don't take anything for granted with them. I don't trust them as far as I can throw a brick house. And that's just what it is. It's like some people say shit like that and they think it's fucking cute. Other people say it and they mean it. And I've seen that shit. I've seen that shit in real life. So my only thing is, it's like, again, these women are coming at men with these threats and everything as if the man won't respond. You know, I think that's just amazing. Because see, the thing about it is, initiating like violence. Women have been allowed for way too long to get away with that, and men, a lot of men, they've cowered, they've backed down, and this, that, and other. But there's some men out there who don't give a fuck. They'll take your head off, and that's just it. They don't care. So this is not even like, that's basically what he was talking about. He was like, listen, you threatening and challenging men in public, most places that shit don't fly. The only thing that you feel safe for is that you've got the American police force backing you up, and that's about it. But guess what? In the time that it takes you to call 911, keep in mind, they still have to get there. That might take a while, and it might take too long if you're not careful.
Right.
But my thing is, the threats, most men are smart enough not to make threats like that against women because they already know the consequences. Women say this shit flippantly. They say these things as if, because
they've been left unchecked, and societal laws and standards are to their benefit. Honestly,
yes,
they're not in the benefit of the man. They immediately believe the woman. So it's like, if you're a man in that type of situation, you're already working at a disadvantage because you have to work to prove your name. Like, I don't know if you've seen that. Not to go off on a tangent or anything, but I don't know if you saw that the article about that gentleman. He was a student at USC, and a female accused him of raping her. But when they went back and looked at the videotapes, the CCTV footage from the bar, it clearly shows her essentially being the aggressor, pushing all up on him, kissing him and touching him and all of that. So once that tape surfaced, criminally, he was cleared. So, they dropped the charges and all of that. But USC still expelled him from school, even though in the eyes of the law, he was an innocent man who had fictitious charges put on him. So you see how society is still set up to benefit the woman in these situations.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's very hard to disprove a negative. That's the thing. It's very hard to disprove a negative. And me personally, I don't think any man, because you need to defend your name with your life. I don't think a lot of men out there understand just how badly they need to respond to these false allegations or defamation of different types. I think a lot of men, and I'm sure Kevin Samuels is not one of them. I know he knows better than to let stuff like this roast, because he'll go after you just for using his content. And he'll do it through the YouTube terms of service, and he'll get your channel blocked or taken down. Good for him. Now, as far as this, though, it's not just Kevin Samuels they're talking about. There's other men who they're slandering. And as far as I'm concerned, more men need to be prepared. If they have to, they need to go up against these women, who, especially these clout chases. They need to be prepared to go up against them.
Yeah, they do. They need to be prepared to go to war and defend. But because because it's funny, and I was watching Fresh and Fit, and they made a T-shirt basically with a woman saying "I feel," and you hear when you watch his content as well as theirs that anytime a woman has a rebuttal against a a point or an idea that is made, they always start off with "I feel," and it's like your feelings don't matter when you're dealing with facts. You cannot combat facts with feelings because the facts discount the feelings. The facts are what they are. You can't change that.
Oh no, I agree. And she did that a number of times. Oh, I feel. Oh, well, I feel that. Yeah, she did that a couple of times. Of course, again, panel host did not call her on it. Did not call her. See, you know what I like about Kevin Samuel's channel? He has these women lined up to call into his show. So, whatever goes down, however they get treated, he has a never-ending stream of these women lined up. It's almost like they're gluttons for punishment. And yeah, I swear to God, it's almost like going on his show and getting dragged. It's as if it's like a how should I say? It's a
masochistic behavior.
Well, yeah, not masochistic. You know what I was thinking? It's like it's a rite of passage. It's like if you're a female vlogger, you get more props if you say, yeah, I got dragged by Kevin Samuels. They should almost have a shirt. Kevin Samuels might as well make a shirt that says, yeah, I got dragged on the Kevin Samuels show. And my thing is, it's like, listen, y'all know that y'all are average. What the hell are you going on a show for? Why are you going on a show if you're planning to argue with this man or disagree with him? Why? What are you going on there for?
It's like when I hear some of the stuff that come out their mouth, like it is so insane. Sometimes I literally want to throw my phone across the room because it's like, how can you ask these things when you are clearly not bringing anything to the table? And that, like, they quick to say, I'm loyal, I'm this and that, and he he easily dismisses that with, well, you can get all of that out of a dog. So like, what makes you unique? And I challenge my own self with that line of thought, when I'm out here, dating or whatnot, what am I personally bringing to the table, as well as what a value do you have that you can bring me? And I think that's all what it's about, is making a better couple. I would say the only thing I probably don't agree with him on, because he seems to be a proponent of it, is marriage. I mean, honestly, I don't see, this is my own personal opinion, but I don't just see the benefit of a man getting married. Anybody who I've dated or dealt with, I've pretty much told them that, like, hey, if you're looking for marriage and kids, I'm not the dude for you. So if you go forth, in this relationship with me, you go forth with that knowledge that I will never marry you and you will never get a kid out of me. I'm only 26 years old. So, and maybe my thoughts and or feelings about that will change when I, get 30 or get a little bit older. But honestly, just with how the ecosystem is right now with women, I've definitely flirted with the idea of getting a vasectomy. I'm not even finna hold you up.
To tell you the truth, I don't. Me personally, have you ever watched the surgery for vasectomies on YouTube? I know they talk about how it doesn't hurt at all. Nah, man, I wouldn't do that shit at all. I wouldn't do that. I would not do that. Now, if you have lots of sex and you have lots of reckless sex, well,
I don't.
Okay, well, if that's the case, there's nothing about your plumbing that needs adjusting. I hear you on that. I wouldn't do that shit at all.
What's funny is that I've asked a couple of doctors about it, but they just have this thing where they don't allow you to do it unless you have like at least one kid, or you're age 30 or above. But I just see I love my nieces and nephews to death. I definitely love them, but as far as like having kids of my own, nope, I'm good. And the other proponent to that could be that I've yet to encounter a woman who is worth me changing my views and stances on that for.
Me personally, I keep my girlfriend loaded up with birth control pills. I'm not changing. I'm not changing nothing about my plumbing. I've watched on YouTube some vasectomy surgeries. I fucking could barely watch this shit. It was so horrific. I wouldn't, if I was you, I wouldn't be even thinking about doing that shit.
Yeah, I hear you, but I gotta get out of here, get on the road. But thank you for having me on your platform. I appreciate you. Continue to put out the great content that you put out, and I appreciate the fact that you are unapologetic in who you are and what you have to say. And that's definitely refreshing in this current atmosphere that we live in. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I know. Have a great day. I know Atonement had come up. I'm going to drop this link again, just in case anybody wants to come up. Drop that link again because I saw somebody try to pop up and then they fell back. But yeah, that's the bottom line, guys. My thing is this petition's a joke. It's doomed to fail. There's no legal avenue to get rid of Kevin Samuels. And notice that these pathetic wenches. Notice that not only do they want to get rid of him off for YouTube, they want to get rid of him off of Instagram. They're trying to shut him up entirely. This is it's sad and it's pathetic, but these idiots act as if he's not just going to start a show somewhere else and people are going to flock in that direction. YouTube doesn't give a fuck about some pathetic channel with less than 550 subscribers. YouTube doesn't give a shit about the Goldie Jones show, the Goldie Jones channel. YouTube doesn't give a fuck about her channel. So it's sad that you even have somebody that low on the totem pole conceited enough to run that bullshit. If you added up all of these women's fear joke shows, these joke channels, add them all up. Add up the woman's fear, add up, Cynthia G, add up all of them. They don't even have a fraction of the number of subscribers this man has. That's jealousy. And you know what the funny thing is? It's a meritocracy. YouTube is a meritocracy. You don't get big on YouTube unless you're putting out good content randomly or all the time and people want to come back to your channel. These women's fear channels are jokes, pathetic jokes. They can barely get a couple. I think the biggest one I've seen is Cynthia G, and that's the reason why her name is big. But when you really look at her numbers, she has less than 75,000 subs, and she has less than 25 million views, which is obviously not even a fraction of what Kevin Samuels alone has. If you add up all of the Women's Fear channels, you add up all the Manosphere channels, they still don't even add up to what Kevin Samuels has. And I'm saying even if you add up Tony Sotomayor, Donovan Sharp, you add them all up, you don't even come to a fraction of what Kevin Samuels got. And because of his consistency, there's nobody else who can have 30 and 40,000 people watching his show come Friday night on the regular. The consistency is untouchable. Cynthia G will never have that. Goldie Jones, I keep forgetting her name because it's not worth remembering. Goldie Jones will never have that. None of them. Woman's Fear with Irene will never have that. Taz exclusives will never have that, ever. These people are just jealous. They're clout chasers and they're jealous. It's sad. It's pathetic. It's really pathetic. My thing is, I'm just disgusted. And I'm even more disgusted with when you go on their channels and you challenge them, how easy it is to get shut down. So I got Deacon Dave here. Petition was one big clout chase. That's right. That's all it was. A big clout chase. That's all it was. Nothing but clout chasing. It's sad. It's really sad. So basically what you're telling everybody is if you have your own opinion, you're not allowed to express it. And by the way, this has nothing to do with censorship because this is not Congress doing this. This is YouTube, this is Instagram, who decide whether or not what you're saying is within their terms of service. If you try to get on and you try to make videos about violence against people, yeah, you're going to get taken down. you're going to get taken down whether or not the people like it. Bottom line is, he is fully within the YouTube terms of service. He's done nothing wrong. They're desperate to take him down. Why? Because the single moms ain't getting no play. The women over 40 who hit that wall, they ain't getting no play. They're angry. It's sad. It's just really fucking pathetic. Really, 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 really pathetic. I'm disgusted. I'm personally disgusted. They even have what's called a divestment channel where you have some women talking about divesting from certain men. And they actually talk about real violence and rhetoric on there. But my thing is, listen, you have a right to talk about these things as long as it's within YouTube's terms of service. But the second you get without that, then it's time for them to talk to you. And it's time for them to come and deal with you. When you sign that terms of service, you promise to behave within a certain parameter. And that's just it. It's a private contract. That's the 14th Amendment. Part of the 14th Amendment. Private contracts. Let's see. X Tulips says, I think women should be asking and getting advice from other women. I think they shouldn't. I think women should be getting advice from men. Same with men. It says, a man can't teach a woman how to be a woman can't teach a man how to be a man. All right, I understand what you're saying. I would say that the woman that these women are supposed to be getting advice from are their mothers. Here's the problem, though. When you have single mother households, the only advice that these women can give is bad advice. How can a woman who has illegitimate children, how can she give good advice? She can't. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Furthermore, just by seeing how their parents act, just by seeing their parents interact, children understand what a relationship is supposed to look like. But that's not what's happening lately. What's happening lately is there's a lot of single moms birthing a lot of illegitimate children, and these children are growing up mentally predatory, and they're trying to get as much as they can out of other people without caring about what the other people's desires and demands are. And it's sad. It's disgusting. Okay, he says single mothers are only because of absent men. I gave you the link, X Tulip. I'd love to hear you get up here and talk about that. Single mothers are not only there because of absent men. Most divorces are filed by women. In most cases, those divorces are not filed because of domestic abuse or violence, even though some of them claim they are in order to get out of these relationships easier, and they hope that the court will rule on their side. Let's see. It says these men don't have fathers, and I'll agree with you on that. But guess what? If you have a single mom raising daughters and you have a single mom raising boys, chances are those kids aren't going to turn out to be very good relationships. They're not going to. And they're basically turning out to be landmines, and you don't even know who's bad and who's not. Yeah, X Tulip, why don't you hop on the panel? The link is right here. Hop on the panel, sir. I'd love to hear you explain this. Hop on the panel. It's easier to talk instead of type. Oh, you don't have a microphone on your PC? I'm very disappointed. You could use your phone. If you I'm sure you have a cell phone. You could use that. Your cell phone has a built-in mic. Jerome says Kevin's going to get canceled. No, he's not. And I guarantee you this, Jerome. If Kevin gets canceled, there'll be 100 more Kevins coming out every single month trying to get their voices heard too. You can't kill the message. You can kill the messenger, but you can't kill the message. You can kill the messenger, but you can't kill the message. Jerome says, yeah, there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, okay, Jerome. Well, I'd love to make a bet with you about that, but the bottom line is he ain't going nowhere. His message isn't going nowhere. He's not going nowhere. Get it through your head. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. Let's see. They'll get canceled as well. Oh, Jerome's talking smack. Yo, Jerome, here's the link. Here's the link, Jerome. Come on up. Come on up, Jerome. You got something to say? I'm going to let you say it. Come on up. Come on up. Step right on up, partner. Step right on up. Step right on up, partner. Come on, Jerome. I'm waiting for you. Come step right on up, bruh. Step right on up, bruh. You can step right on up. I'd love to hear what you have to say. I'm not going to interrupt you. You're good. You have your own channel? Oh, shit. Jerome has his own channel. Let's look at Jerome's channel. Let's see. Jerome Whiteside. Let's look at his channel real quick. Let's see what Jerome's got on his channel for us. Let's see. We go to YouTube. And let's see. Jerome Whiteside. Uh-oh. Let's see Jerome's channel. Uh-oh. Jerome's got the same number of subscribers. Oh, smokes. Oh, snap. That's Jerome's channel right there. Jerome Whiteside. So let's see. Jerome has 506 subs. And Jerome has 26,000 views. Let's see what his most popular video is. Shira exposed Jessica X picture. Ooh, I'd like to see that. Let's see. I want to see Jessica X's picture. I was trying to get her to cam up earlier, but she wouldn't do it. So let's see. Where's the picture, Jerome? I want to see it. Where's the picture? Is there a timestamp? Where's the picture? I don't see it.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, there's no growth in the Black Manosphere sector, man. I'm telling you, this shit. If you're a Black Manosphere, unless you like Kevin Samuels, you're gonna be limited to like maybe 2K subscribers. There's really no growth in this shit unless motherfuckers really start banding together and cleaning up the message. And when I say clean up, I don't mean changing the message, but we gotta try to package it in a way to where other races that's going through the same thing could relate, if that's the avenue that you want to go down. Because what I find in the Black Manosphere is a lot of things we say is very alienating. It's alienating to white men. It's alienating to Spanish men. It's definitely alienating to women. And if y'all do trying to be, this is my opinion. I'm just now starting in this YouTube shit and I'm learning it. I'm trying to see what works and what doesn't work. Here's the thing about the Manosphere. A lot of these things are being said already. So if you're trying to make a channel where you already have somebody out there that's already saying the exact same thing, why would I go to your small channel when I could just go to his and get the information? If you're not really coming with nothing new or nothing groundbreaking, you're not really, all you're really doing is just copying the other person. So what do you think about that, Chuck?
Well, no, listen. When you said, and I've mentioned this before, when you said that there's no growth on most of these channels, you're absolutely right. And when you said about packaging your message, yo, listen, the reality is you're not marketable if you're calling women bitches and hoes. You're not marketable. Right. Number two, if you're constantly calling other black men niggas, you're not marketable. That's not a word you want to be using to be marketable. Furthermore, Kevin Samuels makes it a point to show image in a good light, and right. He has a very respectable image. You're not growing because you're like, and I've noticed that there are some people who are trying to push a better image, like Bernard Riley. I was looking at his channel a couple of times. He's trying to make a clean image on his channel. But most of these other dudes, they're so into the ghetto shit that they refuse to grow the way they know that they need to grow. They're not going to do it. So the bottom line is, okay, no problem. Then you'll be content being a tiny 500 subscriber channel. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll get 1,000. You guys are scraping the bottom of the barrel because you refuse to do better.
Yeah.
But that's your choice. If you don't want to do better, you don't have to. Who's this? Mr. Davis, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Big Truck?
Mr. Davis, did you see the video that I was referring to with that Goldie Jones interview? Did you see that video?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it. What I actually did, because I've been seeing a lot of people attacking Kevin Samuels, and actually I had created a group on Facebook of Kevin Samuels supporters, and there was a lot of groups on Facebook that was kind of mimicking a lot of the stuff that like she was doing on Facebook and calling themselves Kevin Samuels fans groups, and all they were just a bunch of troll groups of people making fun of Kevin Samuels. So what I decided to do was make a group called Kevin Samuels Inspired Group, and like I said, we saw this coming anyway. And that's why I decided to join the fight with Kevin Samuels, help spread the message, because a lot of people don't understand. Kevin Samuels is not just pushing this anti-woman thing. He's pushing more of rebuilding the family structure, and that's what a lot of people are missing. They just don't like the way that he delivers the message, but they need to get over it.
Yeah, he's almost like a like an old school Bill Cosby. He got the clean cut, educated black man in a suit, which is, as an image consultant, you know what I'm saying? That's part of the reason why he's growing. Is because he's out there, he's clean cut, got a nice suit on, got a nice visual. You know what I'm saying? He's coming off as a gentleman, and you don't really see that.
Zab, let me just ask a question. There are a couple of you guys with mics. I know it's not me. I know I'm not hearing a smoke alarm detector going off, right? Because I know all of us are men who change our batteries in our smoke detectors, right? I know I don't hear a smoke detector going off, right? Who is that? I know we change our batteries when the smoke detector starts going off, right? Okay, go ahead, Zab. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm cooking right now, but it's definitely not my smoke detector.
It's not you. Okay, I hope not.
All right. So wait, so the point. So what I was saying, Kevin Samuels, he got the image, he got the clean cut image, and he's putting off like the gentleman's look. So he's kind of creating his own lane. Now, I don't think you have to be clean cut, because you could definitely go the shock jock route, like the Tommy Sotomayor route, where you say outlandish thing, or you could go the comedic route, where you're a comedic type of dude, but you gotta find your own lane, carve out your own thing, and do it well. And I'm saying that's all you can really do.
Well, what I found by having the Kevin Samuels inspired group is that a lot of these women, even some of the ones that claim to be followers of him, they're all just a bunch of trolls. They portray to be these submissive type women, or they portray themselves to be very feminine. But then when you actually have conversations with them, you can tell a lot of them are just messed up in the head. And like I said, I've seen this personally with just even having some small conversations, because even the mods in the group, they've had conversations with some of these women, and even some of the men, and just their mindsets are just done. Their mindsets are gone. They don't, like I said, a lot of them, they're not looking to get married. They're just basically looking for suckers. And the crazy part is, a lot of them will say they're not looking for these high income men. But when you start asking them questions, even though none of us consider ourselves as Kevin Samuels mirrors, but you can just ask them simple questions, and they'll all start giving you keywords like, yes, I want a guy that has a 401k with at least $500,000, or yes, I would want a guy at least making $70,000 to $90,000 a year. But they just told you that, hey, I don't want this high value man, but then again, they do if you start asking them in-depth questions like Kevin Samuels does.
Because a lot of them don't understand money, like they just throw out numbers. But here's the one issue though, I would say with the Kevin Samuels show is, when he asks these women these questions, he's kind of putting them on the spot where they're gonna say the highest thing that they could think of. It's like if you go to a person and you say, "Yo, what would you want?" They're gonna always say, the unattainable, because that's kind of what they want. But we know that that's not who these women are settling for. They're not going with these 6-figure dudes. They would like to get the 6-figure dudes, but a lot of them just can't get them. So they'll always answer the question and they'll always say outlandish things. But I feel like deep down, they understand that they're probably never gonna get with these type of guys that they want. They're just, they just aim at high.
Well, this is also the thing too. I mean, even if they get with 6-figure guys, a lot of them are just pretty much a piece of ass. And it's crazy.
Yeah, these 6-figure men don't want them.
Exactly. Yeah. There a lot of them. I'm not going to say that they haven't been with men at that scale, but a lot of them have just been a piece of ass, because when you ask them a simple question, well, where's your ring? They always start deflecting. Oh, well, oh, he had mental issues. Oh, he was this. Oh, he was that. and you will never hear them admit, well, oh, okay, I did this wrong. Because if you talk to a guy and you actually say, well, hey, you know, why'd your last relationship end? Most guys, if they have some type of integrity and character, they'll just be like, well, hey, I did this, you know, I played my part in it, she played her part, this is what I did wrong. But then when you talk to majority of women, they're like, well, he did this, he was crazy, he was psycho, he was abusive, he was this, he was that. And you'll never hear them ever admit anything they did wrong. They will always they'll just always redirect it back to the guy that they was with, as if they are so perfect. And like I said, I've been seeing this firsthand. I saw the Kevin Samuels show even before it kind of really blew up like it's doing now. And like I said, when I actually started having some conversations with these people within the group, it was amazing, because I was watching the show and I'm like, these people got to be fake. But when you actually start talking to some of these women, it'll blow your mind on how they have just lost their womanhood. They don't want to be women at all. They are literally trying to compete with men on all aspects of life.
Yeah, they want 6-figure men, but a lot of them don't even.
Can you hear me, Chuck?
Yes, I hear you.
All right. Yeah, look, man, I really appreciate you having me in and all that stuff, right? But hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
So Big Truck, what is because I've been watching your show for a while, and I came on it one time, I think, when you was talking about some of the stocks, and like I said, you gave some good information on that. What is your take on how these women are coming up in mass, and predominantly black women, that is coming up against a black man that is becoming very successful? What is your thoughts on that?
Well, okay. I kind of started out.
Can I answer that, Big Truck? Can I answer that?
Wait. Let me just answer it, and then I'll let you respond, and you can answer it your way. I'll give you the floor. But here's the thing. Right. One of the problems with black women right now is that black women in America, specifically black women in America, are behind white women because they're the predominant group, right? So that already puts them behind white women. Here's the problem, though. Black women are also behind Hispanic women and Asian women because most men find Asian and Hispanic women to be easier to deal with as far as marriage goes. Now, the reason why I believe that the reason why black women are responding the way they're responding is because, as far as they're concerned, they refuse to change their ways and their habits, but they feel entitled that they should have the men that they want, despite the fact that they're not going to get them because they're not doing anything to make themselves worthy of marriage to these quote-unquote high-value men. So as far as they're concerned, somebody like Kevin Samuels is ruining their chances by expanding the conversation among black men and making it so more and more black men have the language to understand what they're up against and whether or not they should consider investing in these women. And for most of them, the answer is no. So they consider Kevin Samuels to be ruining their final chances, which it really isn't him. It was happening anyway. But he's pointing out the hard truths, and they can't handle it. All right, Madam TV, go ahead, Madam.
All right, Big Troy, I really appreciate you, man. Yeah, I'm definitely agreeing with you right now. Like what you're saying, like, is absolutely right? You're definitely right. But my big problem is like those women who pretend to be the manosphere type of woman, who really agree with everything with the manosphere, right? So they bring this type of woman on and then let them slide with any type of stuff. Because I heard you earlier when you was talking with this, he was asking this Goldie all type of question. You see that breakdown of woman perspective. You see what they were doing. They were protecting this woman at all costs.
Yeah. They were.
They were fake as fuck. That's my big problems. I'm not even worried about Goldie. I'm worried about the woman who was on the manosphere trying to pretend to be like with the manosphere all the time. All the brothers go in there and supporting them and super chat and do all kind of stuff. But when you come to talk and ask a question, they treat you like some type of like second citizen, some type of that they never met you before.
Well, but you know what?
Yeah,
I did kind of
that's my big. I think in the manosphere, right? We need to do like some type of. You guys need to do some type of like check everybody out. Like you in or you not in. When someone's coming for questioning and interviewing shit, and then you side with them, you really out of the manosphere. That's what should happen.
Yeah, and you know the interesting thing about the manosphere is
Yeah.
a lot of the women.
That's
on the
fucked up, man. That's really fucked up.
A lot of the women on the manospheres have bigger channels than a lot of these dudes.
Yeah, and that's because there's a lot of guys who are out there thirsty and simping.
Yeah, I agree with Big Truck definitely on that. No guys there thirsty and like kind of
They
super
get more
chatting
donations, they get more support, more viewership.
Yeah.
He's claiming to be manosphere, but they're obviously like supporting.
Yeah, they definitely, that's what they do, man. Come on, like they just come in and pretend to be manosphere type of thing, and then they build their audiences, and then they bring a woman who talk all this bullshit, who go against the manosphere, and then they're there when you come and challenge the talking point, they stop you all kind of out of course.
Well, guys, it's obvious what they're doing.
I mean,
what they're doing is
I don't even know what the fuck they're still doing in the manosphere at the first
you
place.
got
Like, what the fuck they're doing
you got
in
a lot
there?
of echo. You guys got a lot of echo. Mr. Davis, you got a lot of echo. All right, no, all I'm saying is it's obvious what they're doing. They're coming around. They're trying to collect as many followers as they can so that this way, when they decide to turn on the manosphere, they've got a built-in fan base already, and they feel that they can move from there. Most of their channels are tiny, though. Most of their channels are really tiny.
It doesn't matter, bro. Here's what they're doing. Well, here's what the breakdown of woman perspective doing, right? They're trying to be some type of like a big woman type of following type of thing. So they need to attach themselves on the manosphere. Whatever happened, so they bring any woman who's trying to bring some type of controversial type of talking point. So they link with that type of woman and then trying to protect her at all cost. I see you, Big Truck. You got big, nice question. Like you trying to challenging question. I see how they take you down.
Yeah.
All those boys, all those brothers come in there and trying to big good question. This or not. Oh, you got one question. That's it. She respond what she want to respond. That's it. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, well, no, they did their best to control it because they already knew
it's
that.
No. I don't think that's a controlling thing. They said she can respond as she wanted.
Yeah, they were playing intercept. They were playing interception for her. They were playing.
Yeah, they're trying.
That's
they're trying to protect her. I really think like within the manosphere is they all mess right now, right? If there's no control on this shit, it's gonna all go.
But you know something also too. The thing is that a lot of men are also getting misconstrued about Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels is not telling men to hate women. He's simply telling women to recognize what your real rating system is as far as your body, your face, and he's also trying to tell people to get married and telling women to get married before they have children. So there is a lot of misconstrued information that a lot of people is putting out about Kevin Samuels. A lot of women are creating their own narratives. A lot of men are creating their own narratives. Kevin Samuels doesn't even really consider himself a red pill. He is standing up for the men that are looking to rebuild the family structures. And he's just addressing the women's problems, because even if you go back to his page 2 to 3 years ago, when I looked at a lot of his videos, he was getting on the men before too. And this is where a lot of women, they didn't see those videos, and a lot of them don't want to go back that far. But a lot of people, like I said, and I've noticed it from even the men, they're trying to create false narratives that Kevin Samuels is pushing. He doesn't even really consider himself a red pill. He's just standing up for the blue collar men that has been looked down upon by these women that are average earning women. These women are, all of a sudden, all of these women that come on this show, they want to say they're making 6 figures when we know that's a lie. But that is the atmosphere that they're trying to create. Everybody's coming up with false narratives, and that's why there's so many stories going around about Kevin Samuels, is because nobody is actually trying to support what he's actually doing, which is just rebuilding the family structure. It is not about hating women, and it is not about women hating men. It is simply about everybody addressing what your value is in the marketplace. And that's why he always talks about that. A lot of people are delusional as hell. So whenever, especially women, so they'll be a 4 or 5, and then they want this man that has worked his ass off to become a 6-figure earner, to get these assets, to be successful. You know, us men, we don't, most, especially if you don't come with a silver spoon in your mouth, you have to work for your assets. You have to work to get your income up, to get you into the top 10%, the top 5%, which varies on state. So by state. So that is what he is telling these women is, look, these men have bust their asses to get where they are, and they deserve respect. And you even got blue collar men out here that are 6-figure earners doing better than white collar men, but you look down on them. And that's the message he's putting out there. And that's what, like I said, everybody just wants to cloud what he is actually pushing out there, which is for everybody to just recognize what your value is, and that's it, and stop being delusional.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. Yeah, but my problem with Kevin Samuel, right? Sometimes like you need a soldier on your side,
Mandem,
bro.
you've got a lot of echo, Mandem.
Yeah, because I'm outside. Maybe that. Can you hear me better now?
Can you hear me better? A little bit better now. Yeah.
Yeah. But my only problem with Kevin Samuel, right, is that he's doing everything great, but he need to link back up with the manosphere, like, for real.
He's not going to do that. And the reason
he has to do that. No, the only way he has to do that, for real. He doesn't have to do it on the bigger. Yeah. He needs to come and link up.
No. You know what? You got to understand, the last thing he can do is allow himself to consort with people who are unvetted. Because the problem is, as these women with these petitions have proven, they will try to link you to other people, whether you deserve it or not. They'll try to blame you for them. So if anything happens with one of them, they'll try to use that against you, and they'll try to say that you're
all right. Right now, he's not doing that. They obviously find a way to try to link him with some type of bullshit, right? He's not doing that anyway, right? But they find a way to try to link him with the manosphere anyway, right? So what's the point to fucking stay over there by yourself? He's not going to win that by himself.
He's doing great by himself. Look at him.
Yeah, he's doing great by himself, but he's just a one person, man. He's just fucking one person.
That's
you need to link up and get a lot of people.
Powerful people stay in small numbers, and weak people need big numbers. Powerful people stay in small numbers. I don't think that Kevin Samuel should even address anything that anybody is saying about him. I think he should keep going about his business, keep pushing the message out there, and keep growing. To sit up there and waste time with these broke, busted, single mother women, it's a waste of time. His best thing he can do is keep going about his business, keep doing what he's doing. We're out here supporting him. That's why I created the group on Facebook. And there's a lot of men behind Kevin Samuels, and nobody. And I know the real men that follow Kevin Samuels, they're not going to let anybody sit around and slander his name. Because
bro,
like I
understand
said,
that.
He is the voice. He's the voice for all, especially black men. He's the voice for all the men out there, and especially the black men. And his target group that he always talks about is the top 20% men that's out there getting it done. The high value men, the Henrys, the high earning, not rich yet men. Those are the men that he's speaking to, the go getters. The blue collar men out there that's busting their behind. That's who he's talking to. He's not talking about some of these Pookie and Ray Ray guys that tries to create these false narratives, just like these single miserable women. And like I said, that's the problem. There's too many broke ass people out here trying to create narratives instead of minding their business, doing the work, putting in the work. These women that are out there talking junk, they need to lose some weight. Humble their behinds down and get a ring on their finger and stop worrying about what the hell Kevin Samuels is doing.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. But brother, what I'm trying to say, right, I really agree with you, right? What I'm trying to say and then trying to do, even the group you create, right? Kevin Samuel is not even aware of this type of group, right? Obviously, I want him to be like, you just need to play dirty. You can't play fair with this type of woman. You need to come dirty, create some type of army.
Yeah, definitely.
Go fight dirty.
What? Why would you what? But why at his point, he's at over 1 million subscribers. Why would this man waste his time?
No,
with
he
women?
doesn't have to waste his time. We can be there. He can send it. Yeah, he can send it people to do the dirty work for him.
He doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, he don't have to do anything. He can
Because,
send the people
look,
to do the
she's
dirty
exposing
work
herself,
without.
yeah?
Let me.
Because she's saying that he's encouraging
The
violence.
only way
Yeah?
to do that, you need to come back to the manosphere, recruit people, do the work for you, and then you sit there and then take a report from them. That's
He's
it.
already did the work. He's already did the work.
You got a petition against Cynthia Chief.
There's plenty of men on Facebook that are successful men. I've met a lot of successful men. We've had very good conversations, and a lot of us would have never met if Kevin Samuels never came up on the scene. So he's doing what he's supposed to do. He doesn't have to address everybody or try to make because we're not looking for clout. He came up on this so that we can start having conversations. Now, I'm not looking for clout. I didn't create the group for no clout. We created the group. I've met a lot of men out there that are go-getters, men out there that are looking to get married, women that are even looking to get married and humble themselves down.
He's put the belief back in men. Kevin Samuels literally put the belief back in men that there is some
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. What I'm trying to say is, like, brother, what I'm trying to say is more like, all right, Kevin Samuel, you don't need to get his hand dirty, right? But you need to make sure, right?
Can I ask
some type of defense force, right? Some type of
no, but he has that defense force here. Do you know?
I want to ask you a quick question before I move the point. Now, here's my whole thing about: do y'all guys think that marriage in modern Western society is a good deal? Because that's the issue I have with Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, that's something too. Yeah.
For myself, like I said, I called in to a Big Truck Series show, and I will tell you all this: I have became married since listening to Kevin Samuels. I've been with my lady almost a decade. I'm happy to say that. I don't have none of the problems majority of these men go through. I am not with a black woman. I will say that. But I don't have any.
There you go. And that's what Kevin Samuels is trying to do.
I don't have a problem.
Kevin Samuels is trying to get more black men with black women.
Guys, try not. Excuse me, guys. There's plenty of time. Try not to speak over each other because there's some echoing and everything. The chat. I have Curtis Taylor right here. He asks you, please try not to speak over each other. All right.
Yeah. No, I was saying, Kevin Samuels, he's trying to get black men to marry these black women, and that's a bad deal.
No, but brother, you have to understand this. This is the thing. I'm a millennial myself, and a lot of the millennial black men that I've been talking to in the group, because the group is up to like 10,000, and a lot of the millennial black men between the ages of 25 and like 35 up to 40, a lot of these men that I've been talking to, they really don't want to deal with the black women anymore. A lot of the successful men that I've met in the group, they're with Chinese women. Mm-hmm. I myself is with a Hispanic woman, and a lot of the other men are with Hispanic women. At this point, brother, the black women are going to have to redeem themselves if they want any of these good men that are left.
That's a lost cause, man.
I mean, like I said,
listen, I value his attempt of trying to like push the whole marriage thing, but in this society right now, marriage for a black man and a black woman is a bad deal. Plain and simple.
No, not necessarily though. Not necessarily,
not
bro.
necessarily.
Not necessarily. Yeah, not necessarily. Like, it's depend though, bro. The thing, the way we go about it, that's the thing, bro.
I mean, there is no way to go about it. You can't really point to any instant. I mean, look what just happened to Dr. Dre, right? Now, Dr. Dre, he's a high value billionaire, and look what. Hold on, I got a call coming in.
Well, what I think from like I said, from talking with these men and even myself, I think personally from my experience, and I know it's different and it varies from each man, so I can't really compare myself to other men. But what I found, and I know it's rare, and especially in a Western society, but what I found is that it's better to find a woman while you're coming up. I know that I've gotten a lot of success at my age but I can say that before I had anything, the woman that I'm with now, married to, she was there before I had any of it. And I know it. I know that's what a lot of men are looking for. Like 95% of the men that I've spoken with, they've all said that. I wish before I got to this point in my life that I had a woman that was with me from the beginning, because it would have been a different respect. Just like how a lot of men talk about prenups and they don't own shit. Like, so you're not protecting anything. You don't have anything to protect. But that is the narrative that, like I said, that is being pushed out there, these false narratives that people have no idea what they're talking about. But because these different terms are being put out there, people are taking the terms, they're running with it, and everybody is just trying to just create their own narrative, be clout chasers. But I do agree with that, brother. I do think it's going to be tough for a lot of black men to get back with black women, because like I said, I know a lot of successful black men I've spoken to in the group, they don't want black women anymore, and that's an unfortunate thing.
I mean,
no. Let me tell you something, guys. I can use my cousin as an example. Yeah, he's a high value man. He used to work in management before he teaches tennis. Yeah, and he was with a black woman, and she gave him hell. 5 years, gorgeous as hell, and he's happy now that he's with his white Irish woman. Yeah, and this is the issue here. Black women have they don't have any desire to change. You know, and you know why? They've got too much beta and simps. Yeah. They've got too much beta and simps. The pro-black community are so stupid that they will defend anything the black woman does to try to say it's the black man's fault. It's the black man to fix the black community. Yeah. So they won't change.
Well, I think that I don't think, but, and I've heard Kevin Samuels say this, black women are going to have to start correcting other black women, and they're going to have to start checking them on their stuff. Like I said, that's
not going to never happen, man. That's not going to never happen,
bro. Black women don't respect.
Yeah, they will never do that shit.
No, black women don't respect other black women. If they don't agree with them, they don't respect them. That's how it is.
It's not. No. It's not. I don't think it's not even about respect.
What they said about Jessica X,
bro. Look. I don't even think it's about respect, right? They will just sugarcoat everything. They will cuddle each other. They will not do the work. That's the thing.
Hold on.
They will not do the work. So
goddess and all these women, Jessica X is telling them to do that, but they call him mammies.
No, you know that Jessica S shit, man. I don't look, man. All these bitches around in Manosphere, man. I don't even believe none of these bitches, bro. They're just doing their like whatever. Someone come up with some type of thing, you find out about themselves, man.
I don't
even believe on these bitches. I just
come off Q Butter, yeah. And Q Butters.
I don't even believe in her, man. Seriously.
But the thing is, they have too much. They have defenders like Q Butter.
I can't trust none of them.
Sees it that black men should be with black women. Yeah.
But see, look, if people are getting into relationships off of bad faith, if black men and black women are automatically getting into a relationship off of bad faith with each other, how in the hell are they going to be successful in a relationship if bad faith is based off of this person that you went with, this person that did you wrong? We are all individually different people, and like I said, the
black community don't see it like that. The pro-blacks don't see it like that. They cannot see.
No, bro. No, I think the other guy, right? The way you talk about, you say, yeah, you met your girl when you don't have nothing and all that stuff, kind of shit. That's the way to go about it, right? That's how you know we're really about you. We're really feeling you. That's how you know. But when you got all this money type of shit and then you can't hide it, anybody can love you, bro. But the way you move, you say the way you say you were with your woman, you don't have nothing, and then now it's all good. That's fucking great. I really appreciate it. I want even that more. That's the way to go about it, for real.
But see, like I was saying, I totally agree with.
But when you got money, all that shit, you become man. It's very easy to love you, bro.
but this is the thing, though. There is. Like out of the 10, I think it's like 10,300 members in the group. Out of the 10,300 members, there might be about maybe close to 5,000 women. And out of those 5,000 women, I will tell you all this. There has been less than 20 of them, black women, that are actually doing the work to get married. There's less than 20 out of all of these women. There are some women in the group that are actually showing, hey, I'm losing weight, and they're trying to encourage.
Yeah, that's
other
great.
women,
How
I'm
old are
losing
they,
weight.
woman? How old are they? How old?
These women are in their early 20s. They're early and mid 20s.
Early 20?
You're not gonna get much
early
women.
and
You're not gonna get
mid-20s,
much black
between
women
the
to lose
age
weight.
No,
You know
come
why?
on, man, bro. We all know most of the
You're not
time
gonna
when
get
this
much black
girl
women
come
to
and
lose weight
talk.
because there's too
No,
much
no, no.
hungry
Look,
niggas.
guys,
There's too many hungry
we need
guys
to,
out
we
there.
need to,
So
we
they're not
need,
gonna lose
no,
weight.
just even check the manosphere. All the women around the manosphere, they always pass almost like a 28, 30. They've all messed up and fucked up. That's why they could become and understanding everything shit right. I mean, we can't even trust that much. But I understand that. That's cool. If they come like maybe 25 or maybe 22, 23, yeah, of course we can understand. But when they pass 30, bro, that's a game, bro. They play enough, they be nice enough to marry them, and then they'll fucking show you another different type of way after marriage.
Well, a lot of
I mean,
what I found
just
is that
look
a
at the
lot of people,
manosphere, man. All these
a
women you
lot
see
of
around hanging around the manosphere, it's rare you're gonna find it some 22-year-old, maybe some 25-year-old.
but
They're all
brother,
fucking washed up.
a lot of men are talking about marriage based off of other people's marriages. Some of these men that are talking, and even women, are talking about marriages based off of other people's marriages. In the black community, we judge marriage off of everybody else's marriage and relationship except our own. We need to worry about ourselves, what goes on in our life, how we conduct ourselves, how we protect our assets as men. That's what we need to be worried about. Basing
Yeah,
our
I understand that. Yeah.
you
But
can't
the
base
problem is like, look, when you
cannot
take a
base
road,
your
they said,
No,
look,
that's
man,
true.
bro.
brother,
That's true.
When you go into
hold
some type of
on,
street,
brother.
they say is
Hold
that
on.
people kill, they kill people over here on this type of street.
But hold
If
on,
you go there, you
hold on,
get
brother.
killed. Of course, you're gonna be worried about taking that
But
street,
hold
man.
on,
Come on.
but brother, hold on really quick. What all I'm
All right.
saying is we cannot base our relationships off of other people's relationship. We are all individual.
Yeah.
Kevin
No, it's
Samuels
true.
always talks about being accountable for your own actions. We
No, it's true.
cannot
That's true. You can only be
comparing
accountable for
ourselves
you.
to everybody else's relationship. I cannot compare myself to Big Truck's relationship. I cannot compare myself to your relationship. We are all individually different, and we all
Yeah,
have to
but we
be
can't
held
dismiss
accountable.
what's going on around though. But come on, bro. We can't dismiss all whatever the fuck shit going around, man. Come on.
It's not dismissing it. It's going
HH come
into
on the panel. HH says that we all think that black women are going to cooperate with some of us when we put other races of men on pedestals.
We
I don't know
can't
what
really close the eyes
we
on it
don't
and say,
approach our
yeah, it's
women
all
with love.
based on the
We approach
individual.
them
Like,
with
come on.
aggression. That's Pookie and Ray Ray HH. Yeah, that's the bad men. That's the bad men that they choose. The 20%. Yeah, and these are the type of guys that they have a load of children with, and then they come to the 80% with the problems that they suffer from the 20%.
Big Truck, I
That's
think
right.
my battery's kind of going off. I'm gonna just, do some shit and come back later, right?
Okay, no problem. Thanks for joining us.
I really appreciate you, man. Thank you very much, brother.
Oh, thank you.
so Big Truck. Is it where do you agree? Do you think that men should base their relationships and marriages off of other people's relationships and marriages?
I'll say it like this. You bring up a very good point. The problem is marriage nowadays based on you've got these women sitting at home watching Real Housewives of Atlanta, watching all of and there's a handful of high profile black women on these shows. And you've got these women sitting back and watching these women, and they're basing everything they do off of these millionaires who they have nothing in common with except the color of their skin. I agree with you wholeheartedly. You should be basing your relationship and your marriage off of your relationship and your marriage. But that's
Exactly.
what we've got is we got women who are sitting around on the couch watching relationships, not learning shit from them, and they think that they're supposed to be living like that. Like, for instance, this whole thing about high value men. I can't prove it for certain, but I'm 100% certain that this entire high value man rhetoric came from one of those television shows. Whether it was Real Housewives of Atlanta or Basketball Wives or some bullshit, I'm fairly certain that this entire rhetoric started there. And if it didn't start there, it started on some other TV show, or it started maybe even in one of these prosperity gospel churches. But for this many women to openly be talking about quote unquote high value men, when they bring
it comes from Kevin Samuels' big truck, I think.
No. Kevin Samuels, I'm fairly certain, did not start the whole idea of the high value man. These women were already talking about they're demanding high. Like, for instance, I have a clip where my friend, he was actually on Ilyana's Fix My Life. And there was a woman, a black chick, she was about average, maybe a 6, maybe a 5. And she was saying she wants a man who makes $89,000 or $100,000 a year, and she just wants to be a housewife. And I'm like, and this was years ago. This wasn't recent. Now, fast forward to now, Kevin Samuels basically got famous during this quarantine. Why? Because he had more people watching, because they were locked up in their house. He had more people watching. And now women are hurting more because now the little bit of money that they did have coming in is obviously not enough to keep their household running. So all of a sudden now you've got these women jumping up, demanding to have $100,000 a year earners and this, that, and other. But ultimately, I'm not saying that a woman doesn't have a right to ask for that. The question is, what are you bringing to the table?
Exactly.
If you're not cooking, you're not cleaning, you're not a virgin, you got some other guy's kids, then you're not worth it. Bottom line, you're not worth it. Kevin Samuels says it just like that in every single show, because no matter what his topic is, it always falls right back to that bottom line. If you're not offering nothing, you ain't worth it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Because he tells them, like the video that blew him up was average at best. And he told the woman that, you're not in shape to get the just because of you earning, don't mean that you're in shape to get a high value man earning 6 figures, because they don't care about your job. You got a 13-year-old son by a father that you don't even really appreciate, and then you want a high value man to come and step into that situation. We're a different man now, because these women don't understand how boys think. They don't understand men at all.
It's the entitlement of watching television and saying, yeah, I should have all of that too. It's entitlement. And guess what, ladies? The bottom line is, if you're not offering enough in this market, you ain't getting what you want. There's not enough welfare to give you what you want. There's no Captain Save-A-Ho to give you what you want. It's just not happening. It's just not happening. So you're just going to sit there and age. My ex-girlfriend, that's all she ever wanted to do. Sit home, watch those stupid-ass shows, didn't want to work. I helped her get a job. She quit that shit because she was doing everything she could to self-destruct herself. Me personally, I was like, nah, I can't deal with this. I'm out. She could tell you everything about these fucking shows. Me personally, I can't name a single person off of Real Housewives of Atlanta. I can't name a single person off of Basketball Wives. I don't watch that shit. She could tell you every single show, episode by episode. She could tell you all about it.
So what she did was brought negativity to your relationship, basically.
No. It's not that she brought negativity. The problem was she herself was not striving to be a better person. As much as I tried to argue with her, as much as I tried to point it out to her, what she was doing made no sense. She felt that she could do whatever she wanted, and I felt that I didn't have to deal with it.
But Big Truck, can I throw this in there? I'm not sure. Can I ask you this question?
Go ahead.
Before I mention him, have you ever heard of one of Kevin Samuels' friends called Antoine Dotson? I think his name is Antoine.
Antoine Daniels, that's his name.
Yes, Antoine Daniels. Yes,
I have.
Yes, Antoine Daniels is a married man. I think he's been married for almost 20 years or maybe a little over. And what I found is that we have a problem in our community now where we have someone great like Kevin Samuels that's speaking up for men and predominantly black men and the ones that are out there getting it. And then we have all of these angry women coming out of nowhere, and then we also have these Pookie and Ray Rays that aren't doing shit, but going into the comments talking shit, because there's a lot of people, like I said, that try to, you know, demonize Kevin Samuels. And one thing that Antoine said is he said that a lot of these Pookie and Ray Rays are basically coming out the woodwork, and they thinking that they deserve the same treatment that these men that are out here going to get it. Because like I said, Kevin Samuels is talking about the men that are going out there and getting it done. And that's another point that a lot of these fellas are missing that point too. Some men actually do have traditional mindsets as far as the man is the sole provider. But one thing I did hear Kevin Samuels ask some of the women that they all failed to answer is, if you are working a job where you're only working 10, 20, 30 hours a week and the man is paying all the bills, where is your money going to go to? And a lot of these women get stuck at that point. I will admit that. But then also, too, you have a lot of these guys out here that are thinking that they deserve that this traditional woman to come in and do all of these things, but they don't want to do anything. And like I said, this is where men and women are missing the point on what Kevin Samuels is talking about. That's why he always mentions in his show, the top 20% men. What are you willing to do to get with these men making $65,000 and up? What are you willing to do to get with these men? Show these men that you want them, be inspirational to them, get on their program and ride the ride with them until success, because his success will ultimately become your success if you are his wife. And like I said, that is where I think a lot of men is missing a point. And Antoine pushes that right behind Kevin Samuels, except Antoine just comes from one of those scenarios where he's been with his lady. I think, like I said, I think it's been over 20 years. They have a daughter together, very successful black man. And him and his wife has said it on numerous videos. We are not breaking up because this is not just about love. This is a business. This is his legacy. And that's where we need to go back to, is the basics of what marriage is, and rebuilding that family structure so that we can move ahead as black people.
Of course. And you know what the issue is? You see, these Pookies and Ray Rays have been made to feel important by these same women, you see. And this is why they feel this way. The guys who don't do nothing get the most P, let's just say. Which is the issue here. Because see, they want a high value man, but they also want to be able to drive to the hood and lift up their skirt and get that, you know what I mean? Get that D. Which is really what they want. They want a sucker. Kevin Samuel has said this before. They want a sucker.
Yes.
They want one sucker. They want a sucker, and they want a thug.
Yes. And here's the thing also too, brother. A lot of these women, a lot of the men that they're complaining about, they're the ones who raised them.
Of course. And you know what's joking? They raised them to be like that. They dress them like the men that they left. They dress them. They even dress them like that. Like, you broke up with your man, you say he's crap. We know that there are men out there that are crap. But then you dress him like him. What are you doing? You dress him to be like him, and then you're complaining.
Exactly. Yep. And that, like I said, we gotta go back to the basics. We gotta understand what we are fighting for. And the real men out there, just like a lot of guys might watch different channels and covet or get jealous. And the same thing even women en masse. But we have to understand, like, even when I watch Big Truck series show, I've even told him last time we spoke, I'm like, Big Truck, even seeing you driving around in an SRT Jeep, that's inspiring. Even seeing how you talk about stocks, I take your stock advice, that's inspiring, and I made money off of it. Even when we look at Kevin Samuels, like I said, I looked at Kevin Samuels' show, and I said, okay, well, I've been with my lady almost a decade. We got a child together. She's been with me before I had anything, and now it's time to tie the knot. And that's what I got out of listening to Kevin Samuels. The question to men and women is, what are you getting out of Kevin Samuel's show, and how is it benefiting your life? And stop looking at the negativity and playing this victim bullshit, because that is the problem. Everybody wants to be a damn victim instead of actually stepping up to the plate, putting in the work, and being the best version of yourself. All of that other bullshit it's a bunch of bullshit, playing victim.
No, you know what the problem in the black community is? It's the black community is so emotional.
Yes.
You can't work with emotional people. And this is the problem. Whether it's men or women, I find that, especially the pro-black, they're very emotional.
Yes. Yep.
And I can't deal with emotions. We wouldn't have the world that we have today if it was emotions. No one would create a laptop. No one would create Facebook. No one would create these platforms if they operated off emotions.
Exactly. I totally agree with you, brother. And one thing I'll definitely say to all the men is, get on your purpose, as Kevin Samuels always says. Go out there, do the work, be the best version of yourself, fight for your legacy, and show your work. And if these women don't want to get on your program, keep it moving. Don't get to this point where you feel, because a lot of black men sadly have a scarcity mentality. And if a woman is not willing to get on your program, keep it moving. She's not that special. Keep it moving. Stay on your grind, and remember that your purpose is number one. You are nothing without your purpose. Your success is important. When you have children, you leave that legacy to your children. And we definitely got to start also making better choices of picking these women, because yes, a lot of these women out here are garbage. The black ones, the white ones,
of course,
a lot of them are garbage.
Yeah, you see what's happened here, yeah? Why they're trying to get rid of Kevin Samuels is getting through to younger generation, because these young boys are saying no to these black girls. Yeah? And that's why they're trying to stop him, because these young boys are seeing it and going, they're not putting up with it. You know, like how we put up with it when we were going to school and got put up with the tear down that we used to get from our black women, and the tear down you used to get from your guys who didn't want to do nothing and wanted to sell drugs or whatever, yeah? And this is another thing that makes me kind of angry, the black community. When they tear you down, they expect you to come back and help the black community. So they complain about these guys that leave the black community and don't help them. Well, it's like, hang on a minute, you tore this guy down and he makes himself something of himself and makes himself successful, then you want help from him. There's no other community that does that.
Exactly. And Lohan, I like that. I like that comment that Lohan put, where he said your network is your net worth. And that's why Kevin Samuels tells every man, you should have a Rolodex of 50 high value men or 50 men of worth, where you guys can network and create more value in the marketplace. So like I said, that was a very good point.
So thank you for inviting me, on this panel. Quick question here. So we talk a lot about the black woman, right? About black women not being good enough. So my question to you is, why is that? And why do you think black woman is not it? Because I hear a lot of comments here which are great. Men need to work. Men need to go get that bread. I 100% agree. Me personally, married for 10 years, making more than $100,000 a year, wife making more than $100,000 a year, I'm good. Mm-hmm. And it is a black woman, right? So my issue was just the constant negativity, not from Kevin, because I love Kevin, for the record. The conversation today said black women should not marry black men. And that's where I had an issue with, where we tried not to put the same type of responsibility on the white women, the Chinese women, or the Asian women overall.
Let me just say this. The difference between the white and the Asian women and even the Hispanic women is they submit to their men. A lot of these white women who are on this liberal feminist nonsense, they're having just as hard a time getting the men they want as black women are. The difference is white women are higher on the dating totem pole in America than black women are. And that's just a fact. Now, if you're a black man, it doesn't matter who you get with. Your children are going to be black, period.
Exactly.
It doesn't even matter. So
let me tell you this. The white woman will change as well. Yeah, the white woman will change. If she sees what is not working for her, she will change. The black woman won't change.
Well,
yeah, but
black
black
women,
women,
you know, I'll say. Let me just say this: the black women won't change fast enough. That's the problem. The white women can see the writing on the wall because in their communities, in their culture, they have constant reinforcement telling them that they're not doing good enough, they're too fat, they're too this, they're too that. Usually they respond by doing better because these white women don't give a fuck. They'll come right out and body shame each other. They don't give a fuck. Jewish women, for example. Well, let me just finish saying this. Let me just finish saying this and I'll let y'all have it back. These Jewish women here in New York, when you got fat Jewish women, these fat Jewish women will go and crash diets. They will lose that weight, and they will make sure that they can fit into that wedding dress or that they are attractive to these Jewish men. And then the Jewish men will wife them up, and then they'll go right back later on to being fat probably. But the bottom line is, and they do it, and I see it. A lot of these white women feed this liberal propaganda bullshit to black women because they know that they're stupid enough to live by it. Now, white women, when they see what they want, they don't give a fuck about all that shit. They'll throw all of it out the window. They'll be right on their knees sucking a guy's dick. They don't give a fuck. But black women, in general, do not change fast enough. And while these white girls are getting married and having their kids in their 20s and their 30s and this, that, and other, a lot of these black women are hitting this wall 40 years old, older, and they're not getting that bag. They're just not getting that bag, and that's the sad thing. I'm gonna let y'all have it back now. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. But I now, as far as the brother's comment, I'm not sure how we were zeroing in on black women. But I will say this: all my statement is that millennial black men are moving away from black women. I'm a millennial man, black man myself. I know a lot of millennial black men, and there's a lot of millennial black men in the group that are making the incomes of 70 on up, and they do not want black women because of the stigma that black women have put on their own backs. They have done it as a whole, and that's why a lot of men are moving away from them. Nobody is saying that every single black woman on this planet is bad, but it is so hard to find that really good one that is willing to submit and that is willing to be on her man's program. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Yes, there are bad white women. Yes, there are bad Chinese women. Yes, there are bad Hispanic women. But they are not disrespecting their men at the magnitude that the black woman is disrespecting black men publicly on YouTube, on social media with pride. They are not doing that in mass.
That started with Oprah Winfrey, yeah, and going on tomorrow.
I will say this too: a lot of those women of different races who are bad, and I'm just being honest, those usually like the white women that's like that, or the Hispanic or Chinese women. Those women tend to hang with black women and pick up their ways, so that's how they end up in that category too.
I agree.
Yeah, that's true. What I was gonna say is the black. This is the thing. You can't even ask a black sister. You can't even ask a black sister to smile. That means your woman is lost. You can't ask a black woman to smile or say good morning to a black woman without, you know what I mean, without getting a positive response. It's over. And this is the issue. This is why millennials are leaving. Because even young boys, even mothers, black mothers are telling their young black boys, don't go for black women, black girls, yeah, because black girls are so out of order and rude.
And the thing is I love my sisters, I love my black sisters, I love them and everything, man. But I do get it. Like it's an attitude problem. It's especially like the sisters that got like degrees or they got something or they might make a little bit more than you or whatever. And it's like, man, they treat you like shit sometimes, man. And I'd be like, man, like, oh, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's like give a brother a chance. Like we trying our best. Like for us, I'm pretty sure like y'all not no bad guys. Like y'all on here talking, y'all got decency. Y'all got some good jobs. Y'all sound like some good tax-paying guys. Like it's guys like us that just sitting on the side, and it's like we good guys. We make good money, and then they feel like they want to go out here and get these guys that work downtown, in this fucking Tom Ford suits and all this crazy shit. You know what I mean? And it's like, you got good guys that you just passing up right here. Like, I know a guy that's a bus driver. He make more money than the guy that work at the Sears Tower. I'm here in Chicago, and the guy works at the Sears Tower, which is now the Willis Tower. But that guy was struggling during the pandemic. He was struggling during the pandemic, and I knew a guy that was a bus driver. Man, drove the bus, made more money than that guy.
Oh,
and I'm like, this guy got degrees
don't want to be
and
with a bus driver. A black woman wants a white collar guy like Big Truck.
I think it's the title they more so care about than the actual, you know.
No, they just don't understand. Black women don't understand economics, and that's what it is. They don't really understand things. They don't check things out. They don't research anything. They
I was on a date with a girl because I drive trucks, and I was on a date with a girl one time, and she told me, whatever you do, don't tell them you're a truck driver. And I felt a certain way when she told me that. Like, we went out to this nice little mansion or whatever. These people that she knew from a job, they had a nice dinner or whatever. And we went there, and she's like, yeah, don't say that to them. Just don't say that. I'm like, what? You know, in my head, I'm like,
this is why I fully preach SYSBM. And Truck will tell you, I fully preach SYSBM, save yourself, black men, because there's nothing. Unless you really are a bum, Pookie, a Ray pimp, drug dealer, yeah, that is good for you to get black women then, yeah, because we need them to leave the rest of the race, yeah. But
this is also the thing is too. These, I'm pretty sure if you all have watched Kevin Samuels' show, you see a lot of men in the comments talking shit about Kevin Samuels, and those are those same Pookie Ray Rays. It's a lot of Pookie Ray Ray guys out here. A lot of them. Just like there's a lot of shitty women out here, there's a lot of Pookie Ray Ray guys that, like I said, they try to give the hardworking men a bad name for themselves. And like I said, if you go in the comments of a lot of the men out there that are talking like Antoine, Kevin Samuels, and other individuals out there, you got a lot of guys out there, like I said, that are talking crap. And one thing Antoine's been doing is letting them get on video and letting them basically hang themselves, because they'll get up there and start talking that stupid mess. And these are all the guys that are living in the hood, don't want to do anything for themselves, but they think that they deserve some woman to come home and cater to them. And like I said, that is the problem. Delusional men and delusional women. These women are delusional as hell.
I've spoken to these same young girls and these women, and I say to them, look for guys who are working, at least doing the 9-to-5 job. Because if these guys didn't get the attention, they wouldn't sell the drugs. They wouldn't do that. They'd go out there and get a 9-to-5 job. Because the major part of that thing why they sell drugs and pimp and do all that kind of crap is for women. Yeah, that is a major reason.
But these are not just men that are selling drugs. Those are not the only Pookie and Ray Rays. These are men that are just sitting on their ass doing nothing but talking shit.
That's what I'm talking about. I put that's why there's Pookie and Ray Rays. That's why there's Pookie and Ray Rays.
Oh yeah.
They never sell drugs. They sit on their bum. They don't do nothing.
And you know something that I really
worked in their life. The guys who never worked in their life.
Yeah, these guys, these a lot of just like this. If a guy is going out there and he's going out there getting the bread and butter and doing everything he can to be the best version of himself and be competitive, as all men should be competitive, try to get into that top 20%, top 10%, going from top 10 to 5 to top 1. Those are the men out there that can demand what they want, and those are the men that Kevin Samuels is talking about.
Of course. But you know what happens? You know, because in the black community we've got a lot of delusion. We've got the hood millionaires and all this kind of crap. Yeah, and we've got queens and we've got kings and we've got divas and we've got all this load of nonsense and bosses and all this kind of crap. And
you know something? And speaking on the Pookie Ray Ray situation, you know what I hate is that girls like in the hood or whatever, like decent looking chicks, right? Good looking women, like they'll like you'll try to holler at them. Let's say like you got the good job, you're on your way up, you got a trade or whatever. You trying to holler at them and everything when they're in their prime. They ain't had no kids, they ain't did nothing yet, they not tarnished, nothing. And then they don't see the vision, but they see the vision with Pookie or Ray Ray that got us selling drugs or whatever. And then what's this now? Hold on, check this out. They'll go with him, and then they'll go have babies by him. They'll go have babies by Pookie and Ray Ray. Now they fat, out of shape. They don't look as good as they do no more or nothing. Then Pookie or Ray Ray, they go to jail, right? Now you got 2 or 3 different baby daddies, all of this. And now you want to fucking get me up talking about some hey big head. What are you talking about, hey big head? I was trying to let you years ago.
But this is what these women do.
You had all these kids and now your body all fucked up? No,
this is what they think. Because society's told them that they can have what they want at any time. So they believe that they can ride a CC in their 20s, early 30s, and then when they can turn to you as the emergency get out, yeah? So in other words, they're looking for a load of Boyce Watkins, yeah? They're looking for, they think that every guy is another Boyce Watkins. Yeah, so they'll look at that, and yeah? Because Boyce Watkins married somebody who refused him at school, somebody that refused him at college, somebody that refused him at university.
But this is the thing. If these black sisters out here that call themselves so successful, if they are pushing this weight as they portray they are, and a lot of these women are in the Atlanta, Georgia area, like Kevin Samuels. I don't know if you brothers have seen the article about what's going on in Buckhead, how the upper echelons are trying to get rid of the upper income blacks out in that area. And these black women aren't doing anything about it. Their ass is gonna get pushed out along with the black men out there. But they try to portray this so-called power structure, this delusional power that they have, which ain't getting them anywhere. And like I said, this is what they don't understand. They are trying to separate themselves as, oh, we are separate from the black man. But you are getting put when gentrification comes. You get pushed out right along with the black man. Period. Even though you might think that you are better than black men with degrees, you get pushed out right along with any other black man that would get gentrified. And like I said, this is the delusion that these women have. If you listen to the way they talk, they're almost talking as if they are not a part of the black man at all.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, like I said, you all can research what's going on in Buckhead. A lot of successful brothers have been talking about it on YouTube. And a lot of and there's so-called a lot of successful black sisters out of Atlanta. Well, where the hell are you at now while they're pushing your ass out?
This is the thing about it. This is the thing about it. I've been to a white school, I've been to a black school. These women say that they're going to interracial date, but these men don't actually want them. They're not marrying them. They have them as girlfriends. Just like Rihanna, they have them for a while. Rihanna showed her ugly head and she added to throw her away. That's all they're doing. They keep them for a while. They have in their head the limit that they're going to keep them for, and they're just giving them. They don't want them. And this is the thing. Black women really know that they're not really wanted. If you look at there's a statistic that I looked on. The black women are the least desired.
Exactly.
They're the least desired. They complain about racism on the dating app, but they're just leastly wanted because they're known to be masculine. And then you have white boys on here, on YouTube, telling these black women that they don't want them to go away and treat their men better. But they won't ever show you that.
Yeah. This narrative of especially the women, if they think that the narrative of them fighting against the black man is helping, how about we look at the median net worth of black families? How about we look at that? How about we look at the statistics of what shape black women are as far as their health? How about we look at statistics and see what's really going on in the community, and stop coming up with this false delusional BS, because that's all it is. They can say whatever they want. Black women are the most overweight. They are the most unmarried. They are the most undesirable, and they've done that to themselves. Now, yes, like I said, there are a small amount of black women out there that are trying to fight this narrative. They are actually out there putting in the work. Like I said, I've seen them inside of the group that I've created. And there are a very small amount that are putting in the work. But for the majority of them, yes, they're going to die alone. They're not going to submit to no man, and they're going to keep submitting to a lot of those worthless ass degrees that they get.
Those ones are in your group. Am I correct? They're called pygmies, and they have got very few probably black female friends because they're disowned by their black female friends for being pygmies or mammies.
Yeah, they don't. The best thing, the women out there that want to change, the best thing that they can do is just separate themselves from those black women that are doing those things, being masculine and doing those different things out there. And the best thing that the men can do that are out there being a go-getter and doing what they're supposed to do and being the best version of themselves, the best thing that those men can do is get in cahoots with other men that are doing the same thing and actually start moving as a unit and start moving as a unity, as brothers, and inspiring each other and being there as a support to each other, because every other ethnicity of men, they look out for each other. And that's something else that we also have to start doing. Like I said, that was my main push on creating the group, is just to fight behind Kevin Samuels, fight what his mission that he's putting out there, fight behind him, stand behind him, and move along with him.
And what we need to teach our young guys is to not run down women, but actually we need to teach them about investing in cryptos. We need to teach them this is how you change the plight of the black community. You need to change them, get them to get cryptos, get them to get property, get them to think about that instead of thinking about women, because for some reason the black community is almost like it's sexualized.
Exactly, over sexualized. I agree.
Yeah, it's over sexualized.
I agree.
You know, it's about you. It's about you getting women. It's about you. You know what I mean? It's about you having a girlfriend. About you having. You know what I mean? Whereas it needs to be taught. Get your money up. Yeah, get to be the best version of yourself, and then look for a woman.
Exactly, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to close out. The black men that are out there, we are behind in our median wealth. We are behind in median income. We got a long ways to go, but we got men out here that are putting their work out here. Even what Big Truck does, what Antoine does, what Kevin Samuels does, what O'Shea Jackson does. Different men out here that are putting in the work. Big Truck has showed us, even if you watch his show, he drives around in his wonderful SRT Jeep that he's worked hard to get. And we got to learn to start being inspired by other black men. These men are putting themselves out there to inspire us and to show us that we can do it. And we got to go out there, put in the work.
Stop the jealousy as well. We got to look to what a brother's done to get something and work to get it. I look at Kevin Samuel and I look to aim to be kind of in that kind of way like Kevin Samuel, rather than say be jealous. Yeah, and that's what we got to do. You know what I mean? Even though I'm only a photographer, I'm not yet earning 100,000 a year, but I'm aiming to be. You know what I mean? I'm glad to see people doing better than I am. It's a good aim to try and match them or do better than them.
Exactly. And Big Truck, thank you so much, man, for your platform. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be able to speak and also have a voice. I really appreciate your channel. I'm going to keep watching, and I plan on being on your show again, and you all have a wonderful day.
Well, you guys are absolutely welcome, and absolutely to you, Mr. Davis. Nice to have you again. Thank you very much. Okay, I've got Mr. Lowhand up here. Lowhand, how are you doing? What you have to say?
I'm good. Yeah, no. I agree with a lot of the, sentiment that we're talking about. And, it's this whole, one of the trigger words that you hear said all the time is the word submission. And immediately there's especially amongst, sisters, black women, they immediately I don't think they fully really understand what that word means. They just know that it triggers them, and immediately they think, okay, that means I'm a slave to this individual, but they don't really get the full context of the word submission.
They won't, because they don't understand the femininity. They don't understand about being feminine.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you hit it right on the nail. Submission doesn't mean slavery.
Yeah, but let's understand this thing about submission. First of all, and I've said this 100 times, men are really, really, really simple. All they want is a woman to cook, clean, and fuck them, and then give them silence and peace at home. That's all they want. It's the simplest goddamn job on the planet Earth. Asian women got it right. Hispanic women get it right. Some of these white women, I can't say all of them because more and more of them are fucking up. They get it. Some of them get it right. But it's the easiest job in the world. But liberal feminism tells them that they don't have to do it, so they refuse to do it. And what ends up happening is, rather than getting a husband and keeping him happy, because keep in mind, a form of submission for a man is marrying one of these women in the first place. The symbol of a man's submission is really that wedding ring. That's why if a woman doesn't have that wedding ring, I don't take her seriously when she comes on here with all this cap. I don't take her seriously. Facts. So my thing is, a man is submitting to a woman by marrying her, because you got to understand what that means. That means that you're going out in public and telling everybody, this is the woman I'm marrying, this is my wife, and I'm only going to be with her, and so forth and so on. That is a form of submission for the man. So you have to submit to each other. It's just that we do it in different ways. If a woman thinks that she's going to go out and she's going to be a 10-hour-a-day worker and still manage to run a successful household, chances are that ain't going to happen. And I've seen that in real life. A lot of men, they grow distant from their wives because they're not home for them. And I'm not blaming any specific type of woman, like black or white, for that. I'm saying that this culture has women pretty much messed up. And I'm going to stop talking for a second because I got Miss Crafty Capricorn who joined up. And I'm going to let her, she's been listening for a while, so I guess by now she understands what the topic is. Because she said at first she didn't understand it. So I'm going to let her say what she wants to say, and I'm just going to let her talk. Go ahead, Miss Crafty.
Hi, hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's not that I didn't understand. I just joined in the middle of a conversation. So I had to hear it first, but I don't think Kevin Samuel should be canceled. Actually, I really like how he helped women, see what they need to see, because people have been lied to for years. And he kind of showed them, like, hey, that's not the way to go. But that's all I have to say about that.
Let me ask you a couple of quick questions. How old are you, number one?
I'm 32.
Okay. Are you married?
No.
You're not married. Do you want to be married?
Yes. And my situation is iffy. I really don't see marriage in my near future because I have children. So
when did you have your children? When did you have them?
Before 25. So, but I was saying like the women that call into his show that have that have children, they're like, in my mind, kind of delusional. I'm past that. I know my situation. So
and let me say this to you, because I had this conversation last night with a mother of two, and let me just say this: there is a possibility of you meeting a man and getting married, but chances are he's probably going to be older, and he's probably also going to have children of his own from a different relationship. The reality is, and I guess most women understand it by now, the reality is most men who are single and unmarried and don't have kids, they don't want to take on another man's kids. And especially they don't want to have to be dealing with a baby daddy somewhere out there. Like me personally, I don't ever want to have to deal with nobody else's baby daddy trying to come up in my house to get his kid or have to worry about, oh yeah, well, my chick says something to him and he comes over looking for me trying to fight. I don't want to deal with that bullshit at all. So I don't even talk to I don't talk to what is it called?
Women
Single
with
moms.
children. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't talk to single moms at all. That's just my dating preference. And the thing about it is that doesn't mean that you can't ultimately get somebody. It's just that chances are they're going to have kids out of a different, or they're going to be
And
from a
that's
different.
fine. And that's fine. After my last relationship, I had joined like a dating site, and there were many men without kids, and I would tell them, no, not you, not you, not you. And then they would ask me why. I'm like, I already have children. I just really would prefer someone with children. And it's hard. It's hard
Yeah,
to find
this is
someone with children.
yeah. I mean, so this is Rick. Let me expand on that. I think you're taking the right path, right? Because a lot of times, folks listen to Kevin Samuels as a single mom, and they're like, okay, based on everything you've said, it sounds like it's hopeless for me, right? But it like Big Truck said, it's not hopeless. It's a matter of setting the proper expectation. So the way you're doing it is the right way. I'm actively seeking a man with children so that when I cook, when I clean, when I do the laundry, I'm doing the laundry for not just my kids, but I'm doing the laundry and cooking and cleaning for his kids as well. He sees that as, hey, I'm willing to take on the responsibility, the protection, the providing resources for her children because she's providing a value for my children in exchange. Like that to me is the path forward. Trying to go after a man that has no kids is always going to be an issue. They're always going to feel some kind of way. So I think that's the way to go after it. Actively pursue men that have children. Recognize that there may be times when he has to discipline not just his kids, but your kids as well. And when I'm cooking, I have to make sure that all let's say there's 2 kids for him, 2 kids for you. All 4 kids have the same exact portions of food that I'm serving on the table. I'm not showing any favoritism to my own children, right? So there is a way. It just takes, it's all about work. It's all about putting in the work and actively being realistic and pursuing the path that fits your story, your narrative.
And I'll give you a bit of advice. I would say to you, straighten your kids so that when you meet, I think you could get a high value man with children.
I'm actually not like, okay, like I said, I'm not in a delusional world. I'm not.
I know you're not in a delusional world. I'm just saying that you get probably a middle class to
right,
a high value man.
Class is, because I'm not really looking for like the high value man. Of course, I want a good man. But
you're realistic. That's good that you're realistic.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you set your kids right, then I don't see any reason why you won't find anybody, really.
Right, but so far, I've only been attracting single men without children, and I'm not sure what is that, like, why is that happening? And then some would say, oh, it's okay. I have a stepdad. My mom had 5 kids, and my stepdad took care of all of us. And it's always that same type of story. And it's like, no, not you.
He probably can't afford to do it. Then they're probably looking for you to be with to have the sex rather than
right.
being a committed relationship.
Yeah, and that's the other thing you have to be mindful of, right? You hear Kevin say all the time, you have to date with a purpose, right? Like, hey, I could go out and turn it up and do that, but if I'm in a situation where I'm actively looking for a long-term mate, then I have to make sure that I'm dating with a purpose and not just bouncing around from, guy to guy. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You got to date with a purpose. And as somebody pointed out, most guys who are younger, they're looking for easy sex. And I guess we could just say that that's the reality. Now, does that mean that that's all guys? Maybe no, it's not all of them. The problem is it's enough of them where you should be concerned. So my thing is, again, you focus on older men who have had relationships or have had children and are open to the ideas of marrying again, especially if they were never married the first time, but maybe now they've matured a little bit more and now they're interested in marriage.
Yeah,
my bottom line is, and I will say this, the one thing that I really appreciate about Kevin Samuels is constantly beating the drum to not have children until you're married. And that goes for women and men.
Yep.
Because the more kids that keep getting born into these households without both functional parents there with them, that is creating nothing but chaos. It really is.
You know, I'll tell you, on one of the shows that he did, he gave a quote, a famous quote from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It was I don't know if this is some ancient Fibonacci code, but what this quote was, he said, when a man and a woman are pairing, the woman should be half the man's age plus seven. Plus 7. Yes. Yep. Yeah. And you know, when you say that nowadays, it's like, whoa, that sounds terrible. Like, what are you trying to do? That doesn't sound right. But there is some foundation. He didn't just make the statement off the cuff. There's supposedly some code of how human beings interact with each other that kind of supports that. And I think what it really boils down to is a man doesn't hit his financial stride until the age of somewhere between 30 and 32 and 35, whereas a woman's femininity starts to kick in 19, 20, 21, 22, right? So it's kind of like rooted in that whole nature narrative, right? All this noise that happens in today's society, modern feminism and all that stuff, it's all so much noise because at the end of the day, our instinct as human beings, our default baser instinct plays a huge role in things that happen to us, regardless of all the noise. So,
yeah, no, you got to understand another thing. Muslims and Jews have marriage locked down, and they've had it locked down for thousands of years. They refuse. They will not budge off that culture one bit. They've had it locked down. They make sure that marriage is within all of their children's future plans. They make sure that their kids are getting married, and they make sure that divorce is so frowned upon that it's considered taboo to even consider divorce. Now, in very few instances, like we have a husband with a gambling problem or he's beating a wife or something like that, in very, very, very few instances, divorce is in the question. But even when you think about the Jewish culture, the Jews, in the Bible, there was a man named Onan. And in Jewish culture, if your brother dies before he impregnates his wife, it's your job to get in there and get it done. And that's the culture. So there's a number of things that these people I appreciate about the cultures. They've got this shit locked down. The community has it locked down. That is the reason why black people continue to complain. Oh, these Arabs, they got all this money, I can't compete. Oh, the Jews, they got all this money, I can't compete. Oh, the Asians, they got all this money, I can't compete. Meanwhile, they're coming to your shores, to your neighborhoods, and they taking that shit over because you let them. So my thing is, I'm not gonna be upset with them. I'm just saying you need to learn a lesson from that. And if you don't have marriage, if you're not marriage minded, and you don't understand the importance of intergenerational wealth and passing down your wealth in real estate, housing, if you don't understand that, then I can't help you. I'd like to send a thank you to Adonis. Adonis sent 2 $5 hollers. He said if the kids are behaved, a single dude would be open to it. If you're open to more kids and the kid's dad is not a drama queen, definitely. And the last one he said, finding a man with kids will also put her dealing with the baby mama and high chance. And he is right about that. That's one of the issues that I have. I don't want to deal with anybody else's baby daddy. Now, if he's not in the picture or something, or if he's far off and he takes nothing to do, maybe it's not so bad. Especially, let's say if he dies in a car accident or something. Yeah, it wouldn't be so bad. But I don't want nobody showing up to my doorstep that I gotta fight or shoot or something. I don't want to deal with that shit. So me personally, I just leave it alone. I don't deal with the single moms. I just don't deal with it. So that's just me.
Yeah,
That's understandable.
It's not because I think that you're a worse person. It's just because I don't feel like having to kill nobody.
Yeah, this whole issue with Dr. Dre and his attempt in this I guess this is a temporary arrangement until they can resolve it. I was having a conversation with someone and I said, this, first of all, Dr. Dre has to recognize that it's not just, we all know in society from a court, the way the courts are set up and the laws are set up, they're gonna favor the woman, right? That's how it is in America. But what I added to that conversation with that person, I said, Dr. Dre has to recognize who he is. So not only are the courts already biased, right? But first, he's a black guy. Second, he's a black guy from Compton. Third, he's a black guy that, I'm a hip hop star, right? I have F the Police history behind me. And you know what? I'm the judge or jury or whoever. And, maybe there's some blondes on the jury. And I feel some kind of way that this, thug from Compton is almost a billionaire. So why would I rule in his favor? I'm going to try to do everything that I can to ruin him because I feel some kind of way. Right. So I think it's in his best interest to settle up quickly, trying to say, well, I'm going to give you 3.6 million a year, or 300,000 a month, but you can't, if you remarry, then it's null and void. If you have someone that moves into one of the houses that I paid for, then it's null and void. He's trying to, I get it, right? It's got a little macho edge. I'm trying to control her chastity by putting in these clauses, but they're stupid because she's gonna trick the money off on that younger buff guy. She's gonna be in the Lamborghini that she paid for with Dre's money with that younger guy. The fact that the guy she's not gonna get married because she doesn't want to give it up. It is in Dre's best interest to settle up, pay a lump sum, and get out. That's what Jeff Bezos did. That's what Bill Gates is gonna do. Take a lesson from those guys, pay the money, get it set in stone, get out of it, and then you could go off and add that money back by coming out with a new kind of headset, right? But don't to have this tethered relationship where at the first of the month, August 1st is coming up, he's got to cut that check. Who wants that aggravation? Give it a lump sum, get her out of your hair, move on with your life. So,
well, you know what? I hear exactly what you're saying. I also thought it was kind of odd the way they worded that agreement that said she's getting $300,000 a month, except if she gets married again or she gets into another partnership. That's like telling me that I can go out and fuck whoever I want. I just can't marry them and I can't get a domestic partnership with them. Otherwise, I'm going to lose this income. That's the stupidest fucking shit ever because all I'm going to do is not marry anybody and I'm going to keep collecting my $300,000 a month.
His lawyers are terrible. They're terrible.
No, but I will say this, though. And I'll send a shout out to Jessica X because Jessica X broke it down and she did read what seemed to be facts. You got to remember, in the very beginning, she was demanding $2 million a month. So for you to get off with $300,000 a month and you're worth $820 million, technically this is a win. And I also did hear, now I don't know how 100% truthful it is, but it seemed to me like Dre was being to some extent abusive. She was claiming that he was cheating on her. She was claiming that he was doing stuff right in front of her and aiming guns at her and this, that, and other. I don't know if that's true, but the bottom line is he actually got off light because she was originally demanding $2 million a month. So for you to get off with 300,000 a month, but you're making a lot of money, it's not so bad. Now, as far as his kids, if it was my kids, I would, if I had that kind of money, I'd pay any expense those kids had, whatever. Dental care, whatever the fuck, health care, I could care less about that. But he has so much money that even though it looks like a loss to people who can't even imagine that kind of money, the simple fact is he's not hurting. He's not hurting. He's not like the regular guy who seriously gets fucked and is losing half their paycheck, not getting to see their kids, and lost half their shit.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, you know what? Again, he makes more money than any of us can even imagine.
Yeah, I had, when you mentioned a regular guy, I years ago I had a cousin, married, has 2 kids, and he was thinking about getting divorced. And my brother and I got divorced, my brother got divorced, but we were savvy enough to walk away and keep our houses, right? So he sees that, well, these 2 they walked away, they paid them off, they got to keep their houses. But we said to him, listen, not everything works that way. We were lucky that we were able to do that. I said, there's an old James Brown song that says it's cheaper to keep her. I said, the worst thing that could happen is you end up in a 1-bedroom apartment with double bunk beds with 4 other bachelors, and you're paying her, you're paying for the house, you're paying for the kids. You go over there to pick up the kids on the weekend, and Frank answers the door, and he's got a robe on that says Joe. Your name is on it. He's wearing your robe. He's in your house with your wife, your kids, and all of a sudden the kids are starting to lose respect because, Uncle Joe lives here now, right? It's a nightmare in terms of the laws of this country. In my opinion, even if you had perfect harmony of a particular group of individuals, right? Let's say we got to a point where, like Kevin says this all the time, you get individuals that come up from Guatemala, they're day workers. They're outside of Home Depot. You pay them a few bucks. They come, they clean your yard, they paint your house, they do all this beautiful work. He says even those guys go home and have wives that are submissive to them. I'm going to cook, I'm going to clean, I'm going to do the laundry, because that's how our culture is wired. But I would say this, even if let's say you get to a point where you have synergy and more and more Black women start to understand that, hey, ladies, we're doing it wrong. My mom taught me the wrong thing. My grandmother taught me the wrong thing. Going back to 1959, 1960, all those generations that jumped on the feminist bandwagon, we joined them when we didn't really have to, and we learned a lot of bad things. So, in my opinion, even in that beautiful potential future utopia, you still have to go after the laws and how they work, because they're set up in an unfair way. So,
no, you know what? I believe a lot of these laws have been set up by fathers in order to protect their daughters in the event of divorce. I believe over time, with the liberal feminist movement, I believe they took advantage of these laws as much as they can, basically to clean these rich guys out. And I do agree with you. I think ultimately the system itself is broken beyond repair. And most people right now, they don't want to get married. Specifically, most men. Most men do not want to get married right now because, we had an old saying, why buy the cow if you're getting the milk for free?
The problem is the no-fault. The problem isn't Big Truck is a no-fault divorce, isn't it? That came about a load of women started to look for men to marry, to then divorce, basically do the 10-year.
Yeah, well, we've heard divorce stories since the 80s, man. We've heard these horrific divorce stories since the 80s. It's so old. We've all seen these situations, and we've heard of these nightmare situations and scenarios. So, do I blame just the no-fault divorce? Not really. It's been going on for so long that at this point it's hard to point to any one thing. It really is.
Yeah, I mean the downside, of course, is the way the laws are set up. They almost incentivize divorce, especially for women. If I'm a woman, I'm married. I was sold a Disney story. I was told that Prince Charming and rainbows and love, and I didn't understand that marriage is work. It's a lot of work. I got to run around and take the kids to basketball practice. I got to do laundry. I got to do all this stuff. And I'm not, and we're so busy and you're counting money and you're like, we're not, all this beautiful smoke romance that happened in the first year has kind of gone away, and I'm feeling some kind of way, and I want to run. I want to run. I want out. And what inevitably happens is if divorce de-incentivized, if the laws de-incentivize divorce, then you might have this second thought, okay, let me see what I can do to work through it. But the laws are in the West are in such a way where it's, you could run, you'll still have support financially from him, you'll still have the house paid, the car paid, the kids paid, and you could go leave the kids with grandma and go hot girl summer it up. No problem. So why would I stay in a marriage if I thought it was going to be Disney fairy tales? I'm out.
Yeah, true indeed. And you know what I think we also may have to look at? We may have to look at the question about if you have a spouse, male or female, who does become verbally or physically abusive, should you be really deciding to tip out the door the second that happens? Because our grandparents, our great grandparents, if you could talk to them, there's probably been some issues with abuse there, but they kept that marriage together, even though that there may have been a couple of times the husband came home drunk. I had a neighbor beat his wife, and they're still together to this day. They've been together for like damn near as long as I've been alive. That was 39 years. And I heard the stories. I never saw him hit her. And there's also a lot of news stories about women beating on men. Most men are not going to just leave their woman because they hit on them. But the question is, should they be going to counseling maybe? Should they be trying to salvage relationships before they just tip out? Yep. For example, I took this woman out recently. She wanted to go car shopping. She knows I know everything about cars, right? So we went to this dealership. She just bought a car. And I found out she was getting divorced. She'd been married for like 20-something years. She's just turning 50. She's a high-figure woman. She makes over $150,000 a year. But you could tell she was an emotional wreck, number one. I don't know what went down in her relationship, but it probably happened within the last 2 years under this coronavirus thing. And my thing is, you mean to tell me you can't salvage this? Y'all been married all these years. You can't salvage this? And a lot of people, they just think they can do what's easy. They just think that they can walk out. They don't care how it affects the kids. But my thing is, a lot of these marriages don't need to be ended, but some of these people are ending the marriage just because they say, oh, yeah, well, I'm not in love with this one no more. Oh, I want to fuck somebody else. Those are the worst kind of people out there. They really are. The ones who cut and run at the first sign of trouble.
Yep. I saw along the same lines in terms of like making decisions early. I saw I forget whose show it was, and it might have been Kevin. This college woman called in, and I think she went to Penn State, and she's from Philly, and she said that her dad is paying for college. And are you dating with a purpose? Are you doing like what others of other races are doing? And she's like, no, these guys on college, they're conceited. They think they're the shit. So I go back to the hood and I mess with hood dudes. I mess with Pookie and Ray Ray. So as he started to question her, what came out? It's not on the whole campus of Penn State. There's not one guy that you think is suitable. So when he dug through the noise, you ended up figuring out exactly what was going on. It's like, you know what? These college guys, even though they're studying to be engineers, they don't have hood swagger. I don't feel them that way. My nether regions don't tingle the same way, right? I mean, these dudes are doing engineering work, but they're kind of
Was it a black woman by any chance?
Yes, black woman, of course.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
He this guy wears glasses. He kind of is like Urkel, but that guy could be the next Bill Gates. But I don't want him. I am not physically attracted to him, and there's no amount of speechifying by Kevin Samuels or anyone else that's going to wean me off of my desire to be with a hood dude, Pookie and Ray Ray, that's full of swagger. That's full of swagger.
If she was broke, she wouldn't want them kind of dudes. That's because she rich and she already got money. If she was one of these broke girls in the hood, she wouldn't care about dating no guys like that. That's what it is. It wasn't even
her money. It was her dad paying for college.
I'm saying she got money. Them girls who got money already, they ain't dating no guy for no money. They don't care about no guy being no engineer. They don't care about that. They just want them.
He's too nerdy for me. I like the hood dudes with the swagger.
I want to say from my perspective, I went to college, right? And I'm doing air quotes, the good guys, they didn't have that approach. They didn't approach me. And the bad guys, they had the charm and they did approach. And looking back, it's like, oh man, I really wish like I did pick one of the good guys, of course. And then now they'll be in my inbox like, hey, how you doing? I really liked you when we were in college. And I'm like, well, why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you say anything? I don't understand that.
But so wait, why didn't you approach them?
Because I don't believe in approaching a man.
Oh, that's not good. Okay, so here's the thing. I went to a different university. I have a relative that went to Penn State. Older cousin, and this was I don't know, 1985, right? He's much older, and he, at one point, his sophomore year, he was on the dorm with the Penn State football players. Let me tell you something. There are women that make a calculation to actively pursue men that they believe will have future potential. They know how fast this guy can run the 100-meter dash. And these are blonde girls. Blonde girls are in there. They're looking at the football players, the basketball players, the baseball players, and they're going to snap them up because guess what? Hey, babe, I'm going to help you with your homework. I'm going to go to the laundry to do my laundry. If you have anything to wash while I'm at the laundry, I'll do that. You want me to bring you a pizza? Like all this stuff that those guys come in from the hood. It's not that they don't get girls because they've been stars since they were in high school. All of a sudden they land in college.
It's simple. Black women don't want to compete, brother.
There's this huge influx of femininity from women they're not used to.
That too.
Black women don't want to compete, brother. Black women don't want to compete. They don't want to compete.
My boyfriend from high school was like the star player, and then he went off to college, and he had. Well, before that, even in high school when we were together, there were other girls pretending to be my friends so that they can hang with me while I'm with him. And even that carried on when he went to college. There would be people that would just stick around him because he was a good basketball player. They didn't care about anything else. They just like, oh, he might make it to the NBA. So
yeah, well, let me tell you. So the moral of this story, the moral of this whole story that we're talking about is someone just said, sisters don't want to compete. I think that the issue here is, hey, why would I sit back and wait for some guy, forget about basketball, football, baseball, right? Those are kind of obvious. But why would I sit back and wait for some guy that's getting, A's in engineering to approach me? That guy is busy focusing on engineering stuff. I know that guy, he's good looking, he's tall, and he's an engineering student. I'm not going to sit back and risk some other woman from some other race snapping him up because I actually looked him up. I know his GPA. I know everything I know about this guy. And why would I sit back and wait for him
Because
to
black women
approach
have
me?
entitlement. Black women
I'm
have
going
entitlement.
after that man. I'm not going to let him slip away because
No, they have entitlement. When you're a black man, they think they don't need to compete with you unless they're competing with another black woman. Yeah, they don't believe that they should have to compete with another race of woman. Yeah, they think that they're entitled to you because you're a black man. That's their attitude.
Yeah, and this we really have to teach the current generation that are actively dating, the new generation that are coming up. It is okay. Listen, it's one thing if you're sure. I get 20 Pookie and Ray Rays in my inbox all the time. Yeah, that's all fine. Social media, blah blah blah. But I'm in college. I'm not going to fall into the same trap of I don't need no man, niggas ain't shit, my angry aunts, my angry mom, all that. I'm not falling into that trap because inevitably I end up just like them, alone and angry at the world. So what I'm going to do is maybe I'll look at other races of women and see what they do that works. And what one of the things that I observed going to see my cousin at school is they're not sitting back waiting for guys to come to them. If there's a man of value that you see has future potential, because he's not even thinking about girls, he's busy with his face in the books, and he's tall and he's good looking, I am going after him. I ain't letting him get away from me, because that could change the potential trajectory for my whole life. He all of a sudden we're in a situation where we build together.
Remember, you got to remember, there's a different rule.
I would say what he's saying, in a perfect world, that might make sense, but we talking about college. You in there to have fun. You in there to fuck up. You ain't in there looking, this guy, I got to focus on this dude because he in his books. I can have ain't no young chick thinking about that. They trying to have fun. They trying to go after the Ray and the guys and do all of that type of stuff. Them
That's
guys,
a problem.
They already in their books. They doing what they got to do. Those guys feel entitled anyway. Those guys are like, man, I could get any chick I want because I'm rich. I got this. I got my stuff together. I'm a big star. I'm doing all of this. They ain't on that, so they ain't got enough. They don't have with what the lady was saying was those guys, Pookie or Ray or whoever, those guys, of course they're gonna have more swagger. Of course they're gonna have more game, and they're gonna be able to talk to you and open the door for you and do all of that stuff, touch you right and do all of that stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
They got the charm and they got all of that because they're focusing their minds on, hey, we in college, bro. We gotta pull these hoes. We gotta do this. We gotta do that. That's their mindset. And then later on, then they like, oh shit, we gotta get on the books. We gotta do this. And then they end up, doing their thing so far later on. But I'm saying when you in college, I'm telling you, bro, like them first 1 to 2 years, you ain't in there worried about that shit, bro. You in there trying to have fun.
And what I'm talking about is not even, so always, inevitably, the freshman year, forget it. I'm free. It's the first time I'm outside of my parents' house and I have a level of freedom and I'm into it. Sophomore year, I'm kind of starting to focus on my books like I should have done in freshman year. When you get to junior and senior year, as anybody, but specifically listen, when I saw these women and I'm like, to this day, so Kevin Samuels brought it up, I don't know, a couple shows ago about, they're coming and they're taking your high value black men. Other women from other races are taking your high value black men. I was
30%. I know, 30%.
I was
jumping of high value black men.
I was jumping up and down, and I'm texting my cousin, I'm texting my other cousin. I'm go, bro, I saw this exact same thing in 1985 when you went to Penn State. What are they doing? They're actively dating. They're saying, hey, this guy's going to the NFL, this guy's going to the NBA, this guy's going to MLB. This guy is going off to MIT or Stanford or some other college. So you know what? I'm going to actively pursue him. I'm not going to sit back and either lose him or wait for him to potentially come to me. Because if a guy is a senior and he's actively all he's doing is chasing chicks, and he's not chasing the books. He's not on his game. He's not looking at what am I going to do to make money and be a professional. Then that's the dude you should avoid. He sounds great. He's charming. He got a lot of swagger, but bro, what's your potential for the future? And that's the problem. That's the blind spot. Those
yeah,
are the
that is the problem. But I feel like that is the problem. But what I do feel like is this: like they all, no matter how you look at it, everybody is there for a reason. It's going to school, it's graduating, it's do stuff. They may not graduate to the honors and all the certain shit that maybe the other guy who was in his books and doing all of that, but they still gonna make something out of themselves. You know what I mean? They still gonna do something. Like that's what college is. Like you're supposed to go in there, like, you know, first 2 years, even the third year a little bit. It's still, you still kind of, I'll tell you, because my little cousin in college, you know, she got an A&M. She up in there. It's just a new thing now. They all want to be on Instagram. They all want to do all of this. They just finding themselves still. You know what I'm saying? Like you in freedom without no real direction. Like you don't have any real direction in college. Like you out there, you talking about coming straight from high school where you was like held down as a young woman or a young male. And to be honest with you, if you ain't really from the hood and you ain't grow up fast and you grew up in the suburbs or a certain place, you probably a virgin still. When you going into college for your first year, you probably still a virgin, or you probably ain't even had that many sexual partners. So you got your own place, your own crib. You able to drink. You able to do all of this. Man, you throwing them damn books to the side, man. Where the party at? Where is that? Because you got to think from the Midwest or from the West Coast or from the East Coast. If you going down south to any of them colleges, come on, bro. Like, let's be real. Like, you got these girls walking around here fucking ass out and looking like Meg the Stallion and all of this shit. And you know what I'm saying? You ain't got nothing. Then you got these big buff guys, sports guys and shit. They running around 6 packs and all. These girls, hormones is jumping. And ain't nobody there to tell them nothing. You
Right.
just out there just exploring and doing whatever. But later on down the line, I feel you. Yes, get on your shit, get on your books, do what you're supposed to do. But I'm just saying that and related to what she was saying because she make a lot of sense. That is what you want. That is what you want. Even not being in college, that's just like a motherfucker, like a brother going to the suburbs, living out in the suburbs or whatever like that. You get a brother from the city that move out there from any city, he gonna end up pulling all them damn chicks because he grew up fast. He know how to talk to women because he grew up fast. Them little young lame guys, they don't know nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? It's so crazy.
But you know who was lame when they were in high school and college? Bill Gates was lame. Bill Gates was lame, right? And he's what, the second richest? Jeff Bezos, he was lame. So what I think, listen, I agree with you 100%.
Mark Zuckerberg was the lamest of them all. Yeah,
Mark Zuckerberg was lame, right? He's a lot of lame dudes.
He got no social skills.
Let me tell you. I agree with you.
Social person created Facebook.
I totally agree with you around the whole issue of, hey, it's my first year in college, my second year in college. What's supposed to happen? What happens in, I don't know, pick a culture. What happens in the Indian culture? What happens in the Asian culture? What happens is you have guidance from your parents, right? Your parents are partially funding your college. I get it. You're free for the first 2 years. Okay. So now comes junior and senior year. If you're still turning it up and you ain't paying no attention to the books, that's when dad is supposed to say, hey, I'm paying all this money for college so that you don't have a $100,000 debt on your head and you're not really doing well, right? That's why the family is important. That's why, because that's where the guidance comes from. Left to their, there's many of evidence that shows left to their own devices. I have a mom. I grew up with just my mom. And what does my mom tell me? Right? My modern mom says, hey, girl, you don't need no man. Study, get your degree in English. And when you graduate, you have independence and you don't have to worry about on and on and on. And what happens? To me, you English was your major. English is the language we speak. It's not engineering. It's not right? It's not science, engineering, and technology. So what you end up with is, I got a job that I hate. And now what happens? You get this false narrative of, I turn it up even past college when you're supposed to be actively in your last year looking for that person to build with. And what are my choices? My choices is, there's a guy that's made a lot of money, build his shit, and I'm in that age range. Well, guess what? There's a whole bunch of shit that he's gonna want because you didn't build with him. He built by himself. And now you're walking in, you thinking you're gonna dictate things and run. That's a bad choice. Get that dude.
And I will,
Get
and
that
I will tell you, and what I will say too is nowadays, within 2019, I'm gonna tell you, from 2019 and now into 2021, a lot of those other cultures and a lot of those people, they starting to break loose too. I ain't gonna lie, cause I be seeing them out there. Because believe me, come on, we all know the black culture is the most influenced culture. Like everything that most people do.
Sorry about that. Let me just cut in for a second. I wanted to give a shout out to Adonis. Adonis has been hitting us up with some really good love right here. When I get back home, I'm gonna rinse you up, Adonis, because you're probably not a moderator on my channel or whatever. Right now I'm on my phone, but I'm gonna do it as soon as I get home. But anyway, he says too many people say they wish they didn't skip class for fun, but backdoor on tell younger folks have their the older people tell younger folks to have their fun. We all as adults have a role to play.
Yep.
And the other one that he says, let's be real, the people who have been successful turned off fun in school for grades and having fun with their wealth as adults cut the cap.
Yep, that's
Go
it.
ahead.
That's it.
Big Truck, can I jump in? Can I jump in?
Yeah. I'm gonna give it back to you. I'm gonna give it back to you.
Yeah, can I get it when I get a chance? When these guys are done.
Sure.
I just want to step in. When they're done, because they're going and going, I just wanted to get that chance to step in because I had a question.
It's all you.
All right. So my question is to the gentleman that spoke on, and I'm going back to the young lady in a little bit about that. When you're first starting out with college, I'm a college student myself. Is that it's all about partying. And I can say for myself, my grandmother was a guardian over my cousin that went to Northridge in California. And what she did, and I do agree with you, is party. She had to go back to complete and graduate. And she took it for granted, and once again, my grandmother paid for that. She didn't pay for my school, and I paid for my own. They came out of my pocket. No regrets, not disgruntled or anything like that. My question is there a difference between white colleges and black colleges? Because when it comes to white families, just an observation, it seems like the young non-black women, white women, white girls, once they're done with high school, it's like from the father and the mother, their family or their parents teaches them basically forget those old high school ways. When you approach college, do it with a purpose. I noticed that they know how to multitask when it comes to their books. They party, books and schooling and education, but they do it with a purpose. At the end of the day, they're coming out on top. It goes back to whoever mentioned that, the gentleman. They know to pursue the top-notch white man or Caucasian. You know what I mean? Even if it's for sports, they go in with a purpose. When it comes to black students, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's party, which is going back to the young lady that says she just doesn't approach. She just doesn't do that. It's not just her. It's many black American women that have that mindset that they're not going to do that. In comparison to white women, white young ladies, that's like, I'm going in, they win it, get it to win it. And even regardless, after the fact, if they divorce in 10 or 20 years from once they meet that college grad man, high earning man, potential white man, they go in with a purpose. Black women, and you can jump in, young lady, I don't see that. And so please explain to me, is there a difference between white colleges and black colleges when it comes to this mindset? Can somebody help me with that?
I'm gonna answer that slightly. I'm gonna say that it's to do with what they're taught at home. Other parents, other races, they teach their daughters to be in shape and look after themselves. Like when I went to college with this, I forgot. When I went to this, she was a Hispanic or Latino, I can't remember, but she taught this was later on, but she teaches her. She said that she teaches her daughters to look good for themselves, and they only eat one main meal a day. But I'm saying in other races of culture, what they do, they teach their girls to go and find their husbands. Yeah.
All I'm gonna say is, has anybody ever seen American Pie, the movie?
Yes.
Has anybody ever seen that movie?
Yes.
Okay, that movie wasn't targeted for black people, for black college students. That was white college students. They made those movies for a reason, and those movies made a lot of money for a reason. I live in Illinois. I've been to DePaul University. I done been in some of them parties with nothing but rich white kids, and they gets it in. I'm talking about they gets it in. And I mean, I done been to Loyola. They gets it in.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean.
But my point was not about the partying part. It was about the purpose. I mentioned that we all have been to college. Well, not all of us have witnessed that as far as the movies, entertainment, even in real life, as far as partying, having a good time, drinking beer. You know how they get it in, partying. Okay, but I'm talking about with a purpose. The difference between white college partying and black college partying, to have a purpose, the end game when it comes to white young ladies and black young ladies. That's my point. The point was not about the partying. It wasn't about the American part. I'm not just about I'm talking about their purpose on finding a top tier white man in comparison to black women finding a top tier black man.
Yeah,
that was my point.
No matter how you look, but no matter how you look at it, even those young white kids or white women or whatever, or young black, they not looking for no top tier guy as soon as they get in there. They not looking for that. They may be surrounded by more people who have the money to just pay for their college like that in their family versus the black people who they grandma or they granddaddy or they auntie worked their ass off at some damn steel mill somewhere to save up for their kids to go to college. And it might hurt them a little bit better, a little bit worse than it'll hurt those white kids to do it.
But what happens at graduation day? But what, not going in, what happens after the fact? When it's all said and done and it's time to graduate, not going in. Once again, it's not the going in with the partying. It's at the end. The end game.
Exactly. Somebody said it earlier. They said that the difference is those white women, they multitask, right? Yeah, of course I'm partying. Of course I have a sorority house full of crazy stuff going on. But I also know that I have to, one, I still have to hit the books, and two, I got this other dimension to me that those other women don't. I am actively pursuing a mate. I'm actively pursuing someone to build with. I'm not sitting back waiting for a guy to approach me. Listen, in my opinion, I'm a black man, so I don't know. But in my opinion, if I'm a sister, I'm across the courtyard, and I look across and I see that dude that's going for his engineering degree, and there's a white woman talking to him. I instead of sitting back and feeling some kind of way and being like, oh, he just like white girls, forget about that. What you should do is say, I'm not letting that good-looking, tall brother that's going to engineering school get away from me. I'm going over there. I'm running interception. I want to know where he is, what his movements are, because I'm locked in on him. Don't sit back and wait for some guy to come to you, because I
agree with you. I agree with you on that.
That was my point. That is my whole point.
That's a good point.
Sir. Thank you for that, Claire.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you on that.
That was my point. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, don't sitting back and waiting for a guy to approach. Usually, the ones that are approaching are the hitters, right? They want to hit it and quit it. I'm just in it to hit and quit. The ones that are not approaching are usually focused on what they want to do and what they want to do.
I have experience with both.
Don't let them get away from you.
I know that the ones I do approach, they don't be good men either. So
yeah, that's the point. That's the point.
That's why I go back to I just go back to my way of thinking. I'm not approaching anyone. I'm not doing that.
Why?
Yeah, it is levels. It is levels to it, because the levels is they go through the same shit in the suburbs with them nice high quality jobs and Mercedes Benz and all of that. They go through the same problems that motherfuckers in the hood go through when they go through divorces or they go through breakups or whatever. It's the same stuff. It's just different levels.
But
So
wait,
with
so I'm curious to know why wouldn't you approach? He's tall, he's good looking, and he's getting good grades in engineering. In engineering, why wouldn't you go after him?
Are you talking about like school? My
Yes,
school situation was quite different. Um, like I mentioned before, I had someone from high school. So I wasn't approaching anyone in college because I still had my high school person. We just went to
understood,
different
understood.
schools. That's why I didn't approach anyone. But now I don't approach because I believe that men carry the relationship. Men, I forgot what the saying is. How what is it? Men carry the relationship, but women are the controllers of sex or something like that. I don't remember the saying.
Yeah, so it's different. So in a to me in a college environment, right? You're in this closed ecosystem. It's a little bit different where you're all just kind of thrown together, and you kind of know who, what, when, where, why, right? But once you go past college, I understand. I in the normal out in the world dating market, you don't have access to information like you do in this closed ecosystem where I know that guy plays football, that guy plays basketball, that guy's good, that guy's not as good, that guy's always in the library doing engineering work. Like, you don't have access to that type of data out in the dating
Right.
market outside of college. So I completely understand why you wouldn't just like why would you approach when you're not in that closed environment? But there are things that you can do. I'm telling you, here's the thing. Women need to get past that initial jarring effect when they listen to Kevin Samuels. Please, please, just get over that initial jarring effect. Once you get past that, this dude drops gems every single time he goes live. Gem after gem after gem. I watched him tell, and this older woman, I think she was almost 50. She took his advice and she couldn't believe that it worked. He said to her, he goes, I'm going to tell you exactly what to do, right? You're out in the dating market. You're out in the world. He said, first of all, do not go out with a herd of other women. Don't go out with 4 or 5 girls in a squad, because that's always a bad setting. You'll either have one person that don't like him, or he don't like her, or they're all trying to compete for the same dude's attention. Forget about all that. He said, what you got to do is put on a nice set of clothes, whether it's a nice pair of jeans, no flip flop, get dressed up, go to a steakhouse, sit at the bar, and I'm just having a glass of wine. I'm reading a book. There's no phone nowhere in sight. I'm not pulling out my phone. I ain't on Instagram. I have a book. It's a book that I kind of like. Maybe it's a book that I read in college that I like. I got my book out. I have my glass of wine. I'm eating something light, and I'm in a steakhouse. I'm in a place where this part of town, I know successful men frequent after they're done trading on Wall Street or whatever. And just sit there, look pretty, and be feminine. So this woman said, she said, okay, I'm not going to go out with my girls this time. She got dressed up. She started to walk through the mall. Before she even got to wherever she was going to sit down and have a good time, some guy came out that owned some art shop in the mall and started to talk to her. They had a great conversation. He seemed like a great guy. She looked beautiful and natural. She had her natural hair. She didn't have a lot of makeup on. She didn't go to DR to get her butt done and her boobs done. And she said, no one ever told me to do this. I couldn't believe this worked. And it started with having a little bit of courage to say, today I'm going to get dressed up and I'm going to go out by myself. So that was just one in a multitude of gems that this guy drops every single time. But people have to get past their feelings and pick up on these cues that this guy teaches every single week, because you'll end up having better outcomes.
I guess it depends on where you go, because since I've been able to catch a bus by myself, I've always gone everywhere alone, so that don't necessarily work. Not, I guess, like I said, it depends on
Yeah.
where you go.
Yeah, where has a lot to do with it, right? I'm not going to get dressed up all pretty and go to some place that maybe the neighborhood is a little sketchy or it's a little dangerous. I'm in the part of town where there's professionals, there's giant office buildings nearby. These guys are done at work. They're going to go have a steak at this local steakhouse. And I just happen to be there and I'm by myself. I'm having a glass of wine, reading a book, eating some salad or whatever. And then that's it. I go. And he was saying to don't just do that once. Go back again. Because you already know by default this is a high target environment of a bunch of men that are the very ones that are highly desired, highly sought after, right? The guy's got a job, he wears a suit every day. And why not put myself in that environment? I know firsthand at least 3 women before Kevin Samuels even existed. I didn't even know. I'm trying to think now, did they really know to do that? Or did they stumble on it by accident? But going back in the day, it's like, yeah, I just happened to be here. And now that I think about it, I'm wondering, was she there knowingly, or it's just that she was waiting for her girls to show up, but she happened to be there. It was just her. There's a bunch of dudes at the next table talking about, black guys, all black men talking about technology and stuff. She chimed in and started talking about some tech stuff. Come on now. She goes on jet flights every year. They got 3 houses, one in Miami, one in ATL, one somewhere else. Right? From that one moment in time. And again, I'm still wondering if she knew that she was doing that or if it was just by accident. Dumb luck, whatever you want to call it, but it doesn't have to be that way. Put yourself in those environments forget. And listen, all the time you hear this term high value thrown around. And Kevin clarifies that, right? He says, listen, high value is not necessarily applicable to a baseball player, basketball player, football player, rapper, singer, because how their funds come, how their money comes, right? So they're high earning, but they may not necessarily be high value, because one of the tenets of being high value is having wiener discipline. Just because you can have a thing doesn't mean you're going to exercise it every time, right? So there's a lot more to it than that. And I think one time he outlined the 6 tenets of what constitutes this thing. But you put yourself in those environments where these individuals that women highly sought after, they put themselves in that position to meet those guys. And don't bring the girls. Leave the girls at home. That's always a bad move. So, and that's just I'm just talking about one particular thing. Watch his show, listen to his live, and he does it. You gotta, of course, okay. So now he's going in hard on some girl. You gotta be like, all right, and sometimes maybe her situation is really similar to mine, and I feel some kind of way about that. Get past those moments. Here's what you do. Don't watch his show live. Watch it on the replay, right? And if he's going in on some girl that maybe, hey, her circumstances is very similar to mine, and I'm feeling some kind of way, I'm gonna fast forward, get past that. When I see a new face pop up on the live, or he's talking to someone new, then let me listen to it. You could absolutely pick apart his stuff and it's like picking roses and not getting stuck by the thorns, right? I don't want to get stuck by the thorns, but I want the roses. I want the gems that this guy drops all the time, because guess what? In life, it will result in me having better outcomes in my mating, dating, and perhaps marriage. So I know I'm talking a lot, so I'm going to shut up now.
Okay, and with that, I think we're gonna be probably going we're gonna be up here for another 30 minutes. Because it'll be even 4 hours. So I just like to point out that basically today's stream is sponsored by Mr. Adonis 1909. I don't know if any of you guys know him. Maybe you should check out his channel. He might have a channel or whatever. He might be wanting people to join up with him. So yes, today's show is sponsored by Mr. Adonis. And the last thing he said was, mothers having kids before marriage push their selfish, jealous wishes of feeling like they are missing out on their kids. This is why our black women say that their 20s are for fun. And I said it earlier. A lot of these other cultures, they make sure that their women are getting married and dropping children in their 20s. Now, I will say this, for the average black American, that might seem like too early an age to marry, but you have to understand, and this is something I point out when I talk about real estate purchasing. Real estate is designed based upon the belief that you're going to marry in your 20s, that you're going to stay married until you're in your 50s, and that you're going to be retiring in your 60s with your house paid off, and it's going to be an asset. In order for black families specifically to build wealth and to focus on intergenerational wealth, the housing situation has to be finalized. Because without the housing, we have a lot of wealth that either doesn't get passed down properly, or we have a lot of wealth that ends up getting lost. Because if you leave your kids just cash money, trust me, they're going to spend it one way or another, whether it's at a Lamborghini dealership or on drugs or on whatever it is, fun, partying, whatever it is. They're going to waste that shit. But real estate is a little bit more stable, especially if you've taught them how to deal with it and how to hold on to it. Now, as for these women, I really wish that more women would focus on becoming wives. They don't have to marry in their 20s. I just wish that that there was like femininity training or something like that. I really think that would help. I really, really think that would help. And again, with Mr. Adonis, this guy, he's loving us today. He says, no channel, just a supporter to channels with some validity for a community and a vision for a better future. Keep up the good work. Oh, you can count on it? Yes, I will. Thank you very much for your support. We have Caramel Baby says, you're not a woman, so stop trying to act like one. I'm not sure who she's talking to. Tulip, enjoy your youth. Also enjoy not being chosen. Okay. Yeah, well, the thing about it is Tulip, I offered him the link to come up. If that's a him or a her, I offered them the link to come up. That person never decided to come up. So they're in the back chat talking. My thing is you can jump on the panel and talk.
So I have a question for not just for Tulip, him or her, or I have a question, and this is a question to just women in general. I don't understand why there's not. You hear accountability. Yeah, I understand, but I don't understand why there is not a huge fear factor when it comes to mating and potentially having, a pregnancy outside of wedlock. Like I posted something earlier where, it's like, this is what it should sound like to me. I don't care how smooth he is. Before he comes at me with that raw stick, before that raw stick comes at me, I am terrified. I am terrified of catching an STD. I am terrified of getting pregnant. I am terrified of possibly having to get a termination. I am terrified of forfeiting 21 years of my life before I'm ready. I'm terrified that this guy could be a jerk. I control access to me, so you have to wrap it up or nope. And why? Because I'm terrified of what could happen to me if you don't. If this whole notion of somebody, I think it was somebody named Lucario was saying, well, I don't know why black men are being down on single moms because they create them. And I was stunned because black men don't create single mothers. Women create single mothers because there's a ton of ways to prevent this a possible event from occurring. And in my opinion, the most important one should be fear. I am fear to this dude is good looking, the best looking dude that I ever dated. He got muscles for days. He's tall, but guess what? I'm in fear of just willy-nilly giving access to my womb. I'm in fear that we didn't get any STD tests. What if I get something that's permanent that I can't get rid of? Why are women not afraid? They should be afraid. I should be running.
And that's a really good question. Let me answer that. Let me answer that in three parts. Over the last 2 years, when we were talking about coronavirus, how many times did you hear the word AIDS or HIV?
Not too much.
Not too much. So basically, it's fair to say that COVID took everybody's imagination towards protecting yourself simply about COVID. They stopped talking about AIDS. They stopped talking about HIV. Let's also remember something. The gay, lesbian, bisexual community, all of them, they don't want to hear AIDS talk. So they've actively done things in the media to make sure that we're not talking about that. We're not spreading as much awareness about that as possible. Keep in mind that when you talk about AIDS and HIV, what they've basically done is they've changed the term to cancer, because AIDS itself doesn't kill you. AIDS is just a syndrome. HIV itself doesn't kill you. HIV is just a virus, right? However, what ends up killing you is other sicknesses that attack your immune system, and those are what bring you down. So what they've done, you've probably noticed, you don't hear about people dying of AIDS anymore. What you hear about is everybody dying of cancer. So there are some people who have legitimate cancer, but there's a lot of people who have died of AIDS. And you're not going to even be able to differentiate, because all they'll say is, yeah, this person died of cancer. And then you just say, oh, that's a damn shame. And then you just move on. So you got to understand, we don't talk about AIDS as much. We don't talk about STDs. And I think part of it is definitely because of LGBT. And the other part is because they want you having children. You got to remember, the health of the state is live births. Now, when you're talking about why don't these people feel the fear of having raw sex, bottom line is, keep in mind, these women have access to prophylactics. They have access to abortion. If they find out they're pregnant, it doesn't take too long to find out you're pregnant. First of all, you know you missed your goddamn period, and then you know that you're not feeling well, and then you probably go to the doctor, get checked out, and then they tell you you're pregnant.
They've got 33 forms of contraceptions as well.
Hold on. I'm just gonna leave you with these two thoughts. A lot of these women know that men do not want to marry them, so what they're doing is they're purposefully getting pregnant by the highest earning guy they can get. Yep. As far as these lesbian women, a lot of them do not have the money to spend on in vitro fertilization. So what they're doing is they're going out there, getting themselves knocked up by a dude, and then knocking on his door for the child support when that kid is delivered. And now they'll take that kid, they'll go to their girlfriend, and now they get to have their kid at the sacrifice of some sex with some man somewhere. So the problem with the premise that you put forward is you assume that they're afraid of getting pregnant. Yeah, I take it in just the opposite direction. No, I think they planned a lot of this shit. Because, like, for instance, there's women right now who are approaching 40 years old. After they hit that menopause soon, with 40, 45, 50, they can't have no more children. Some of them are willing to accept being a single mom rather than dying childless. So you have to understand.
Hey, Big Truck, can I get in when you're done?
Okay, the last thing I'm going to say is Adonis once again. Adonis here. They want their primal instincts of choosing the strongest, but fault our primal instinct to mate as much as we can. Be smart, be better, fellas, which is exactly what I'm saying. Be very careful dating, whether you're a woman or a man. There's a lot of people out there who are called reproductive abusers. There are some guys who will get you pregnant just so you can't leave them. There's some women who will get pregnant on purpose just so you can't leave them. The term is reproductive abuser. Okay, I'll let you have it back.
Oh, can I have, it's my turn, Big Truck?
Yes, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, let's not forget the fact that you have the mothers and the daughters competing with each other. It's a twofold. It's a doublefold. It's not just the girls' trip when you got 4 or 5 or a group of women. It's the mothers and the daughters. The same mothers, remind you, they were young at a certain time in their lives. They were young. They had daughters. I'm not talking about sons. They literally had daughters at a young age. Chances are at too young of an age. They end up getting older as daughters. Those daughters get older. The kicker is that when they get to a certain age, these same mothers and daughters are competing for that top tier or probably average guy. Yep. But when it comes down to that whole what are they being taught? How can you? I mean, not saying they can't, but those same women did the same thing that their daughters did. And their daughters, once they have those daughters, chances are they're going to do the same thing. Because those same mothers and daughters are sharing the same stories. Imagine the daughters and the mothers are going to the same clubs, clubbing together. Now, it's not far-fetched. This literally happens, you all. They're out there competing and probably sharing the same guy. Ain't that crazy? The same guy, the mother and the daughter. And so when it comes down to like, wait a minute, when they have this maybe top tier guy or guy that knows nothing about their past, knows nothing about them, they're thinking that they got the one. They think they got the one when they don't have the one, because they've been practicing and doing things that their mother has been doing that has countered that. You know, as far as like, I know some might come at me, tradition, morality, things you shouldn't do, things you should do. They have a saying, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That's the same in this case. The mothers are going to do what their grandmothers did, their mothers did. They're going to pass it down to their daughters, and they're sharing the same stories. When it comes down to it, the mothers are sharing the stories of the guy that they got with, the daughters are sharing the stories. And then when it's all said and done, chances are they're probably sharing the same guy, and they have no problems, no issues with it. And when that young lady has a daughter, she's going to do the same, and it's going to trickle on down. Next generation and next generation. I don't know if you guys wanted to discuss that or talk to it or noticed it, but it does happen, and it is a reality.
Yeah, I mean, there's a point in time where the traditional black family or African American family broke, right? It broke, post 1960, so now you have grandma, mom, and daughters are under this whole, indoctrination of feminist ideals, and it's destroying whole cultures. What was the saying when the Caucasian community sneezes, the African American community catches a cold, right? So it amplifies the idea of, you have this first wave feminism, second wave, third wave. The first wave, yes, we want equality, we want to be able to vote, we want to be able to do those things. But when you then cross over into, hey, Sex in the City is the way you want to live, forget about men. Go out and do your thing. Live it up. Don't pair bond. Go from person to person to person, which is shown. Studies have shown that that's damaging, right? It's very difficult to pair bond when you've had multiple partners. And I'm talking about women because men are wired in a different way. So there was a concerted effort. I watched this interview with this old lady that worked for Cosmopolitan magazine. And this old lady, listen, she said that we purposely put into our magazine this feminism ideals, and it was done for capitalistic reasons. We wanted to have women spend more than men, and we wanted that to keep going. We didn't want to have these family structures. So we are pushing this narrative of go out, be what you want, do what you want, single lady stuff. And it worked. It worked. That's the point at which this whole turn from families to single life happened. And what is so funny to watch, even in this modern time, even in whether it's music or hip hop, the very same individuals that are peddling this single lady turn it up lifestyle. Beyonce's married. She's been married for a long time. She's gone through stuff with her husband, but he's still her husband. Meanwhile, she got a whole million-woman army of single ladies. She's not single, right? Cardi B is not single. Cardi B could be single if she wanted to be, but she chooses to be with Offset, I think it is, right? Nicki Minaj is not single, right? And they're singing all this stuff, and people are sucking it up. I watched a video clip of Cardi B doing some Instagram live, WAP stuff. Her daughter, her little baby daughter, came walking out of the back. She immediately turned off the video and stopped all the stuff she was doing until her, I don't know if it was a cousin or whatever, grabbed the baby and took her back into the back room, because she doesn't even want her. She's knowingly peddling a narrative that's contrary to how she's actually living. And that woman that is a big fan, she has no problem having her little girl twerk it up and whap it up when Cardi B doesn't want her daughter to even see that kind of stuff, right? So even into this day and age, there are those that peddle a particular lifestyle, a particular narrative, from Beyonce to Cardi B to Nicki Minaj, that don't actually live that life themselves, because they realize that, hey, I want to get up with a dude to the right of me. I want to be pair bond with someone. I want to be. Why does Cardi B stay in that relationship when she's a person that knows street logic and he could potentially do this, that, and the other, but they're still together, right? So there are those that get to a point where they recognize that this narrative is terrible, and we have to go back to this nature. Nature compels us to want to be back to how we're intended to be. You could sing all these feminist songs that you want, but there are millions and millions of videos, not just in here, but in the UK, Canada, Australia, the Western world, where you have women that are unhappy because they were sold this bill of goods. They ghosted endless dudes in their youth, and now they're 40, 41, they're angry, and they're like, why didn't I stay with that guy?
Yeah, Tulip, come up. But Tulip, this is a message to you. Apparently you're 18. What you got to do is keep your body count low, otherwise it's going to affect your bonding. Simple, Tulip.
Yep.
Yeah, well, again, what I've been saying, a lot of these women, they're not willing to change. And I'm not just talking about black women, I'm talking about white women. A lot of them have been indoctrinated from their childhood to do things their way, and that they don't need no man, and that they can do bad all by themselves, and all blah, blah, all that stuff, right? They're not willing to change. Now, they want what they want, and they're going to go about getting what they want. So if they have to use some dude to get pregnant, they'll do it. They don't care. They'll do it, and they'll just deal with the consequences of being a single mom. But my only thing is, it's like, again, gentlemen, you got to be very careful. You should not be having any children until you are married, because this way you know what you're dealing with a little bit better. Furthermore, maybe in the time that you've been with her before you've had children, you've learned more about her. But a lot of these dudes are running around, they're skeeting up in these women, they're not using protection. And the sad thing is, the kids are the ones that are going to suffer for it, because they're the ones that are going to grow up, broken household, no daddy around. They're going to be the ones that suffer for it.
Yeah,
big truck.
Let me just read this chat. I got Dijon Watson. It says, Beyonce tricking woman, y'all man. She running around with her billionaire husband while y'all smoke alarm is beeping it up. That's exactly right. No, and let me just say this. Even if Beyonce was single, Beyonce's got so much money that she can pay men to do everything she ever needs done.
But isn't that funny? She could afford to be single, but she's not. Why is that? Right?
Married couples are powerful.
Yep.
Married couples are looked at with reverence.
Yep.
Big truck. I wanted to throw this in. I was catching the last part of it. I stepped away for a moment, but I want to say, in my discourse of what I was bringing out, wasn't just when I mentioned the mothers and the daughters. This is not just toward black women. I'm looking at it as a whole, in general, westernized women. I think you threw that in too. I didn't want it to be a color thing. This is in general. In 2021, what I've experienced and what I've seen. And when it comes to the mothers and the daughters, it's not about like the old school ways. I'm old school, big truck, just to let you know, about the birds and the bees, how to protect yourselves. I'm talking about the mothers teaching the daughters, and the daughters teaching their little daughters. You know what I mean? Or the grandmothers. I mean, as you mentioned, it can go all the way up. We can even go there to speak about aunties. We can go there, but it's not being taught as far as how to what to look out for. Watch out for sexually transmitted diseases, anything like that. It's like it's almost like back in the days when men would get together and have bragging rights about how many women are under your belt, on your notch. You can just say, bragging rights. Now it's like the same. Women brag among their lady friends. I mentioned Girls Trip earlier. They do the same. It's like the same thing. How many guys did you get? How many cucumbers? I'm saying that to be respectful to your channel, Big Truck. How many D's did you lay down, slob on, whatever you want to call it? But it's a bragging rights nowadays. It's not even about, and I mentioned morals and traditions about like landing that that certain one. Could be a Brad or Tyrone or whatever. The nerdy nerd, the engineer. Someone mentioned engineer. It's not even about that anymore. It's about how many you can lay down. Not the men. I'm talking about the women. How many that the women, looking at their mothers as an example, following in their mother's footsteps. How many? And nowadays, if it's broken down, you can hear it. And have you noticed women don't want you to talk about the past? And as far as men, we like, oh, forget the past. Forget the past. Men do. Women have a major track record. They say, like, if a woman tells you or opens up about how many they've slept with and been with, count it by 2. If she says it's 5, it's 10. If it's 10, it's 20, which is kind of sad. But in 2021, it's normal. It's normal. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not judging. But in 2021, it's okay. And that's a major problem because, once again, when it's passed down, at the end of the day, it's like it's no problem. There's no issues with it because they'll later transfer that down to their daughters and the next daughters and the next generations. And the problem is never resolved.
I just want you to remember. I want you to remember something. In the old days, if a woman wasn't a virgin, she wasn't considered marriage quality at all. And that wasn't even that long ago. That's probably within the last 200 years. And in some cultures, it is today. Only in America, only in countries where we've taken liberal attitudes to sex.
So here's the thing. I forget the person that just spoke before you, John. What you just said is sad, right? It's sad. You want to believe that. So yeah, we understand today is very different. When in the age of social media, Instagram, inboxing, right? The world is much smaller than it used to be. The guy, the beautiful girl that lives in Idaho somewhere could get flown out to LA or Miami and have her dalliances, right? Or have her whole crew of good-looking girls go with her, right? So when you say that the mom now has a daughter or two, and then you saying that she's handing down those same traits and behavior to her daughter, and it's generational, one after the other. That's sad. That's sad to me because I want to believe that at some point the mom would look at. I'm a single mom. I have 2 girls. I want to believe that at some point that mom looks at her daughters and say, "Hey, I didn't do it the right way. So let me tell you how to do it differently. I want different for you than it had for me." And I came to that realization now that I'm 50 years old, 52 years old, 40 whatever years old. I realized that I kind of did it the wrong way. It was fun turning it up with my girlfriends and, going from, cucumber to cucumber. But now that I'm older and I have you two, I don't want that for you two. I want that. I want something different. I want to believe that that's what would happen.
Let me blow you away with this one. The killer part about that, and thank you, and the name is full circle, just to let you know. The killer part about it is that you have many mothers that want to have granddaughters. It's nothing wrong with it. Grandmothers wanting to have granddaughters. That's a given. But the kicker about it is that they can do that all day, every day, all day long. The part that's the kicker is that they can't get married. The mothers that are wanting these granddaughters one day are like, "Hey, give me that." That's nothing. That's the norm in 2021. But they can't get married. And the mothers are not even sitting back saying, "You know what? This is crazy." It's like, don't act surprised, because what man would want to marry you? And I'm going there with tradition. What man in his right mind would want to marry someone with such a track record? Yes, have those babies, have those grandbabies for that mother. Do that. But she has to ask herself, as far as passing it down, wouldn't you want to be married one day? Now, chances are she might be divorced and separated. So you could say that might not be a lot of room for her to talk. But still, it doesn't stop teaching your daughters, showing them, teaching them. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to jump into. I actually do have 2 girls, and I spoke to the oldest one. She's 13, so she's about to go into high school. So it's around that time she will start to discover who she is. But anyway, I did have that conversation with her, and that generation, they're different. Mixed with me being a single mom, I try to tell her, even though I'm a single mother, my views are still married minded. Um, and she don't understand that. She's like, well, you do all of these things by yourself. I don't see why I would ever need a man. It's like, no, 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 no. Don't you ever say that. Don't think that way at all. Like, I am 1000%, for marriage. But people her age, they have the internet at their hands, and she's like, she asks questions like, why do a woman have to take a man's name? Why do a father have to give his daughter away? I don't like that. I don't want anyone to give me away. And it's like, it's difficult talking to that age group with the internet. I'll say that.
Yep.
I try to tell her, stop listening to what these other kids on the internet are saying, and at the same time, it's hard because she's looking at me do things, and she's like, well, you don't have one, so that means I don't need one either. I don't know. I can't say some of us are having the conversation.
I think you're on the right track. The challenges and the difficulty in these days, and in this day and age, is as a parent, you're competing with social media. You're competing with this, single, don't need no man narrative, whether it's in music and pop culture, on the internet. It's a tough time to be a mom raising daughters, or a dad raising daughters, or even, so it's hard. And the only thing you can do is continue to preach that narrative, right? What else can you do? You just got to say, hey, you trust me. I know that you look at me and say, well, you're single. It's easy to say, hey, yeah, I know I'm single, but it has been very hard. It's difficult. It's not easy, right? I wish I had a man's shoulders to lean on to help me raise y'all. It's not that easy. So me telling you, giving you that impassioned plea that says, yes, mom is single, but it doesn't mean that it's easy being single. And oh, by the way, all these messages that you're seeing on the internet, online, on Instagram, wherever, you have to resist. Trust me, my daughters, I know what I'm talking about. And that's all you could do. You should do that every single night before they go to bed. Because you know what happens after a certain point? They'll get to a certain point where all of a sudden they're taking a slightly different approach. It's all human repetition, right? Repetition. And those moments in life will come up for your daughters, and they'll be like, I don't know why I'm doing this thing that I'm doing, but what's behind all of that is your constant reinforcement, your constant teaching of this is the way you should go about a particular thing. It will show up at some point. It'll show up, and the more you teach to them, the more you in them every single night, telling them over and over again, the earlier it will stick. So you just keep doing what you're doing, and they'll be fine.
And someone's saying, I might have to limit her social media. I do. Some of her friends have like Snapchat and Instagram and things. I don't let her have those things. So I do try. I do have like the family link, and so I do see what she see on social media. It's just some stuff do go under the radar.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard these days. It's hard when you're competing against social media, when you're competing against this narrative, you're competing against corporations that don't want traditional marriages. They want women to be separate and men to be separate because financially it's better for them in terms of profits to their bottom line. So there's a lot of stuff you're fighting against And as a parent, you just got to keep going. You got to push every day. Every time you have an opportunity, you say, hey, listen, I know what I'm talking about. And I mean, nowadays, you see, I mean, even because of this whole explosion in, the side of, I don't know, YouTube, where men actually have a platform to talk about these things where in the past they didn't. There was no show, right? It's Oprah, Sally, Jassy, Raphael, whoever else, right? And if it's a show hosted by a man, usually it's some buffoonery stuff, right? I'm not the father, that kind of nonsense, right? But now you have this outlet that are giving a platform to hear these voices that you typically wouldn't hear. And in some of those outlets, there's endless videos where you see women that are hitting a particular age and they have a lot of regret. Like, why didn't I do this thing differently when I was younger? I would find those videos, watch them first, so you get a full perspective on what this person is talking about. And then when you're having those discussions with your daughter, you say, look at this woman. She's angry and sad. She's crying because she didn't make the proper decisions when she was younger, right? I mean, why not use the internet as a tool? Because the internet the internet, social media are competing for the souls of your children. And I'll leave it at that.
Right. And I tell her all the time, like, stop listening to those girls on TikTok. What they say is not.
But
like,
you know what?
The Bible.
You're right. You're right. And these chicks on TikTok and these social media influences, these chicks are doing so much damage to these young women because they don't seem to understand. Female sexual liberation comes with tremendous consequences. The consequences are that men are not going to want to be with you. And some women might be like, oh, well, I don't care. But eventually they will care. And by the time they do, it's too late. That's the bottom line. And it's a damn shame.
Yep.
Yeah. Teach your daughter to be fit feminine. Yeah.
Yeah. I do.
Yeah, teach that's what you do. That's the most important thing. They want fit, feminine, cooperative, and to keep her body count low. Keep her body count low, and she'll attract the right type of person and go on.
But I was saying she's already athletic. I already tell her not to eat after a certain hour. I really do try to push these things so that she can't. I say I want you to be the best woman you can be. I don't want you out here being lost, wondering what's what. I think I'm on it. I'm doing.
Yeah, and teach her not to go for the guy that's the idiot in the class, the Pookie and Ray Ray.
Oh yeah, she knows that. She already knows that.
That's good enough.
I actually talk, and some parents are like, I'm not talking to my kids about that. I tell them everything. I just go ahead, just tell them everything. Be honest with your children.
No, absolutely. You have to be honest. Some things they're gonna learn the truth just by observation. And the thing about it is, the bottom line is to stress. It's like, listen, until you're taking care of yourself, you're not ready to have no children. That's the bottom line.
And she don't want, well, she's 13, but she says she's not having any at all. But, whatever.
Yeah, she'll change her mind when those ovaries start beating her at night when she's trying to sleep and her body is literally harassing her. It's like, listen, if you don't have some of these damn eggs and you don't get pregnant, we're going to turn it into cancer. We're going to eat you inside out. So, yeah, she'll change her mind.
Let me tell you, I wish Tulip could come into the chat because I have so many questions. And one of the things that I'd like to say is, being feminine is not a negative. Being feminine is how. I mean, sure, it's how someone could easily say, well, that's how we're wired as a species. But when did we lose when did Western women lose the art of femininity? There are cultures where women absolutely pull the strings, but the guy doesn't know that. He thinks I'm the guy. I'm big. I'm bigger than her. I'm taller than her. I go out. I kill the deer. I bring it back home. I do all that stuff. And my wife is very feminine. She's flirty. She's giggly. She smiles. Right. modern women need to read more. They need to get, there are cultures, ancient cultures, Kama Sutra, India. Pick one. You got to read more. You got to get off this feminine bandwagon. And guess what? Those women run the show. Why do they run the show? Because they use their femininity to get everything they want. I got the mogul in the castle. There's 7 concubines. Guess what? I'm the best of them because I'm the most feminine of them. I know how to use my femininity to get what I want instead of posting up and saying I'm equal to a man and I'm going to put up my fist and I'm going to fight him in the workplace. I'm going to fight him at home. There's an art to femininity that has been absolutely lost. They don't know how to do it no more because feminism has told them that you don't need that. Just post up, be a man, and do whatever a man does. That's the wrong message because it's counterintuitive to who we are as a species. The way to do it is use your femininity to get what you want. That is exactly why when that guy goes from high school, football player, big star, I go from high school to college. All of a sudden, guess what? Why is it's not because Becky is hot or more roundly or shapely than the sisters that I've been used to dealing with in high school. It's because here she comes and she's providing femininity that I am not used to. From the neighborhood that I come from, I don't even know what this is about. But I know as a man, it feels good. I feel like Mighty Mouse. I could go out and slay a lion because this girl is coming on to me with this exuberant overabundance of femininity that charges a man's masculinity, gets him to do what she wants him to do. But that is a lost art. And what we end up with is where we are right now.
That's exactly right, man. I kind of, me personally, I think we're so far gone that, I think like this generation of millennials, I think they're basically a dumpster fire. I think Generation Z is not going to be that much better, but with any hope, Generation Alpha might end up slightly better, but I really don't think so there either.
No. These guys are not picking. These guys are not picking.
Who is Generation Alpha?
All right, so millennials. Okay.
Because I think I'm a millennial.
What year were you born?
88.
Okay, so basically, Generation Alpha are that's a demographic cohort that comes right after Generation Z, and basically they were born because we actually have the dates that they were born. They were born pretty much. They're the kids that are basically being born right now. They are like, okay, it says because I have to look up some. I know who I'm talking about. It's just that I have to look up the dates. The individual dates.
They are being born in such a wild, colorful world. I'll tell you that.
Okay, so let's see. Millennials started in 1980, ended in 1994. Generation Z started in 1995, ends in 2012. So if you're born after 2012, you are now Generation Alpha.
Okay.
So basically, Generation Alpha are the children that are being born pretty much right now.
And those ones are saying that young girls are mean.
Yeah, most of them are children of millennials, early millennials. Those are the
and they're saying that young girls are mean. So they're already
right,
going
so
over.
I have Gen Z and Alphas. So yeah.
See, and you got to understand, Generation Alpha is going to be nothing like us because they're going to grow up with all of these ideas in their head. They're going to grow up with LGBT as a norm. They're going to grow up with other things as norms that we didn't grow up with. Like some of them are going to gravitate towards the ideas of socialism and communism, just like some of the Generation Zers do now. They're going to end up mostly no income, no jobs, no assets. Either that or they're going to have low paid work. Chances are most of them are not going to earn enough to buy a house. Chances are most of them are going to be renters. So Generation Alpha is about to have it really tough. And you keep in mind, Generation Alpha is growing up mostly without religion, or is going to grow up in many cases without religion. They're going to grow up without all those Disney marriage stories like Cinderella and stuff. They're going to grow up on the current day television and current day internet. How well do you think they're going to grow up? How well?
And I have to constantly tell my children the difference between reality TV, scripted TV, and then YouTube with how some of the YouTubers are still scripted, even though they act like that's their reality. It's so many different levels to everything that I have to keep like constantly telling them that's not real. It's not real. It's not real. It's kind of tiring.
Yeah, you're right. That whole non-scripted, scripted is very dangerous because they think that that's just normally occurring.
Right.
And it absolutely is tiring. And, I mean, listen, as a parent, you want, you just have to keep pushing. I mean, listen, you could imagine that day where you say, hey, because I kept Adam every single day, I am now standing here and my little girl or girls are walking down the aisle with a man that's worthy. The guy's a good guy and he's going to treat her like a gem, right? There's a certain, you're going to feel like you're on cloud nine. And then of course, then you start bugging her about grandkids, right? Like that's a great a goal.
I only want grandkids from my married children.
Yes, there you go. So where you are now, you're in the right frame of mind. You're absolutely right. It's tiring, and you're competing against this monster that is the internet, social media, etc. But as a parent, you just got to keep pushing every single day.
One thing that and it's kind of difficult. I don't want to like push too much, but one thing my 13-year-old says is she says men and women are equal. Why this? Why that? And a lot of people don't agree, but I tell her men and women are not equal. They're not. Men are always supposed to be the head of the household, the head of all the things. And she's like, well, I don't believe that. So it's hard. I don't know. I'm still learning at the same time.
Well, you basically have to stress, it's like, listen, if you don't have a husband to do the things that a household needs a man to do, then you're going to end up paying some man out there to do those same things. Right. So how much money do you want to have to earn and make?
And I told her that when the lawn guy comes, I said, you see?
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly right. When it comes time to put those air conditioners in the window, yeah, let's see you do it. Oh, I don't think I can handle that. Yeah, well, then that just tells you just how. See, the sad thing about it is the thing that makes men most important is their labor. It's not even them themselves as a man. What makes them important is their labor. What makes a woman valuable is her beauty and how well she can get a man. Men, it's funny. More females exist than men because males are actually they're a more fragile birth. It's harder to birth males than it is to birth females. It's harder. Males have a higher infant mortality rate than females do in general. And the thing about it is, I'm not saying it because I'm a man, but the male birth is actually more important. I'm not like when we talk about men and women, the bottom line is the male birth is more important. That's the reason why women outnumber men. There is no scarcity when it comes to women. There's a scarcity when it comes to men, especially men who are capable of being contributing members of the society.
Yep.
So the bottom line is, as much as feminism has taught that that's not true, or have tried to ignore it or gloss over it, that's the reality that I'm seeing more and more and more and more. Because ultimately, it's the men who build the society. It's the men who secure the society. It's the men who maintain the society. Now, women have their role. Women are obviously the child's first teacher. They're birthing the future men. They're birthing the future women. And the sad thing is, without both a man and a woman in that household, you know, chances are that job is not getting done very well.
Yeah.
And I want to comment on Tulip that says promiscuous women are getting wiped up more than traditional. I agree with that.
It's
I
true.
really do.
Yeah, it's true. It's because, you know why? Men like the path of least resistance. They're looking for food, sex, and silence. They're not looking to fight with any women. They're not looking for challenges with women. They're not looking for arguments. All they're looking for is food, sex, and peace in their house. That's it. And it's sad because it's so simple, but women just refuse to play that game. And this person is Tulip is right. Tulip is right about that. The more promiscuous you are, the easier it is to get a man to stay interested in you. And if you're lucky, maybe you'll get that ring. But if you're promiscuous with too many men, chances are nobody's going to want you back.
Exactly. There's a limit to that. You could be promiscuous behaving, right? In terms of what you're able to convince him of. But if it's discovered that you really are promiscuous, then he's out, right? And you know, to me, so here's the thing that goes all the way back to this issue of femininity and using it to get what you want. A woman that is promiscuous, right? She's not just promiscuous to be promiscuous. She's using feminine cues, feminine wiles, feminine tactics and maneuvers to get what she wants. And there are those that know how to play that without actually being promiscuous. I don't really have a body count. And it's provable, right? But to the extent that it is. So I, you know, it's really, really, really tricky. But at the end of the day, it's exactly what John said. Our roles are what they are. There's no women that are lining up to work at the electric dam or build roads or work on a building, right? I don't want that job. Physicality, from a physicality perspective, I'm not interested in doing that. Just the other day, there was some article about the somebody in the, I don't know if it's the administration, they're looking into potentially requiring women to sign up for selective services when they turn 18 years old because the machine needs bodies. But there are a whole bunch of people that are going, no, that's a bad idea. It's a bad idea for a ton of reasons. I mean, you could pick a thing, right? You got a soldier. A soldier said, if I'm wounded, I got bullets, I cannot rely on, if you're asking me to curb the required physical attributes for a particular job, that's bad. There's a reason why these requirements exist. We're not going to bend it so that we could fill, because there's you could get an administration that would be more than happy to do that because they just need bodies to feed the machine. But from a physicality perspective, it makes it's a bad look. It's just a bad look. And you know, I had to dig for some stories around this whole issue of men and their physicality that John brought up. I didn't even know. I had to dig for story. Back in I don't know, 2018 or whenever the Venus and Serena Williams, when they were at the height of their tennis power, they made a declaration that said, we could beat any man that's just outside of the 200 ranked men. If you're ranked 200 and under, then you're the top of the game. We can't do it. So sometime in Australia, away from the cameras, some guy, this German guy, stepped up. He was ranked 502nd. He beat Venus 6-1 and he beat Serena 6-2. And the guy, and then they were all friendly. It was a friendly thing. They laughed about it. And the Williams sisters were like, okay, we get it now. We understand it. We're the best in the world. And this guy said, you know what the guy said? He goes, you know what? I think genuinely they probably should talk about 600 ranked or more, because today I played terrible, like I was ranked 600 instead of 502. That's one story. Another story is the women's Olympic soccer team. They lost to a high school team in Houston, Texas, in 2018, I think it was, right? It was like 4-2 or 5-2. And they won the gold medal and they lost to high school boys, 14 years old. And when I started to read into this story, I heard someone said that no, they lose all the time because they use those matches to prepare for the professional matches. But it just goes to show you that this narrative of you're the same as a man is BS. Physically, it is not the same thing, and it's proven. But those stories in today's media get completely suppressed.
And no, I absolutely agree with what you're saying there. And my thing is, especially with athletes, that right there, those stories about women going up against men in athleticism, it's like, we already know the truth. It's like no matter how you try to change, no matter how you try to twist the story, no matter how you try to change it, we already know that men are just not designed to compete with women because men tend to be better at most of the sports. I will say this, most of the sports are designed by men. So for most reasons, men are going to be better at it. Like, for instance, when you play basketball, obviously, if you're taller, your chances of playing better basketball are, you're going to have a better chance of playing simply because you can handle the court better, right? But when it comes to women in selective service, I've always been against that because you got to understand, when men go to war, women are supposed to be there to birth the next generation of soldiers. We're not supposed to be sending women to war, but women are demanding all this freedom and everything, so they get what they get.
Yeah, and they're even, you see some of these, like, I'm not sending my daughter to sign up for selective services, and you're like, wait, I thought you wanted equality. That's what equality looks like. Nope. One person said, that feminists are they're heavy into equality until the check comes.
Yup. But you know what? The military at this point is a job program. A lot of these women, they're signing up. They want the same benefits and work and everything as a men, but they don't seem to understand that the job is difficult. It's not an easy job to do. And what's crazy is when they start complaining and they're like, oh, you're discriminating against me because of my haircut and all this. It's like, this is the military. That's what we do. It's like, what do you think this is? But you can't tell them nothing.
I like Adonis's latest post.
What do you say? Adonis is on a roll over here. What do you say?
He is.
Yeah, Adonis got my whole chat locked down pretty much. Yeah, but that's just where we are. Like, I don't think anything that I've said is misogynistic or hateful towards women. But the sad thing is, it's important to tell the truth, and that's something that we've lost. We've really lost the truth. We've really, really, really lost the truth.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to tell the truth in this modern era now. No. It's like hate speech. It's like the truth is hate speech now.
The truth is hate speech.
Can you imagine? The truth is hate speech.
The truth is hate speech. You cannot tell the truth.
That's what they say. They say that Kevin Samuels bashes women, which is nonsense. So the truth is bashing.
Yeah, it's a shame. You can't tell the truth. Are you kidding? You can't tell the truth. Absolutely not.
I was watching one of his last shows, and it was one thing that I noticed, how when he was asking women to rate themselves, and some of them were like, "Oh, I'm a 9, I'm a 10, I'm this, I'm that." I think it depends on your area that you live in, and that's why they were rating themselves those numbers. But he was like bringing them down, just knocking them like, "No, you are not a 9."
You know,
like, I think it's the area
Well, you know, I'll tell you what. So what happens is like he often reference BMI, right? But there is a I think let me call it a scale. There is a symmetrical physical physicality scale. It's not wispy thin, it's not overly heavy, it's not overly exaggerated body parts, because the guy that's an executive in a tall building is not bringing his quote wife who's has a bazillion butt implant and boobs and just busting out like Jessica Rabbit, right? Or beyond Jessica Rabbit, right? So there is a general, there is no, this particular thing is the societal standard globally when it comes to human, the human animal. That's not 100% correct, but there is a window, there is a scale that exists across all of humanity, and there are people that fall outside of that scale, and they don't know. They just, hey, I want a guy that's six pack, six figures, 6 feet tall, and I'm a 10. And he often references like Beyonce and Kelly Rowland, and Beyonce's an 8, Kelly Rowland is a 9, and then he starts to talk about Diane Carroll, what's her name, Foxy Brown,
Ada.
Pam Grier, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, those are that's what we're talking about. Here's the thing that he does often, because I remember when he first started saying it, I go, I'm gonna go to YouTube and look up when he starts to talk about how physicality has changed and become accepted, and of course he's talking to the black community. And he says, go back and look at the 70s. Go back and find a clip of Soul Train. Right now, go to YouTube and look up Soul Train music dance line. I'm gonna look up on a YouTube video search and look for the Soul Train dance line. And I did it, and he was absolutely right. You see, these are women from the 70s, early 70s, late 60s, and yeah, they don't look like they do now.
And this is the thing about it. Those women, when you go back into the 60s and 70s, they weren't overweight and obese. You hardly found the overweight and obese women.
Yep. That was the exception, not the norm.
But aren't
You saw giant
bell
bottoms, giant afros, and that was the norm. The exception was, okay, that woman over there is kind of heavy, but go, just when we're done talking, go do a YouTube search and look up Soul Train dance line, and you're like, wait a minute, what, really? Yeah, that's how the community looked back then.
I think those dancers were chosen, like how VIP people might be chosen in a club. You get in a club for free type of situation. I think like maybe the heavier people were like off to the side, off camera. That's just my point of view.
Well, no, I will say this. Even when I look in my family photo albums, none of the people in my family were as heavy as they are now. So the thing about it is, first of all, we already know obesity is a relatively new issue, because you're talking, obesity really has been a thing that's been with us mostly, I'll say, since the 80s moving forward, right? So when you look at your family photo albums, my parents were born in the 50s, right? And the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, they were nowhere near as heavy as the average kid now. The average kid now looks like they're damn near 30 years old when they're in 7th grade.
True. This is the thing I was going to answer to her and say, you see, black women have been taught that they're 10s from their home, you see, because daddy told them that they were 10s, but daddy didn't say, look, you're a 10 to me, but outside the world, you might be a 6 or you might be a 5. And this is the problem. They've been told,
I know.
And the pro-blacks have told them that they're queens and they're the thing, and that
I know
everyone's a winner.
From my experience, I don't know what I'll rate myself. I'm just gonna throw out a number. Where I'm from, I might be like a 7 or something. But where I live now, my number has drastically went down. I'm in Atlanta now, and I don't get the same attention that I used to get when I lived in New Jersey. It's a completely different field. That's why I say I think people that live like maybe the population is very small. They probably do feel like they're tens because it's not that many people around them, and they never left. You know, they didn't leave their area, so they don't know anything else.
Well, if you're getting begged for dates every single time you step out your house, that tells you right there what your value is. Because you got to understand, the market value is basically based on how desirable you are for dating, right? So if you're the type of person who's constantly getting hit on, whether you're a man constantly getting hit on by women, or whether you're a woman constantly getting hit on by men, and not only are they offering you the dates, but they're also talking marriage, because there are some men who do talk marriage relatively early. There are some men out there like that. That tells you what your market value is.
I'll tell you. Here's just to give you some perspective on that. You said you moved from New Jersey to Atlanta. Okay, so you said, all right, I'm a 7 in New Jersey and Atlanta. I feel like I'm less, right? Okay, here's the thing.
Less.
So here's the thing. The reason that it's different there is because competition is different, right? You got a whole lot more competition, a whole lot more looks, a whole lot more options. But where you really have to land is, okay, does my 7 square with the general scale of BMI and the standards that are kind of general in scope? The fact that I'm not getting hit on, or I'm not getting the looks on that I did because I moved to a different area, doesn't necessarily mean that you're not a 7 anymore. It just means that there's a lot more 7s to choose from by the men, or there's a couple of 8s that are there now, right? So it's not that you like, for you're like, listen, I look the same as I did last week when I was in New Jersey. I have the same natural hair. I'm in good shape. I'm still that 7, but I'm in a market where there's a ton of 7s, 8s, 9s. So it feels as though my number's gone down, but your number didn't go down. It's just competition went up. That's all it is. Because that's why it's important to have and Kevin harps on this a lot. There is a scale that can be used. There's a margin. It's not wispy thin or overly heavy, but there's this scale that can be used, and he uses BMI. I mean, some people tag him and go, that's a European-centric standard of beauty, but that's all BS, right? So since you have this general scale, wide scale, to incorporate different nationalities, what you have to say is, hey, based on this scale, based on this BMI scale, I'm a 7. Just because I'm in Atlanta and I'm not getting the looks that I did when I was in New Jersey doesn't mean that my 7 changed. It means that there's the men here have a lot more 7s, a lot more 8s and 9s to choose from. That's all.
So you know what? I'll tell you what. You don't really understand the rating scale until you go outside of America. When you go to a European country, like if you go to Belarus, where the average woman is what we would consider like an 8 or 9, the average woman there is an 8 or 9. Or if you go to Finland, where the average woman is an 8 or 9, or if you go to pick a country, Nicaragua.
No, Sweden. The average is
Nicaragua. 8. See, the problem is in America, the biggest problem we have here is twofold. First of all, yes, we have a problem with obesity. We got a problem with men being obese. We got a problem with women being obese. It plays a role in just about everything. But then when you go outside this country and you see women in other countries and you realize that the average woman looks better than our average woman here who's a 7 or an 8, that's a damn shame. So you think your numbers are low now. No. if you had to actually compete in a system where the average woman was globally, if you had to compete when the average woman wasn't obese. But see, the problem that we have is scarcity. There's not enough dimes to go around. There's not enough nines to go around. There's not enough eights to go around. So our problem, men who have a chance at a 7, or 8, or a 9, they lose their goddamn mind because of the scarcity epidemic. If you go to most other countries, the average woman is better looking than our average 7 or 8. And I'm not going to pick on the women. I'll say the average man is in better shape and probably makes more money than our average guy here who's an average guy. So what I'm saying is our problem is that we're dealing with scarcity that has been brought about by having an unhealthy society. That's what I'm saying. I've lived in other countries where the women refuse to eat because they're like, oh, it'll make me fat. I've lived in countries where the average chick, she's eating fruits, vegetables, healthy shit all day. She cooks. She makes sure she keeps a clean place. Meanwhile, I've had girlfriends here. I had one girl, my first girlfriend, her mom was a hoarder. She got fucking roaches on the wall. And I look at the roaches and she's supposed to kill it, and she looks back at me as if the roach is a goddamn tenant. And I'm not even making that shit up. And the thing, and thought nothing of it. Thought nothing of it. So what I'm just saying is that we have a very unhealthy, toxic environment right here. So what ends up happening is the women who believe that they're 8s, 9s, and 10s, they walk around with attitudes acting as if they're queens and they don't have to be bothered by the peasants. And the guys are typically 8s, 9s, and 10s only based on how much money they have and what they have, like houses and cars and stuff. So the average guys have this inflated ego as well. So it's a toxic environment, and it's doing no good for either of us. It really isn't.
Yeah, I hear. There's all these travel groups that are popping up, and these guys are going to other countries, and yeah, listen, it's one thing where, so let's say you have these travel groups that go to Colombia, and these incredibly beautiful Colombian women from the sticks. They're 10s, they're 9s easily on anybody's scale, and not only that, but they I know how to cook and I know how to clean because I come from a culture and a society that's not a big deal. It doesn't even feel, it's not a burden. It's just a thing that's done, right? And what's that?
Cleanliness is godliness.
Yeah, and they're like, okay, this guy's, he's not a jerk, and he can provide resources, and of course he's snapping me up because where he's from, I'm a 10, I'm a 9, and I cook and clean and do laundry, and it's not a burdensome thing to me. Why? I don't see it as I'm an indentured servant, because the guy is, you know what? Next summer we're gonna go to the Seychelles Islands. We're gonna get on Qatar Air and go to Dubai, right? What part of that is indentured servitude or slavery when I'm in the crystal clear waters, of the Seychelles Islands? That doesn't seem like slavery.
Oh, and excuse me. Let me just stop you right there, not to cut you off. I actually flew to Dubai and then I flew to Seychelles. I didn't know what I was expecting. I was expecting the women there to be gorgeous African women and this, that, and other. I will say this, and I made a video called The Real Seychelles. I made like 4 videos of it. And next time I go, I'm going to Dubai and then I'm going to Maldives. The women there, these are African black women. I think I have some photos somewhere I could post, I could show. But these were black African women. And what I noticed was the younger women, especially the students, they were regular looking. There was nothing stand out about them. Basically, all the women there, to me, they kind of reminded me of Haitian women here in New York, right? And they also kind of reminded me of like Dominican women, like when I went to DR. And the thing about it is, in fact, I got a photo. I'm going to post it right here. There was one girl I took a photo of because I thought she was gorgeous. And she was a girl. I wasn't talking to her or nothing. I was just like, you know what? I want you to be the face of my video because you look great. I'm gonna share this photo right now. Let me see. Okay, yeah. So here's right here. This is what the women in Seychelles, Africa, look like. Now these were, I think, college girls. I think they were no. The girls who had those blue skirts on and the black shoes, those are college girls. These were high school girls, right? And beautiful people.
Where's Big Shirley?
Well, no, I have to say, listen, I'm gonna be fair. There were a lot of Big Shirleys there, but not when they were young. There were no young Big Shirleys.
Right. You're allowed to listen. If you're a mother, you've had children. I got 2 kids, 3 kids. I'm allowed to be Big Shirley because I brought human beings into this world.
You see this girl right here? I took a photo of this girl on the bus.
If I'm 18 or 19, I'm not supposed to be Big Shirley.
They had some pretty people. I mean, these are African people. They were beautiful people. They had some good-looking women. I did notice that after, I guess, 30 or something like that, the women blew up like balloons. I don't understand how they did that because they have like a fish diet there, and they walk a lot, they climb a lot. But I did kind of think that was kind of interesting. But the women were not. I mean, they weren't, and they were very friendly. They were very nice.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear I went to school in Massachusetts.
I got another one too. Hold on. Yeah. We got another one. Go ahead. You can talk. I got another one.
I hear, there's like an Eritrean community in
Eritrea,
Boston. Yeah, those Eritrean women are absolutely beautiful. Absolutely, and that's
now you see this. Here's a question: would you call this girl right here Big Shirley? This one right here, the second one. Would you call that big? That was their big. That's their version of Big Shirley there.
And in America, she's an IG model.
In America, she's a 7th grader. She's like a 7th grader at that size.
She's an IG model in America.
Exactly. Showing off hosiery and camel toes. Yeah, but I had to stop because you mentioned Seychelles. A lot of black people here have not been to Seychelles, so I had to say something. But they had beautiful. Africa's got beautiful women over there. But what they aren't dealing with is they're not dealing with obesity. That's why Ghanaian women, Nigerian women, they can snap up black men just as easily as white women can.
Yeah,
they really can. The only thing that stops that from happening is there's not that many of them here. So once again, you're still dealing with scarcity.
Yeah,
But that's all. That's what I'm just saying. But when you go to another country, like here's a question, Miss Crafty, what other countries have you been to?
I've never been out the country.
Okay, so yeah, hopefully someday you get a chance to travel.
Yeah.
But even if you go to the Caribbean, you'll notice that the women down there are freaking ridiculous.
I have plans. When my children get older, like when they're adults, I'm gonna get an RV. I'm traveling. I want to drive across country, but let me stop.
Well, my thing is you need to see what's outside of this country. And maybe you're a little old for it, because honestly, I think black people need to travel in their 20s, because once they see what different parts of the world look like, it gives them a better understanding of what they're dealing with right here. It helps put everything in perspective. See, the problem is, if you're stuck here and you never get to see anything, if you don't get off the plantation, you never have any frame.
It's like I'll be doing things the opposite way. I had my children first, and then I'm going to travel when they are adults. So
okay,
I'll tell you, I think all Americans need to travel more. I mean, listen, for wealthy Americans, that's not a choice. That's not a discussion. They could do that. But I think there's a lot of, whether you're black or white, there's a lot of benefit from getting outside of the matrix. I think that there are those that, hey, I live in Alabama and I'm set in a particular kind of way, and I got flags and I roll coal every day with my shotguns. And, I took a trip outside the country and I saw something different. Right. So I think all Americans should travel if they get the opportunity, especially in their, like you said, in their early 20s.
Yeah, because the thing about it is it really helps you put into perspective what you're dealing with here. It's a total different way of living. It's a totally different reality, you know? Like I've been to a number of countries. I've been to DR. Like a lot of black people here have been to DR. Some of them been to Colombia, Brazil, this, that, and other. But even in those countries, you see the different reality that you're dealing with, especially when it comes to dating. And that's why what kills me, and just to get back on the subject, the chick who this stream is about, who's slandering people and calling men predatorial because they choose to date women from outside the country, or she's up there talking about as if they're taking advantage of them because they're poor or whatever. That's not the reason why they're doing it. They're doing it because the thing about it is those women are just generally nicer. Now, my thing is most men do not want to spend the money to go out the country and find women. They'd rather do it here. And the problem is, what is preventing that? Is it the bad attitudes? Maybe. Is it the, I don't like him talking to me, so I'm going to call HR? Maybe. I don't know. But I tell you, outside this country, it's a whole nother world out there. And the women believe in their men, the women trust their men, and the women know that their men protect them. So they take good advantage of their men in that they treat them with respect that they deserve. And in return, those women have stable marriages and they get treated with respect too. Yep. Not here though.
Yeah. I mean,
hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Hey, what's going on with you, man?
All right, what's up? Did you watch the topic? Did you see the show that they put on with that woman I was talking about?
Yeah, I couldn't. I really couldn't finish it because I done heard it when it originally came out. I done seen it when the girl first gave her some shine because the petition is like, what, 3 months old? But the girl made it revived, made it up to date. So now they start picking up. And I don't even remember the girl's name who brought it up. But yeah, Sue. I mean, this is what need to be done with this female is with the same thing 50 Cent did to Tiana Marie. Let's stop being gentlemen to people. Let's stop giving less than women the same courtesy we would give women and ladies, and do them like a nigga on the street. That's what we need to do. You know, they want to play with the white man. We can play with the white man too, because she is legally, that's like she has no legal grounds to do none of the stuff she did. It's all slander. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like accusing somebody from rape, and then as soon as after they beat everything and their reputation is trashed, you want to say sorry. Like I mean, anybody who she mentioned or target need to get their legalization on. If she want to act like if she want to act like an enemy, treat her like an enemy. Period. Like I said, if you are a black female and you don't identify with the black man, then you a Negro. You know what I'm saying? We need to make a distinction between black people and Negroes. If you with us or you ain't. Period. Like, I don't understand it. Like, why are they so upset about a man promoting healthy families? Like, I came up from an effed up family. For real. Like, that don't feel good. Like, you know what I'm saying? I had to thug it out since I was 4 years old. I'm talking about fighting, learning how to cook for myself, all type of stuff. That don't, you know what I mean? Why would people don't understand the process of? I know everybody like to joke on Pookie and Ray Ray, but you don't understand the conditions that made them into the people that they were. They had effed up lives where they had to become grown in elementary school. So it's just like, why would you? Well, I look at it like that. Like, they don't understand the consequences and the destruction to coming up in single parent homes, or even just being raised by your grandparents. So it's just like, it's a lot of destruction that's involved that's been happening for the past 50 years. So like, I mean, we need to be combative against people who have anti-black rhetoric. I'm into black nationalism. I'm not no Republican. I'm not no Democrat. I'm a black nationalist, and I'm for everything that's pro-black. And that's basically it.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you, man.
Well, you know, Kevin Samuels is up against years and years and years of liberal feminist indoctrination. And it's not easy to go up against that without somebody coming after you. So, like, first of all, this system doesn't like it when one person is able to turn people's heads and get them to look in the direction that they don't want them looking in. But I'll just say it again. He is just a messenger. The message was already out there, and we were already seeing the effects. The issue is we needed somebody to consolidate the message and package it in a way that it was easier to understand. He just so happened to be that person. Now, there are a couple of other people doing the same thing and trying to follow after him and follow after how he does it. Most of them are not successful with what they do. There are counter voices, but most of them are not successful in any way as much as he is. But that's just what it is.
Yeah,
and we're just dealing with it.
Someone said the other day that he's reached escape velocity. And what does that mean, escape velocity? It means that even if he decided he was going to go to Mars tomorrow, it's too late to try to put that genie of the message that he's been, socializing back in the bottle. It's too late. It's too late. There's no way to fix. There's no way to go back.
Yep, you can keep pulling on him, but now he's too far away for you to pull him down again. That's what it is. That's just what it is. He has started a conversation that the other side doesn't want to have and isn't prepared to deal with. And even if they could figure out a way to take him off the internet tonight, it wouldn't matter because there's so many other people who have seen what he did and they're willing to follow right behind him and do the same thing.
Yep.
So you've created martyrs basically.
Yeah.
So, and there's nothing you can do about it. So as far as this chick who thinks that she can just get him yanked off, she must have known that wasn't going to work. So I say she's doing nothing but clout chasing.
Yeah, I agree.
We've got Chief Cook here with Starship Enterprise. What's going on, Chief Cook?
Hey, how you doing?
Cloud chasing or not, make her pay for it.
I agree. Kevin should sue her ass. Chief, what do you want to say, Chief?
Well, your current caller is absolutely right, but also forget. You forget Tommy Sotomayor. Now he's been doing this a long while. Probably he just got big, and all of a sudden he falls off the map because they've been knocking him off the stream a lot of times. So his concept very similar to him. But like I said, but he's been talking for a long time as well. No. So I gave him credit for that. But like I said, on problem thing that got me on Kevin is this, that he's single and he's single man. I know he divorced twice. And just like the guys who like Omar Johnson and Oprah and all these people keep telling you, and Steve Harvey trying to sit there and tell you how your relationship, but you don't have your record is not exactly putting on there. It's great. All these things, all the things he was saying is to the point. He's right, but you got to have proof. You got to have. We got to see a lot of people say, yeah, I got married. I heard he said got a couple, three women got married, or six. I think it was six. You got to see proof. You can't sit here and tell these women you just did and you're not married yourself. Because I can sit here and say I can do all this. I'm married. I got kids, and you see it works. It works. And that's why everybody's so mad about him. It's one of those things. The old saying, "Do as I say, do as I do," kind of things. They like him because he tell it like it is. He's straightforward, but he got to show that proof. Until that, people they will keep on hammering him because he's all talk.
But so here's the thing. So if he keeps up really old videos, and for years and years and years, he's been talking to men and telling them what they need to do, right? Get on your game. Don't focus on women. Focus on building yourself, building your network, all that stuff. And I don't care if a Klingon came down from Praxis, right? I don't, and they're telling the truth, then it wouldn't matter to me. Is it provably the truth? Yes. Okay. Just like I think P said it earlier, they're trying to cancel the truth, right? And that's a scary world to live in.
They're trying to cancel the age of the black man. That's one, and we all know it as a black man, no one want to hear us speak on nothing. We've been have target on our heads since day one. We got here, and we still got it, and no one wants to hear us say anything. And that's one thing. Two, his audience is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Three, he's telling the damn truth. But all of us for years and years and years, we've been told the black woman's queen bee of the universe. She's this, she's that. Now I realize, no, she's not that. AKA, look at Oprah. Queen bee, look what happened to her. So that's where everybody keeps saying about trying to point at him. Now he's the next victim. We're trying to get him, knock him off, because nobody want see that successful black man telling like it is. He's telling like it is, and they're scared to death of it.
Now I've got TWB right here. It says Kevin is the uncle and the / father that these girls need. Now here's what I'll say. Ultimately, what all these women and these males need is a father in that household along with their mother. Unfortunately, that has not been the reality. In my opinion, what Kevin Samuels is to me, he's kind of like an air traffic controller who's giving directions to an airplane after it's already crashed.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what we need is an air traffic controller giving directions to these planes before they take off. And that's the sad thing about it. Most of these women who are calling into a show, they are already they're either beyond saving or they're average, and they're demanding more than they deserve. They're demanding more than they're working to earn or deserve. And the sad thing is they're so set in their ways, most of them aren't going to change. So the only thing you can hope is that by listening to the message, because the bottom line is when women get angry at him and this, that, and other, they leave, but they still listen. They're still listening because now, they're pissed off and they're going to keep listening because they just want to hear somebody take him down. But over time, I think a lot of them start to actually take his message to heart and do some introspection. But the problem is the assault on their senses is so vicious that they're not willing to listen in the very beginning. So Kevin Samuels, I'll say, is kind of it's an acquired taste. The problem is that even with all these other guys who are trying to repeat his rhetoric and say the same thing, they refuse to listen to any of them because they don't have the authority. Not only that, they don't have the image. They don't have the clean image that Kevin's walking around with $1,000 suits and talking about candles and shit, and he's got a nice desk and he's got a great apartment and all that. Most of these guys ain't got none of that shit. Yep. Half of these dudes are in their mom's basement talking shit. Half of them. So my thing is, Kevin is the perfect messenger for this message, and I just hope that he keeps bringing the fire where he has to bring it. That's all.
Yep.
He is, and he'll keep on doing it. But like I said, no, I think he's trying to make sure he won't get too big. Because, like I said, I'm surprised YouTube ain't knock him off. That's one thing about it. I'm shocked that YouTube ain't got anything like that. Because when people start complaining about this woke system right here, on anything right here, they can easily knock somebody off. So that's what I know. He turned down several TV shows and other platforms to be on because they're trying to knock him down, which is good. Because I think that's one mistake that Thomas Seminar made, where he appeared on some TV show, they knocked him off and he fall out completely. He got knocked off several times on YouTube and some of the other platforms as well. So he being careful. He's wise. He's thinking what he's doing.
Yeah, I think what's happening with Kevin is, besides his you know, his whole demeanor and, you know, how he handles it. when because you see some other folks trying to emulate it, and they like, you could tell that he's well read. It's not just he knows
We're prepared,
right? It's not just statistics, but he's well read, and you know, he knows a lot of stuff that you wouldn't think that would be so like readily available. But I think from a YouTube perspective, because I mean, listen, there's no black male network for black men. That don't exist, right? BET got sold to Viacom, and that was that, right? But
it's not period. I'm for BET areas. It's period. Because every time any black man, I mean interrupt it. Anytime any black man say anything, somebody gonna object to it and cancel it real quick. AKA look what happened to Omar Johnson.
Yeah.
Look what happened. Look what happened here. I know you talking about that damn school, but still, every time he tries to say something positive, say something like this, they try and cancel it. What's that guy name? Roman Martin.
Yeah.
Those kind of guys, the gatekeepers, guys like him. Anytime you say anything positive or strong black man or anything, don't try and count your ass as soon as possible.
So let's do a scenario then. So like we were saying before, I in my opinion, I've heard other people say it, that Kevin's reach escape velocity, right? So what does that mean? Let's say, because he's very careful, he gets stuff all day long, right? And he's very careful with who he responds to, what he says. He's very measured in that way. And he always is careful to make sure he's working within the guidelines of the platform like YouTube that he's on. So let's say, I don't know, YouTube, for whatever reason, because let's face it, this is a privately owned company. This is not the government. If Susan Wojcicki gets in her mind that, oh, okay, maybe I need to do something about this guy, then as a private company, they're well within they could go beyond their guidelines, where he could say, hey, I'm working within the guidelines here, right? But who knows? What in my opinion, what I think would happen in that scenario is, when you get someone that's reached a particular level of escape velocity, I think they'll be where he's not, people don't understand, he's not important in terms of the overall message anymore. The message is out now. Guys are being selective. They're asking more questions. What do you bring to the table? All that stuff is happening now already, right? The genie's out of the bottle. So I think what would happen is, if YouTube says, well, I don't know, we feel it's, he's not like some of these other folks, even ex-presidents, that openly threaten people or cause violence or cause, right? So there'd be a question asked of the platform of, wait a second, why are you doing that? Why are you attempting to deplatform him when others, for the time that they were on the platform, are causing fights and invasion of the capital of the country, right? So I think they're very careful in that, well, he's not breaking any of our guidelines. So if we got to be real careful, especially since his following is what it is now. We would have to have a really good explanation as to why we're taking this particular action. And hey, it might even be amplified more, believe it or not, that he's a black man, right? Someone could make the case that, whoa, this seems, there's a little racial tint happening here that we don't like. And I think YouTube and the leadership understands that. So they're going to, no matter how many other YouTubers sign petitions and all that nonsense, as long as he keeps it classy and continues to work within the guidelines of the platform, they'd be hard pressed to say, okay, you got to go. And if
that's exactly right. They can't muscle him out without it looking like it was a power move and looking unfair. They can't touch him.
They can't. No, they can't, because they have no legal thing, because he's not, like he said, he's not violating anything. He's just speaking his mind and makes a suggestion. The problem is, we got black women out here, woke black women and like that can get together and says, since black women are the key here, they can get together and say, get this guy off the channel, because he's what's that word? Talking bad about black women.
No, hey, what? If you say we remove Kevin Samuels, then we would be able to remove all the female providers, all the female content creators that say anything bad about black men.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, the problem is they ain't got no problem talking about black men. That's the problem.
I was watching this. I think it was he replayed it on YouTube. It was an IG live that he replayed on YouTube, and he's talking to two women, and one of them said, "Oh, girl, you should hang up on him," and then they literally said, "Kevin, we will F you up. You don't mess with us, Kevin. We'll F you up." And I started to laugh because there's this first of all, this masculine energy that you're exuding, that you want to physically fight a man. Secondly, Kevin is I forget this British gentleman that used to walk with a cane, right? The adage that says speak softly and carry a big stick. I don't know.
I think that was Teddy Roosevelt.
And I don't know if a lot of people realize that I think he has either two or three black belts. I don't know if a lot of people know
he
that.
has two black belts. And I hear the thing about it. Tommy Sotomayor has been removed lots of time from YouTube because it's easy for him to be removed. Yeah, don't forget the amount of followers.
It is. I'm saying that's why I said earlier. That's why I said earlier.
Tommy Sotomayor wasn't classy. That's the problem.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Because that's the thing. Yeah, he was very harsh, and he would swear, and he was
straight. He was hardcore. He put no punches. He said everything under the rainbow. I mean, he was also just like I said.
But Kevin Sam was very careful with his language, so it's gonna be hard.
Right.
And he knocked him out twice. Remember,
Tommy was trying to be, Black Howard Stern, right? That is easy to bounce someone.
He had five shows and all got canceled.
See, I'll tell you like this cancel culture shit really started with Don Imus. Now, you could always say that it goes before that, but really, when it came to muscling people out of positions that they had held for a long time by attacking the corporations and attacking the advertisers, I really would think that this really began with Don Imus. Because when he did that nappy-headed host thing...
Oh, my God.
That was it.
Yeah,
that was it. Once you say the wrong thing, that's when all of the chips just pile up against you.
Yeah.
And the thing about Kevin Samuel, I want you to think back. Bill Cosby was doing just fine right up until he said that comment about black kids walking around with their pants below their ass and calling each other niggas and this, that, and other. And I think he said something about the household being fucked up. And after that, they came at him guns blazing.
They came after him when he was trying to buy NBC network.
Well, you know what? Some people,
BBC network.
Some people say it's not because he was trying to buy NBC, but then I also think back to when Oprah was trying to open up Harpo, the fucking beef industry came after her.
Yeah,
like I don't know how the fuck do you get sued on live television by beef?
Well, what she said, she called it mad cow. I remember she called it mad cow.
No. What she said is, I personally do not eat beef, and I don't want to eat beef.
Yeah. And also, she said she called it mad cow. So when she called it that, and people stopped buying and stuff, they got mad because you mess with that money. So because they went after her, they went after her because of that. Also, Oprah, when she created that school in South Africa, the one reason why she created a school for South Africa, she was said that all black people, all they care about is cell phones and Nike and shoes and all that correct there and all that stuff, and said there's no way I'm not gonna help us. But that's why I bring that school in South Africa. So sorry, I'm reading my voice here. That go to show you that she's not gonna do anything for help anybody but herself or any black man. But the main reason they get her because she said mad cow. That's what they got over in trial for that.
You see, it's too hard for them to remove him, yeah. because just the fact that he's got 1.1 million, he's gonna the potential for him to grow. Don't forget that you've got Minister Jap, you've got Obsidian, you've got the girl channels in Jessica X, you've got Six the Goddess, Dinika Marie, all those things that have come along, their numbers are growing. There's too much potential, yeah. The girl who's put that petition around ain't even got, I don't even think, 10,000 subscribers. She's doing that. She's purely doing that to get more subscribers. That's all. Because she's got about, I think she's got about 300 subscribers or something. I don't think that she believes she's going to win. She's just doing that just to as attention seeking.
Yep.
That's all that is attention seeking. So she's on top. She's on the list of everybody, Cynthia G, all that kind of thing. Yeah, she's trying to get more numbers to her channel. That's all it really is. Because she's going on anybody's panel who's willing to take her. So it's typically hoeing her way out, which tells you she's probably really a hoe in life. In real life, she probably is really one of these hoes in life that have been angry because she's been dealt a blow, not realizing that if she kept her body count low, she would have a better chance of finding a better man.
Well, but you know what? Women have been told by this current level of liberal feminism indoctrination that they can go out and have hot girl summer. They can screw as many guys as they feel like doing it. It's their body. They can do whatever they want. But as far as they knew, they never imagined that this level of accountability would be thrown back at them. They never imagined that. They never imagined it. And now it has, and now the women are suffering for it, for their own indiscretions.
It's true. That's true, but still, it's not in the mainstream, and mainstream is Hollywood, and so they hit mainstream Hollywood movies and stuff like that. They don't start, you can say, effect, but until then, it's still like it is. Until, that's the only thing problem we have in America.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you mentioned Hollywood. Like everybody can point back to the point at which the shows, the sitcoms changed, and the men were buffoons. When sitcoms, the dad is a buffoon.
Married with Children.
Not an authority figure anymore. He's just a buffoon now.
Yeah, look, like I said, Married with Children.
Yeah.
Married with Children.
Married. Al Bundy is the king. Al Bundy is the actual godfather of the manosphere. Absolutely. Him and No Ma'am, the No Ma'am Church, and Al Bundy was the first to get canceled as a manosphere patron. Yeah. So he's like the god of the manosphere, basically.
Absolutely, and now they happen. He's turning TV shows. Unfortunate, even some of our old school cartoons, like everybody's talking about He-Man now, how they got woke, how that happened, and other thing. We can't see anything to show a good positive alpha male no more. You can't see anything at all. You can't say anything bad about man. Like I be a police officer, and one thing we always had to do when I go take the arrested son. I visit the mom, and I tell the mom, I'm about your son about to go to juvenile, and first thing, and she always said, I raised him right, and whenever I said, how do you raise him? How did you raise him, mama? And that's the question we can't say no more. We can't ask the same question. How did you raise your son? And
you hear that phrase that in some communities, women raise the men that they hate.
Yeah.
Right.
Another thing, and also until women take responsibility, because all these women all complain about us men, but we all say one thing: who raised us?
Yeah.
Who raised it? You can't ask no solid woman can look at can't come on any network, any stream, and say we raised. I take responsibility for raising that kid. If daddy not raising that kid, who it fall down to? It falls down to you.
Yeah, and there's a big story churning up right now about some was a 13-year-old that wrote this note that says I'm thinking about committing suicide because my mom is on OnlyFans and the kids in my school know about it. I mean, that is heartbreaking. Where she apparently posted her advertisement for her OnlyFans on Twitter, and then other kids in the school found out about it. The kid is devastated, and he's like, the principal's like, I mean, I can't suspend half the school. I mean, you know, what can I do? And his mom's like, oh, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's not a big deal. You're being dramatic. And besides, I feel good about myself now, right? Because she's single. She has a son, and you know, who knows? She's getting male attention in the wrong place, but it still fuels those endorphins and those, you know, hormone releases in her brain. And
Yep.
so she's telling him, suck it up. And that's I mean, that's awful. And, you know, we'll see how that whole story turns out. But the kid is like, he pretended to be sick for a week because he didn't want to go back to school to face the ridicule. And sure enough, he went back, and it was, people still remembered. And they're like, yeah, we saw they were showing him pictures of his own mom. And that's the most horrifying thing. And speaking of the whole OnlyFans things, so Kevin teased last week that this week, upcoming, winter is coming, right? He borrowed a page from Game of Thrones, and he's saying, hey, COVID vaccine is going to reach critical mass. It's back to school, back to work. It's going to be, you know, unemployment benefits are drying up. PPP loans are drying up. And guess what else? OnlyFans is looking to get billions, a couple billion from venture capitalists. And in exchange for doing that, they're talking about cleaning up the platform. No sex workers on the platform, all gone. Why? Because I want to get $1 billion from a venture capitalist firm. That venture capitalist wants something in return for their money. They want to be able to advertise Goodyear and GM and Ford and Chrysler on that platform, and having a bunch of sex work is not going to be it. So they're going to start kicking all those folks off of there. And the question is, this is all coming up in either the end of this year or early next year. All those things are going to contribute to a whole lot of hurt, because a lot of these folks that are showing up on those platforms, they're not saving their money. If I'm making $10,000 a month on OnlyFans showing feet pictures, what am I doing with that money? Am I investing it in? Am I going to Fidelity and investing in the stock market? Am I buying a house? No, I'm buying Birkin bags. I'm traveling to Miami. I'm doing all that stuff because I'm young and I'm pretty, and this is all.
And that's the thing about it. Kevin Sammy went on Fresh and Fit and told these ladies who are all OnlyFans, and they don't want to even listen to another man. They don't want to listen to the guys that are there, including the Fresh and Fit guys, about investing their money wisely. So what you're saying is going to come to haunt them, because those girls are going to remember what Kevin Samuel said on Fresh and Fit.
Yep.
I'm going to go, oh, that man was right, you know.
Why didn't I buy this condo when I was making all that money? I didn't. And now
why did I invest in this crypto? Why didn't I invest in property?
Yep.
You know what? United States.
But you can't tell them anything. You know what I mean? This modern generation of women, you can't say. Tell them what to.
You know what? They here they talking about reparation right here. They trying to get money for reparation for all these slaves. The big problem is this. Say we do get it. Okay, what's the figure going to be? So that's one. Second problem you're going to have is how you know each person is from South Africa or part of Africa. You got to figure out where they come from. But the main problem they're going to have is wherever the money they going to give us, whoever people you going to get it, going to be one big fat check. Next year, when you get that check, next year, okay, what about that check? We won't get another check. No, that's it. Somebody gonna ask for more a check again, and that's what the people so worried about. That provision is, what are they gonna do with it? Are they gonna invest it? Are they gonna buy a house? or like I said, no, start their own business. What are you gonna do when they get that money and somebody screw it up? Somebody don't keep knocking on that door again and say, okay, well, you gave a check last year, we need to get a check next year. You got something because remember, I don't know, y'all remember happened to Katrina, New Orleans a couple years ago, when the government gave people money and had that put their money, it went to strip clubs. They bought big screen TV, they ain't got no power, fancy cars, and they screwed that money up.
Yeah.
And
I mean, John, you say it all the time. Like, hey, listen, you gotta invest your money wisely. Whether hey, listen, no one's not gonna hustle. If you manage to pull off $10K a month on OnlyFans showing your feet, or more by showing more, then hey, you took advantage of the situation in front of you. But you gotta think listen. Pretty young women do not plan for the future. They just don't. I live in the now. I'm making money now. I'm spending money now. I'm not thinking about no house or stock market. Why would I do that? Because I think to myself that this is going to last forever. And it doesn't work that way. And then you get an angry 40-year-old, an angry 45-year-old that's just that is toxic. That's toxic right there, right? Feminine toxicity, right? So
they don't teach economics 101 in school no more.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
They don't. I went to Hong economics while I was in high school, and that was back in the 90s, and we had that one class. We had economics 1, economics 2. They don't teach that shit no more. Well, they don't teach it in the black schools.
I mean, a lot of that is by design, right? We don't want to teach you financial discipline. We don't want to teach you economics. Why? We want you to spend money. When them new kicks come out, spend money. When that new bag comes out, spend money. Absolutely. We don't want to teach you economics, because then that interferes with our bottom line. So we put pressure on school districts. If you got to cut your budget, then those are the things you cut.
Yeah, you wonder why they cut out trade school in black community.
I mean, hang on a minute, Big Chuck. I've got a question to ask you. These black women have been saying about this £10 billion. They're supposed to get it every year, 1 billion a year or something. Do you know about that?
Say again.
I was asking Big Chuck about this £10 billion that Golden whatever his name is supposed to give him.
Okay.
Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, Goldman Sachs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone was saying it's 1 million. Is it 1 billion a year or something? They're supposed to get over 10 years. To black women. Now, I'm looking at it and saying, why would they give it to black women? And it's because they spend it on foolishness. That's the only reason I can think.
No, they doing that because they trying to get woke, and they saying the black woman's king being the universe, so we got to help Queen Bee. That's what it is.
Yeah, if you think about it too, sure that money will quickly recirculate into the economy, but there's a sinister side to that whole thing. So the way I look at that is it's half woke, it's half emasculating. If we do this thing, right, our goal in these back rooms is, hey, if this emasculates black men, then so be it, right? Not a big deal. That's on that side. And then on the other side of the things is, hey, it's the thing that happens in corporate culture all the time. Why would I hire an equally qualified black man when I can hire a black woman? I get, in my wokeness, I get a twofer. One, I get a person that's black, and two, I get a woman. So it's a 2-for-1. I'm not gonna hire Tyrone. Get him out of here. Get her in here because I get two woke points for the price of one.
Absolutely.
And that's been happening for a long time.
Absolutely. They don't tell black guys, boys today in America, go to school, get education, and be somebody, doctor, lawyer, whatever. They don't say that no more. We got to be the basketball player, the rapper, and God knows what. That's how it is. They tell a female, be it doctor, lawyer, teacher, entrepreneur, everything, and it's going on. And then, and worse, there are black women telling their sons as well. Then they get mad when they can't find nobody because no one told Junior to be somebody.
Yeah, it's funny. One of the thing that Kevin does all the time is when you have a mom and he like people don't. I don't think people recognize the type of skill set that he has. They don't appreciate it enough because I've seen him walk. Mom calls in, and I've seen him walk him down this path really slowly and carefully. And yes, I have a son. Would you get out of your feelings for a second? Would you want your son to marry a woman like you? Right? And inevitably, if I'm a mom, I really care about my boy. No, I don't. I don't want my son to who is unmarried, who's a lawyer, to marry a woman with 3 kids. If he came home and said, "Ma, this is my fiance, I'm thinking about getting married to her. She got 3 kids by some other dude," that mom would be like, "Oh, hell no." So he's trying to get across to her, you got to make different choices. You got to move in a different way because you wouldn't want that for your own offspring, right? You wouldn't want you for your own offspring.
Yeah,
right?
but our problem about these moms is this. For years, they've been abusing their son. For years, they call him every name in the book. You won't let daddy see him. You just like your daddy, but you want to let him see his daddy. Then all of a sudden, they find out that the junior about to go to NBA or NFL. Oh, now he's special.
I've seen that firsthand. I've seen that with people firsthand. Friends of friends. You're like, okay, I could tell you some horror stories where the kid is in school and he's like, "Ma, I need a little bit of something for this," and she send him a note on a piece of brown paper bag telling him, "Hell no." Well, guess what? He turned out to be a doctor, and at graduation, he turned out to be a doctor with the help of his aunt and with his own will. I think part of him was, I'm going to show the world that I could be somebody. And of course, come graduation time, he's 6 years later, right? He's graduated from medical school. Guess who's in the front row cheesing it up, having a big old smile? And of course he remembers that because it was really horrible, right? And he remembers those times when he was treated that way. And a lot of it, I don't know, like where that anger came from, but it could be that I'm angry at your dad, so I'm taking it out on you. Your dad ain't here no more. He left me because I had this, masculine energy and attitude. He couldn't take it no more. He bounced. Your daddy ain't nothing. And I'm you're the only male here that I could take out my anger on. And that guy was having none of it. And he made something of himself. And of course, hey, she's smiling as big as can be in them pictures.
Yeah, and watch that movie, Antoine Fisher. Watch that. If anybody seen that movie, you need to see that movie. That's where some black men go to. But you don't see that a lot like this because they don't want y'all know anything about that. I've been in cop for years, and that happened often. And boy be abused by his mama. They won't let daddy have it because they think daddy don't not raise no kids. And she they say they take them to foster care. They do some kind of therapy on her, and they get kid back to her. Get kid back to the kid. Well, even though the baby daddy can raise the kid, take her there, I can't raise it. You still can't let him raise it.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, if you have a boy, when he gets to a certain age, he belongs with his dad. He belongs with his dad. That's just it. And to take that boy or girl and weaponize them against their father, there's so many stories, endless stories of, I've been trying to. You didn't get the letters that I sent. You didn't get. I've been trying to see you. I didn't know nothing about that, Dad. According to mom, you wasn't shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah. Shaq. I think Shaq told his story. So when he got famous, you know, he was raised by I think it was stepdad or one of his dads, and she raised him, gave him his money. Then his grandmama comes up trying to get some money from him. She won't get any money, and she trying to sue him. There's an NFL player. Same thing happened to NFL players.
gonna be all black.
Yeah.
It was an NFL player. Got money.
Making sense, bro.
NFL player. Got money. Became rich, successful, and his mama sued him. So I raised for 18 years, and she sued him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you, I'll never forget that video. So since you know the pandemic, I think it was last year during the NFL draft, and they couldn't do it in the normal way, right? You're in the hall and you're getting called. So they had these remote cameras at home, and there's a video of this blonde. It's a black family. And there's Big Mama, and there's this blonde woman sitting next to the blonde girl sitting next to the boyfriend, the football player, and the mom is pulling her away, and she's sitting there smiling. Yeah, and I mean, I saw earlier. I said I saw this firsthand for myself. What happens is the dude leave. I'm a football star, basketball star. I leave high school. It's not that I can't get girls. Of course I can. I'm a star. I get to college. Why is it that blonde Becky is appealing to me? Because it's not that I need to chase after anybody. They come to me. What's different is all of a sudden I'm exposed to femininity that I've never seen in my life because I grew up around women with masculine energy. All of a sudden I get giggles and flirts and winks, and you want me to help you with your homework? I'll bring you some pizza because I know you got to study tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I'm going to go do my laundry. I could do your laundry too. Becky is actively hunting that football player, that basketball player, because she knows he's going to be able to provide $1 million life. Black women should not allow that to happen. You think I'm going to just give up my best men to you? Are you crazy? I'm going after him.
Well, it's too late for that. That happened because like I said, we don't come home to women that look like Holly Berry or whoever the finest black woman in America. We don't come to that. We come on to the mad, angry black woman yelling and screaming, "You ain't this, you ain't that." We see them guys with a nice car, like Ric Flair, nice car, limousine riding, jet flying. And that's what we get. And you think you're gonna see a guy making all this money laying down with a chick who's 300 pounds or 250 or whatever?
You know, let me tell you, I saw just a couple months ago. There was this woman, and she had on like a nice pair of pants. She had on some high heels, and it was a black woman. She was overweight, but not ridiculously overweight. All of a sudden she started to talk, and it was weird to me because she was very feminine. And isn't that sad that I have this reaction of, whoa, you're not normal to what society believes you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be an angry black woman with masculine energy. She was feminine, she was giggly, she was kind, she smiled. I was like, wait a minute. And that I had to, when I got home, I sat down, I go, it's sad that I had that reaction because it's something that you're so not used to seeing, right? Her femininity overcame her weight, in my opinion, because she was so pleasant to be around, right? So yeah, people say, oh, well, she's kind of heavy, she gets points off for BMI, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I get it. But she had nice shoes on. I think she had some red bottoms on, and she was so feminine and girly that I felt bad because I'm like, yo, that should be the rule, not the exception.
Of course, it should be the norm. This is the thing about it, and this is the thing about it. Men will overcome I mean, men will forgive a little bit of weight if the femininity is there. And this is how bad things are.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
Well,
this is how bad things are. That men will actually take the overweightness if the femininity is really there and on point.
You know, where I really started to feel bad was, okay, so now I'm like, wow, that it's terrible that I have this reaction that's the exception and not the rule. And then I started to think to myself, all right, which is bad. This made it worse. Is she really that way, or was she putting it on? Is it situational femininity? Is it femininity on demand? Because that's not real femininity. Turning it on for situationally is not real, because your default is this masculine frame and angry and all that stuff. But maybe that guy looks a certain way, so I'll turn it on temporarily until I don't want to turn it on no more. So I started to question those things in my head to decide, well, is she really that way? And I didn't know the answer to that, but I came away with, she was so convincing that I said it had to be her default frame.
The biggest problem we have as black men is just when it comes to women, we don't have a lot. Yeah, yes, we do have a lot of choices, but it's hard to pick. It's hard picking because we got all these women. We got to go through black, white, whatever. The hoochie mama, the ratchet, the hoe, the slut, the bimbo, the bitch, the gold digger, and now we got the he, she, or LGB, what you want to call it. Let's see, she male, female. We got to go through all through that, and I hope the guy that person truly is a female. Then we got to find. I hope that she careful to take her us, because as soon as we talk about that ring, put that ring on that finger, everything, and you get married, and all of a sudden about 2-3 weeks later, you see her true colors.
And I'll tell you. You mentioned, you know, the and I saw. I think it was Tulip made a comment, and you mentioned this whole, you know, gender stuff. I saw probably 3, maybe even 4 videos of women that are bisexual, right? They date men and women, and these are like pretty girly women. Kevin had one woman on. I think she was Asian. Another program had another woman on, and guess what? Every single one of them, to a letter, said that no, I would not date a woman. Even though I'll fool around, have a fling with a woman, I wouldn't date a woman. And you're like, well, why? You ask them, because I know how they work. I know what they're up to. I know how they do it.
Absolutely. So, you get, like I said, they smile, they pretend they like you, they pretend they love you. You know, I want to be my baby dad and all that crap like that. And soon they get that ring, everything, you walk down and you pay an $80 million wedding. Yeah, she still can't cook and clean and everything. And also you get in a hole. You looking at your check statement and everything. You find out you're in a hole. You $80 million in a hole. then you file for divorce because she spent some money. You get stuck again. We got laws now that take women from the IRS. You can you get guardians from guardians from IRS. She's protected. I didn't know anything.
We were talking about this earlier, and we said that, I mean, the way the laws are set up in the country, they actually incentivize women to get divorced because they get everything they want to get, and that's it.
Yeah. No, like I said, no, we got laws now. Like I said, any woman in this room, any woman in any country can point to you and say, "You to my baby daddy." And the federal, state, and local government go after her ass. Even though DNA test, wherever, they go after her ass, all because of her word. And we got judges don't enforce the laws. No, I talked to another stream, not Dr. Mr. Palmer. He was on here talking about like child support. Child support is the worst thing that can happen to the black man in America.
Well, let me tell you, I saw. I don't know if it was. Is O'Shea or somebody had on an attorney, and he was reading from some. I don't know what state it was. Michigan or one of these states that are looking to pass some kind, either the laws were on the books or they're looking to pass it or there's some case law. And it was frightening. They were like, okay, well, this woman asked the question, if I have kids already from another relationship, and I got into a relationship with a man, can I legally make this new man be required to, by law, to take care of my kids?
Yes.
And this attorney's on there pointing to these case laws, and be careful because you're with this person, and now all of a sudden you could be legally responsible for taking care of those kids, even though they're not yours.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
That is insane, man. That's insane.
I give you another one. I give you a better one. Okay, I give you a better one right here. All right, guy get married to his wife. Wife cheats on the husband, with a former boyfriend. She get pregnant by the former boyfriend. All right, she missed she had an affair. She missed out like that. She missed. So you go to divorce court. Everything's going all right. He thinks that's it. He leaves and everything. He goes back to court. He's summoned back to court. One, the baby daddy didn't have no job. All right. Two, two, the judge who just happens to be a female, which is a female judge, which is the worst of the worst. The female judge ordered him to pay child support, even though the baby was not even born yet.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. Then the baby get born. The judge told him continue to pay child support because baby daddy still don't got no job. They took a DNA test and confirmed it. Yes, even if DNA test said that he is not the father, because this man made 6 figures, and she want to make sure the child has a good lifestyle. They made him pay child support and order him vegetarian right. He got to spend time with the kids.
Wow.
So the baby daddy who's not working every Saturday has to take the kid to the park and meet up with the husband and spend 2 hours and be supervised with one of those child service persons. So he can he's orders to spend time with the kid while the baby daddy is to sit there on the park while they can play in the playground.
Wow. Yeah. I'll tell you what I see. So, within the Black community, we have our own unique set of challenges. But what I see often on some of these white manosphere channels is the stuff we're talking about, and their fight is, hey, it's not worth it to get married because the laws are horrible. So we got doubly, right? One, we got, what's that question Kevin asked? Are Black women even our same species? Do they belong to us? Are they a part of us? We got that battle to fight. And then we have the battle of what the white dudes are fighting, and that is the laws that are unfair when it comes to, parenting and child and just making up the crazy stuff you just talked about.
Oh, that woman that came on revealed things that Black women never wanted it to be revealed, and she spoke and she said that we don't need men because we're independent, and that is how the Black woman thinks. She don't need the Black man.
Oh, yeah. This is why one thing I do brief with Kevin is all these.
But they don't want us to go to another race of men. They want us to be there in case it goes wrong, and they want us to suffer.
Yeah, one thing, like I said, one thing I hate about Kevin Samuels is he asked them, they want a high value man, but you never ask these women, how do you take care of a high value man? When last time you cooked for your man? When the last time you cooked? You've been over the man's house, or when last time you let your man come over to your house? Because one thing about Black women, it's very hard to let a man come over to see your house because you don't see the mess. You can see shit right there. You can see how it is when you see a Black woman house.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'd rather meet you at the hotel because I don't want you to see where I live.
Yeah, that bullshit. Yeah.
Well, I have to go. I'm gonna close with something that I think it was Obsidian said a while ago when he said, I mean, I'm gonna use some colorful language here. He said alpha fucks beta bucks. What does that mean? I'm young, I'm hot, I want the dude with the swagger, and I want the dude that's got the mouthpiece when I'm young, and then all of a sudden I'm 42, 43, I got 3 kids by this dude, and I'm looking for beta bucks. I'm looking for that Urkel that was such a nerd to me. Now he's looking pretty good because he got a job with benefits and he's making money. And that's just awful. That's the thing we need to get past. We need to get past this, hyper masculinity. We need to get past. There's no other community that hypes up gang culture, drug culture, wear my pants around my below my ass culture. Like, that's not cool. It's not.
You got LGB in there. You got to add LGB because they try and poison up with that shit. That bullshit.
Well, there you go. So, all right, guys, I gotta go. And I think Big Chuck's gonna close up soon too. So thanks for talking, everybody. Have a nice day.
You too. All right.
Good night.
Yeah, guys, I had a really good time hosting you guys, and I really appreciate all the people who came in. I really appreciate everybody who contributed. I'm also glad I was able to get up what was it? Crafty Capricorn, because at first I didn't think you were going to come up. So I'm really glad I had you. I'm really glad I had the rest of you. Lohan, Golden Arsenal, Zab was up here earlier. So yeah, I was about to shut down in 4 minutes. So if you guys have any final thoughts or anything you wanted to share as a last thing before you go out, feel free to do it now. But I was going to shut out in just like 5 minutes.
Only thing I can say is that all black men watch your 6 and don't get married.
Watch your 6, don't get married, huh? Watch your 6.
That's military.
Yeah, good show, Big Truck. Yeah, young guys, just be very careful out there. Get your money up. Get your money up. Get your cryptos. Get property, and then probably go abroad and then have children.
Probably go abroad, huh? Okay. All right. Anybody else? Crafty, did you have any final things you wanted to say before I get ready to shut down?
No, just want to say I enjoyed the show. It was good. I like listening to
Do you usually come on panels?
No, this is the first one.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, I'm really glad you joined me.
Yeah, I just started to find these. I think you showed up on my recommendations. I just got into watching these videos. So it's like, I want to be on the panel. So thank you. Thank you for inviting me on.
No, you're absolutely welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed being on it.
Yeah, I kind of stuck around a bit. Thanks for stopping in. And, like we talked about, keep pushing and keep teaching those girls of yours. Don't let the internet and social media be their parent. And it's tough work, but it's something you have to do every single day without fail. You'll see it'll pay off for them in the future, and it'll pay off for you in the future.
Right. Yep. Thank you.
All right. Peace.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So I'm about to shut this down, but I really had I originally started out with a diatribe against this maniac who's up there trying to mess with people's reputations and this, that, and other. So I was very adamant about getting this stream up here. Usually I go live every now and then. I don't do it regularly every single day. And I got to thank Adonis again. Adonis was today's sponsor for the show. And he came through with the heavy-handed sponsorship right here. But I every now and then there's something that galvanizes me and says, you know what, I gotta do a show about something. And I just felt that this was the thing that pushed me to say, you know what, I gotta do a show about this. And I was hoping I would get more people on, but there were 3 other live streams going at the same time. But I'm really proud and happy of the people I got. I think we had like up to like 150 people at some points. But but thanks a lot for joining me, guys. So you know what? I'm glad, like, share, subscribe, and whatnot if you're not already subscribed. I don't know what the next topic will be, but I can guarantee it'll be something controversial. So thank you, everybody, for coming through. And with that, I'm going to end. And you guys have a good night and enjoy the rest of your week.
All right. Thanks, John.
You're welcome.